Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to the Pewter pregame show, Bucs vs. Patriots, live at Whiskey Wings in Temple Terrace. I'm JC Allen. With me is Casey Hudson, bringing you everything you need to know leading up to this game, and then right into Pewter Game Day with John and Mark. Casey, exciting game, biggest game of the year. What are your thoughts on it?
Oh, I'm so psyched for this one. I know everybody was hyped up about the Rams game because you were going against probably the toughest opponent thus far, but I don't think anything beats the homecoming of Tom Brady. Like, how many people really thought that they were going to see a Patriots team without Tom Brady in the pocket? And now the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have him, and they're Super Bowl champions at that. So I'm so psyched for the matchup.
Yeah, and this is the Jedi versus the Sith, the master versus the teacher. It's Brady going home to where he had so much success going against Bill Belichick, but they're doing it without a key member. And that's Rob Gronkowski, who's going to miss the game with an injury. But there's also another person who's going to be there that played in New England as well.
Exactly. So when we were reading some things, it was like the homecoming of Gronkowski, Tom Brady, and all of this versus Bill Belichick. But then my question was, what about Antonio Brown? This is technically where his career almost got, a closed casket on it. And you and I kind of talked earlier about the fact of what if the legal issues, what if the Patriots allowed them to play out and Antonio Brown kind of ended up staying there? Would Tom Brady still be at the Patriots? Would he be so quick to come here and bring people here? Like, now the Bucs are this redemption team, so this homecoming is massive.
Yeah, it's real huge. And you guys, speaking of huge, get down here to this party we're having here at Whiskey Wings and look at that chicken sandwich. It's giant. The wings are great. 20 beers on tap, beer buckets, all sorts of specials here. Not just that, but Pewter Report, we're here live. We got giveaways happening. We've got Pewter Report swag. So come down here, join the party, join the tailgate here at Whiskey Wings, and get ready to watch this Buccaneers team take on the Patriots. So definitely get down here. If you're in the area, if you're not in the area, take a plane, a helicopter, train, get down here and come to Whiskey Wings and hang out with me and Casey as we break down this game.
Oh, yes. Don't want to miss that. So then, of course, Celsius. We got to thank those guys.
Yeah, Celsius, they do a great job here, keeping us energized, keeping us powered. We got to give a shout out to them. They're a title sponsor. So
I'm on my second for the day. I don't know about you, but I needed it today.
Exactly.
These 820 games are rough to get to.
I had a jackfruit earlier today, but it's going to keep us going because we got Pewter Game Day, like I said, coming up right after this with John and Mark. They're going to be breaking down, giving you live in-game analysis. Mark covers for the Patriots. John obviously does a great job covering the Bucs down here at Pewter Report. So they're going to need some Celsius as well.
Psych. All right.
And speaking of Celsius, I am drinking the blueberry pomegranate. Finally got my hands on one. I've heard Matt say how much he enjoys it. It's his favorite. What do you got drinking right now?
Okay, so I'm actually doing the jackfruit this time, but the heat, guys, is important because it's got that 300 milligrams when you really need to get through something. I typically do the tropical vibe, especially like for workouts and stuff when I need to get through it, but trying out the jackfruit heat today. Usually I do the heat for the pomegranate, and it gets me through majority of my day. This one's going to get me up until post-game, for sure. I'll have enough energy for that.
Post-game, after-game articles. We've got all sorts of stuff. Great content coming out here on Pewter Report. We'll talk about injuries. We'll be getting the injury report, but they're very shortly on the inactive as well. But we've got some injuries to talk about. And for the Bucs, it started to snowball, and it's turned into a landslide. So some of the guys out. Obviously, we know Scotty Miller has been placed on the IR, but there's other guys who are going to be missing here too.
Yeah, so we've got Scotty Miller out with the turf toe injury that took place. JPP, they were really hoping that he was going to pull through on this one, but that shoulder, I was hearing things of like him struggling to even get his jersey on, a t-shirt on, so you know that there's a lot more to it there. Then comes the heartbreaking news of Gronkowski. X-rays initially were said to be negative, and then we find out later that it's actually 4 broken ribs, and one was penetrating his lung, of all things. So it's just like you said, the snowball effect. Then you've got Jamal Dean with the knee. Then you got Gerard with Giovanni Bernard. Excuse me, his name makes you want to just roll it all into one. With the knee, exactly. Him out with the knee. So it's just like last week's game on top of the Falcons game just kind of took some really key guys out of this lineup heading into today versus the Patriots.
Yeah, and Rob Gronkowski, you have to think he was going to, really enjoy going back home. He's had some great things to say so far about his time in New England, and everyone was looking forward to. I know Scott was. He wrote about it in the Pewter predictions for a nice Gronkowski spike. Unfortunately, we're not going to see that. But the big name that popped up yesterday was Carlton Davis, who's questionable now to play, which is pretty much forcing Richard Sherman to get out into the game, potentially making his first start as reported. We'll see if he's the guy out there starting in place of Carlton Davis, or maybe just in place of Jamel Dean. Since he can't go, they're going to rely. They brought up Pierre Desir off the practice squad, signed him to the active roster, elevated Rashad Robinson off of the practice squad. And of course, they got guys like Ross Cockrell and Bruce's man crush, Lee Delaney's, on the roster as well. So we'll have to see if those guys can step up. But, it's definitely a little disheartening. The injuries have ravished this secondary so far. And, with JPPO, we're going to get another look at Joe Tryon.
Yes.
The one thing I'm a little worried about is you heard Shaq Barrett at his press conference earlier in the week say, he's the energy guy. And without that, we had Larry Foote having to tell us to get our energy up. And that's a little alarming if you're a Bucs defense who has had trouble getting after the quarterback already.
Yeah, but then it just comes back to that next man up mentality. You can't say that that's a motto that you guys live by and abide by, and then in the moments where it matters most, it's not there. So Shaq Barrett has to show up as a leader, effective leader today. And Bill Belichick had a lot to say about him in terms of praise of what he can do coming off the edge. So he has a footprint there that he can step into and kind of make an impact. But then aside from the Bucs having their injury issues, the Patriots are having their injury issues as well. Their top running back is out.
James White out indefinitely with that hip injury, which really hurts this Patriots team because that was an area that they would be able to possibly attack the Buccaneers. Devin White has struggled in coverage this year so far, and get one-on-one matchups with Devin White against James White, the Whites going at it. That would have been something that kind of would have been a matchup to watch, and really, hopefully, Devin White can turn it around. They're going to have to rely on other running backs on that roster, such as
J.J. Taylor,
Damian Harris, and
Brandon Bolden,
and Ramondre Stevenson if he's out of the doghouse. So we'll have to see how that plays. N'Keal Harry was activated. It looks like he might play in this game. We'll wait and see the inactive list if they come out. They lost Raekwon McMillan for the year earlier when he was looking really good, kind of resurging his career. And, of course, the big name that's been out on the PUP list is Stephon Gilmore. So they're going to have those other guys step up on that team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then you made a really great point earlier, too, to the fact that they had tackles that were kind of not participating in practice all week. So to kind of put this in perspective, there's roughly 3 linebackers and 2 tackles that are questionable, and their questionable list for guys heading into tonight's matchup is pretty extensive.
Yeah, I mean, you look at both tackles, Trent Brown and Isaiah Wynn, left and right tackles are both, they both were limited in practice all week. So they're not going to be 100% ready for the game, which should have Shaq Barrett, who joked and said we need to retire the Sack Barrett from his moniker until he starts producing. It should hopefully have him licking his chops and being able to really get after those quarterbacks. And it's not that they haven't gone after them; they just haven't finished. I mean, they've got pressures that the team that's had blitzed the most in the entire league, but they're just not getting home.
Being able to fully execute, and which is shocking. Like, we thought so much momentum was going to come off that 2020 season into now, but sometimes you just need that humbling experience, and I think they got it last week versus the Rams, so I'm sure we are going to see a lot more leadership and aggression coming out of the defense. But you made a valid point too. Joe Tryon, he was hustling last week. It's just really, getting that finished capability, so somebody on that defense has to motivate everybody on that defense, and Devin White and Levante David used to be those 2 people that kind of rallied everyone up.
Yeah,
So
and he's still a guy that really gets to the Devin White really gets the defenders going on that
mhm.
side of the ball. So, they're going to have to just bring that energy, bring that intenseness to really make up for a lack of JPP. And Joe Tryon's going to have to bring what he brought last week and just
then
have it
some.
exactly. I mean, you looked at a team that kind of had to game plan around him and started adding a tight end to chip him because he was being pretty effective.
Yes, absolutely. But now for the exciting part. The part that we as like football nerds get the most hype about is breaking down what's really going to potentially take place in this game, in this matchup.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's, Godwin versus the Patriots. That's also Mike Evans versus the Patriots. This is a passing team for the Bucs. Obviously, the lack of rushing attack and rushing game has been huge throughout the first 3 weeks to the point where Tom Brady was your leading rusher last week against the Rams. So they're going to have to throw the ball more. So
absolutely,
and the Patriots know that, so they're going to try to take that away.
Mhm.
And one thing I think they're going to try to take away, and Bill Belichick, this is a staple of what he does, is to take away the best one thing on your offense, the best thing you guys do. And for this Bucs team, so far through the first 3 weeks, that's been Chris Godwin.
Right.
So I think that's what he's going to do, is try to take away Chris Godwin.
Of course, because if you think about it, Chris Godwin, not to take away from the rest of the talent on the Bucs roster, Chris Godwin is one of the most versatile wide receivers. People have talked about his ability to block, his ability to get downfield, his ability to be shifty, his ability to play in the slot. So everything that Chris Godwin can do, of course, Bill Belichick being a brain guy wants to take that away. Now, matchup wise, what I'm seeing or picturing the Patriots doing is putting Adrian Phillips on him, or maybe even Jalen Mills. Now, Adrian Phillips is another guy who's very versatile in the backfield. I was reading up on the fact that he can play outside wide, outside linebacker, as well as slot cornerback. So I think that they're going to try to make that the best matchup of the day. Because when it comes to J.C. Jackson, which I know we'll touch on this later, I was hearing that he was kind of not feeling 100%.
Yeah, and that's alarming if you're a Patriots team, because you expect them to probably go one-on-one with Mike Evans.
Mhm.
One stat that I thought was interesting, and I know everyone's going to talk about the quarterbacks and the wide receivers that the Patriots have faced over the past 3 weeks, but they've only allowed 13 receptions for 173 yards and 2 touchdowns to wide receivers out of the slot this year,
Mhm.
while intercepting 4. A bunch of those came against Zach Wilson, and deflecting 4. So that's out of 48 total coverage snaps. So they have done very well against the slot. And part of that is Joe Jones as well, the savvy veteran there for the Patriots, knows this defense inside and out, and knows Tom Brady, because these defenders have had extensive time practicing against him for the last however long they were playing with him in
decades.
New England. Yes, exactly.
We can actually say, yeah, definitely. And I mean, keeping that into perspective, like I said, if they keep Chris Godwin busy, you're at least drawing, in my personal opinion, one of their best, most versatile guys being Adrian Phillips. If they need to, they can pull in Jalen Mills. But if you keep him distracted, because this is a guy who's had like 6 solo tackles and 5 assists, so he's very productive out there. But if you can keep him busy, then it really kind of opens up opportunities for Mike Evans as well as Antonio Brown. Now, we kind of touched on it earlier. We're not talking about Antonio Brown enough, guys. Like, if you think about it, this is a homecoming for him as well. So I think that he's going to be probably one of the most productive guys out there today if the wide receivers are drawing out, the Patriots' best secondary as much as possible.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to do, is they're going to try to bring that out, and it's going to be Belichick trying to manipulate different looks and different things against this Bucs offense, and Tom Brady specifically. Whether are they going to blitz more? Are they going to drop 7 or 8 back in coverage, because this Bucs team has not gotten after the run? Are they going to dare you, say, I dare you to run it on us, with a pretty much improved defensive line? They went out there and got Godchow from Miami. They went and got Henry Anderson. They drafted the big guy out of Alabama, Christian Barmore. So they put emphasis on,
and then they have Lawrence Guy,
Dietrich Wise. So they put some emphasis on stopping the run this year.
Right.
So do they allow the Bucs to try to run the ball? And I think, we've been saying it week after week after week. You've got to get the run game going at some point, not because, you needed to set a play action. We know that's been proven wrong, but to really keep defenders honest. And if the Patriots are expecting them to play, do you expect them to drop 7 or 8 in coverage? Do you expect them to blitz more? Do you expect disguise of both? What are you thinking about this game?
I was actually really looking forward to this question. So I kind of had a draw of opinion on this. The blitz is something that's highly been discussed because they have Matt Judon, or am I saying it's Judon? Okay. I'm terrible with names, y'all. Okay. So you have him, and he was very nonchalant about matching up against Tom Brady. It's just another game for him. But realistically, this guy has 6 solo tackles, 6 hits on the quarterback, and 3.5 sacks, 2.5 of those sacks being against the Saints last week, i.e. Jameis Winston. So when you think of a guy who has that ability to get to the quarterback, I see them wanting to use the blitz. But if they're going to take away the Bucs spread, then you're going to have to drop that 7-8. So they're going to kind of be torn here on what to do and how quickly to adjust and to get acclimated, because if they keep blitzing against an offensive line like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I feel like they're going to gas themselves out. The Bucs O-line is a lot more sustainable than the Saints O-line, the Jets for sure. So they're going to get their real, challenge here going against an offensive line like the Bucs. And I think the offensive line has a lot to prove by keeping Brady on his feet and protecting him a lot better than they have. Not saying that they've done a bad job, but I think they can do better with protecting Tom Brady.
Yeah, and I think one thing too that's going to play into the Patriots' favor is not having Gronk and Giovanni Bernard, right?
Right.
I think because you'll see some exotic blitzes probably from Belichick. You'll see some disguised blitzes as well, because you have 2 of your best blockers who aren't offensive linemen off the field. Gronk is a blocking tight end, as we know, and Giovanni Bernard is easily your best pass blocker. We saw Rojo in week 2. We saw him again. He made the – did he make the – I mean, he kind of made the block in week 3.
I'm going to say it's a very questionable
it was a very questionable block, but, you're going to be relying on guys like O.J. Howard and Cam Brate, who are known for their receiving ability, not for their blocking ability, and Leonard Fournette and Ronald Jones for their – as well, and maybe Keyshawn Vaughn, who still, these are guys who are not known pass blocking backs at all. So, it's going to put a lot of onus on that offensive line to really hold their blocks and really be able to, when they do send pressure, to really make sure that they're managing it correctly and executing succinctly. Because if not, Tom Brady's going to end up on his back more times than not. I personally think we might see a bunch of Josh Wells tonight, unfortunately, in that jumbo tight end package. But, they're going to have to do something to make sure that when the Patriots are sending pressure, that they're keeping Tom Brady off the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. But all in all, if you had to pick one, blitz or 7?
Belichick is so unique. I think he's going to do a little bit of both, but I think they're going to play kind of they'll play a little bit safe, that bend, don't break defense that Belichick's been known for throughout his entire career. They'll send some blitzes. They'll send some exotic packages and designs and disguises. But I think they're going to make sure that the Bucs, they're going to take away what the Bucs do well. And as we know, that's passing the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, when it comes to the Patriots coverage and the yards that they've allowed and whatnot, that's where people are getting insanely uncomfortable to say that the run game has to show up for the Buccaneers tonight, because they're going to be able to take away those throwing lanes. But I think that we're looking at it kind of small, because I know I happen to say this almost every week, but you got to look at this. Mike Evans is 6'5" with like a 35 plus reach, going against corners that are 6'1" with, maybe a 31 reach. So comes in this Mike Evans and JC Jackson matchup. JC Jackson's not entirely 100% to my knowledge. So, and we're working with a healthy Mike Evans for the first time in how long?
Yeah, I mean, that's what this Patriots team does a lot. They play a lot of man coverage, more man coverage than the Bucs have seen all season long. You're going to have J.C. Jackson most likely following Mike Evans around. They'll match up Joe Jones,
trying to follow him around.
Yes, I expect them to match Jones up with Godwin, probably with some help, and they're going to rely on Jalen Mills to say, "Hey, you draw the Antonio Brown card," and then maybe with some safety help. It depends on what packages they're playing on. But for the most part, I think this team is going to line up man on these Buccaneers wide receiver and say, all right, mano y mano, let's go. Maybe some safety help, 2 high safety, single high safety. We'll see really what Belichick has cooked up, because, you can watch all the film you want on defenses, and normally you can get a really good idea. But with Belichick, I mean, he gets so creative sometimes, and he's going to pull out all the stops. There's no way that they're not going to be like, okay, we're pulling out everything we can because we need to beat Tom Brady. And it's not just to beat Tom Brady, but let's face it, the Patriots need this win to stay alive in that wild card hunt.
Absolutely.
The Bucs need their win, because I think they can continue to build momentum, build off back-to-back losses, and keep pushing. So.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. But then also another perspective when it comes to the passing game is we just kind of keep referring back to this wide receiving core group. But if you think about it, and a lot of people have mentioned in the comments, which is fantastic, that Cameron Brate is, that receiving tight end. OJ Howard is that receiving tight end. So if those two guys step up, I think they can get the passing yards that they're looking for. I think they can spread the field using their tight ends, because Cameron Brate and OJ Howard have that capability. Brate has shown numerous seasons that he has so much potential to be a key guy, and we started to see a little bit more of him versus the Rams. So I would not be surprised to see him and Tom Brady making a lot of connections down the field this evening. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, if I'm picking a tight end to have a successful night, it's not OJ Howard.
No.
I know everybody hopes it's going to be OJ Howard, but I think it's really going to be Cam Brate. And you might see him go down the field a few times. And this is the Patriots defense that has let up 6 20-plus yards allowed. Hasn't let up any 40-plus yard passing plays, but that could change tonight with Tom Brady, who currently leads the league in yards down the field, throwing the ball down the field. So,
yeah.
They're going to try to attack them in a variety of different ways. A lot of people, especially after Belichick came out and said our offense is the same as, I was speaking to some of the reporters up north over the weekend, and they're like, is this Belichick's offense? Is this Brady's offense? Is it Byron's? Is it Bruce's offense? Who
does this belong to?
It's a copycat league. A lot of concepts, a lot of the things that people run are the same, just with different verbiage and stuff like that. But for the Bucs specifically, I think and last week especially, I think you're starting to see a meld more of a little bit of both.
Right.
They're still going to take their shots down the field, but those screen passes, those short passes, especially the ones to the running back, that's a Tom Brady staple. That's what he's been doing his entire career.
And very successfully.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely agree with everything you just said in pertaining to that. And that kind of just makes me think. So we've got opportunities with the tight ends. We've got opportunities with some of the wide receivers. Somebody just mentioned Tyler Johnson. Now, Tyler Johnson, I kind of said it a couple weeks ago. He was a clutch guy for Tom Brady in very particular instances. And last week, I think he had 3 receptions for like 63 yards. And he's just started to build some momentum. But you were going against such an aggressive defense with the Rams. I don't think the Patriots are equally as aggressive. And when we look at the Patriots stats in terms of taking away the spread and minimizing people's passing game, we're also talking about them going against the Jets. And the Saints, yes, they do present a bigger challenge, but they don't have their key guy. They predominantly focus on their run game. It was Alvin Kamara that had the biggest game versus the Patriots, and I'm pretty sure he had like 24 carries. So if one of the running backs at the Bucs can be half as productive as Alvin Kamara and counting on Leftwich to know when to throw and when to run the ball, I think the Patriots have, or not the Patriots, I think the Bucs have the best case scenario in terms of being versatile out there and switching it up and using it to their benefit. I don't see that. I know that Jackson's going to be a challenge for Mike Evans. I don't see him shutting him down this evening. And then, when it comes to the Bucs offensive line versus the Patriots defensive line, the Patriots D-line has some key guys on there, as you've mentioned. Who would you be most concerned about in that matchup?
I think the way they use their defensive line is so unique. You can bring in down guys like Matt Judon and put his hand in the dirt. Chase Winovich. I'm not sure if Josh Uche is going to line up for this, but they have a variety of ways that they can beat you with their defensive line. And again, I mean, Belichick's he's probably, as soon as the schedule came out before that, because they know he's probably been game planning for this game. But, it's going to take them getting pressure on the quarterback, on Tom Brady, and to really kind of disrupt what I think is one big part of this offense, and that's the deep ball.
Right.
And if they can get the deep ball going, if they can get that Mike Evans involved going deep, and I know it's something that the Patriots don't like to do, is to give up the deep play. It's, beat us with the short passes underneath. It's a bend, don't break. We'll let you get down the field, but we're not going to let you get down the field in one play. Will it be there for Mike? Do you think Mike Evans is able to take advantage of a guy like J.C. Jackson, who you're saying is not 100%, and can he get down the field?
I think he can. I think he's going to take advantage of J.C. Jackson, not to undermine J.C. Jackson's talent, but he was not as loud versus the Saints as I think people were kind of expecting him to be. So if the Saints were able to kind of minimize his production a little bit and silence him, then I think that a guy like Mike Evans is the perfect matchup to see, how well he can really function and keep up.
Now, you've mentioned Antonio Brown a lot,
Yes.
especially in this revenge game. So is he the guy that you're saying he's going to be the one to go off? He's going to be the one that is the most productive wide receiver this game, this week against the Patriots defense?
Yes, I'm going to take Antonio Brown to be the most productive wide receiver out there because even with some of the matchups, and I've also alluded to this many times as well, he's got speed and he didn't have the most productive game against the Falcons. Then he's out against the Rams. So taking away the whole New England headline of all of this, Antonio Brown likes to be, that guy on his team. He likes to give his team something to look forward to. He likes to show up for his team. So to be so silent for 2 weeks, he's going to want to make some noise in that sense, on top of the fact that, the Patriots almost closed the door on his career.
That's true.
And now he's here. He's having a redemption season. He's having a redemption, in many areas of life. And Tom Brady's kind of led the ship on that. So I think he wants to make those milestones for Tom. I think he wants to make those milestones for his team. And now he's finally getting back on his feet after 2 weeks. Like, he's hungry.
Yeah, I agree. I think, they're going to dare the Bucs to try to beat you with Antonio Brown. I think we're going to have J.C. Jackson, as we mentioned, manned up on Mike Evans. And I think they're going to try to take away Chris Godwin, because that's just what Belichick does, try to take away your best asset, your best weapon. And I think, and I know John will agree, he's got Chris Godwin as the best wide receiver. Not only because of what he can do, but schematically as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they're going to try to do, is take away Chris Godwin. So they're going to say, hey, beat us with Antonio Brown.
Right.
Beat us with their tight ends. Beat us with Tyler Johnson. Beat us with everybody else. And, with all these injuries, that's really it, because Scotty Miller's out and just got word Jalen Darden's not going to play either. So you're running low on wide receivers, and you certainly don't want to see Jaden Mickens get out there at any point. But, yeah, I think Antonio Brown. We've got breaking news, though, too, as well. Carlton Davis is good to go. He's going to play. Okay. Jalen Darden is out, which means Jaden Mickens is feeling well enough to go back there. He's going to be your primary return man again, which is great news as well. We're looking Isaiah Wynn. We mentioned the Patriots offensive line. Isaiah Wynn is active. No Trent Brown tonight, so that's going to be tough. A tough assignment for this Patriots to stop,
right?
Guys like Shaq Barrett and Joe Tryon. So, and
I know they were kind of relying on Brown to be in that spot to manage that load. So that's kind of going to be an advantage for the Bucs.
Oh, absolutely. So, with some of those guys out for the Patriots, they're gonna have a tough time getting the ball moving, especially against this defense. You're losing one of your best tackles, one of the better right tackles in the league. Mm-hmm. You're gonna have a tough time running the ball, but I don't think anyone's had a tougher time running the ball than the Bucs this season.
Oh, that subject. Let's get there.
Let's get into it. Who is the guy who's going to be the guy for this team? Is it going to be Tom Brady again? Is Tom Brady leading this team in rushing yards again?
That would be awful.
Say, you should have used me more like this, Belichick. Or is it going to be Lenny? Is it going to be playoff Lenny, Lombardi Lenny?
It can't be
COVID
Tom.
Lenny, whatever Lenny you want to call him. Is it Leonard Fournette?
I'm taking playoff Lenny to show up that much more for this game. If I see Tom Brady run anymore, my heart's going to stop. But as for Leonard Fournette, I mean, realistically, he's gotten more and more play game by game, and we know what he's capable of. We know what he can bring to the team. We know how he can be an asset. The difference between him and Ronald Jones is that when a team begins to tackle Leonard Fournette, he can at least still claw his way to get those extra yards. As for Ronald Jones, the minute that the impact is hit on him, he's kind of being swept off of his feet. So to have, what did he have? Like 5 carries, 11 yards or something like that.
They're not.
His production rate versus what Leonard Fournette is doing out there, you've got to give the ball to Leonard Fournette. As long as he's not dropping it and he's having that ball security, I think your best bet is in the hands of Fournette.
Yeah, the thing about Ronald Jones, and it was quite a storyline last week before the game, is he's just not hitting the hole with authority. Mm-hmm. And then you've got a guy like Leonard Fournette who is auditioning for Dancing with the Stars. He's just doing some dancing behind the line of scrimmage. The problem with Leonard Fournette, though, and getting him going, is that he needs the multiple carries to get him going. And, when they're not working at first and you're not chewing out yardage and you're not getting to where you need to go, you're forced to go to the pass. And it kind of got away from him last week early on that they had to go to the pass. So if Leonard can get going get going quickly, and then you continue to feed him, he typically gets better as games go on. But
Yes.
the biggest thing is for him is going to be holding on to the ball. He's going to have to catch the ball. They're going to ask him to catch the ball. They're going to ask Rojo to catch the ball. These guys seem to be on their A game, receiving out of the backfield.
Yes.
Because if they don't and they have these mental mistakes, there's no one left to put in the game besides Keyshawn Vaughn. And I don't know about you and your feelings on Keyshawn Vaughn, but I'm not quite ready to give him the load yet.
I'm not too confident when it comes to Keyshawn Vaughn. I think he only wrapped up about 5 receptions for 109 yards last season, and only 20% of that was actually effective or impressive. So he still needs some time. I mean, he did well when it came to college, but that making that transition and having that your best abilities translate from college to the NFL, that takes some time for some players. So you made a great point when it comes to Leonard Fournette getting going. Like, we know that he can catch, we know that he can fight for those extra yards when need be, but will he have the time tonight to get into the rhythm, to get into the groove? But hopefully, his team's letting him know, we need you quick, we need you fast, we need you early. And if he can do that, 12 receptions for the season thus far, 77 receiving yards, 92 rushing yards, he has the capability to show up for the Bucs this evening.
Yeah, and the biggest key for them is getting it going against the Patriots' 24th ranked rush defense. You mentioned Alvin Kamara and what he was able to do.
Yes.
And the Bucs kind of duplicate that on the ground. They're going against some guys, and like I mentioned earlier, that the Patriots brought in to kind of reinforce that. A Christian Barmore, who the more he plays, the more his legs will get underneath him, and he'll really be able to get better at recognizing plays and diagnosing plays and getting there before. A Godchild from Miami, a guy like Anderson from the Jets. They have other guys like Wise and guys still on the. Can they get there? They have rangy linebackers,
yes,
like Jawan Bentley and Dante Hightower.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Jawan Bentley is going to be out, but they also have guys like Matthew Judon who can set the edge pretty well. So Can they get it going? Can they get this run game going against the Patriots? That's the question. They haven't been able to get it going against anybody. Week 1 going against the Cowboys, you were playing against a third-round pick who is very undersized and a career journeyman. Can they get it going against a Patriots team who's got some solid bets on there, hasn't had the best of showing?
What you hope for in a situation like this is, although we all hoped for it last week, you hope that this puts a fire underneath Ronald Jones. He's kind of in a situation where he's about to lose his job with the Bucs if he cannot show up and get these yards. I think against the Cowboys, great point. They should have been able to have much more of an established run game, and I think he only had 14 yards and 4 carries, and that is rough for you to be somebody's leading running back. And BA stands by the fact that he is their number 1 running back and doesn't want to hand that torch to somebody else. So they have to get that going nice and early. They have to avoid that third quarter lull that happens, even if they come out and, they're somewhat effective in the first and second quarter. So it's going to have to be Leonard Fournette tonight. I don't really trust Keyshawn Vaughn to be able to take on that load just yet. And Wise Jr., you kind of briefly mentioned him. I think he had a sack last game versus the Saints. So he's productively gotten better game by game. So leading into week 4, all these guys are going to be hyped up to kind of make their mark versus Tom Brady and have a game tonight.
Especially former teammates too. And I think you hit the nail on the head. Even though BA is the guy who keeps preaching Rojo, he literally is the best pure running back on the roster. It's just he gets into his head mentally, and BA has confidence in him to an extent because he knows what he can be. We saw it last year, 22 yards away from 1,000-yard season. If he didn't get COVID, if he didn't get injured, he's probably looking at a 1,200-yard season, somewhere around there. But it's taking him too long to find it. It's taking him too long to kind of get into the groove and get going and really, bring the best out of him.
Right.
But I don't know how he turns it around here.
Well, even aside from him taking so long to get into a groove, it's the consistency. You kind of see a glimmer of light and a glimmer of hope when it comes to Ronald Jones, and then all of a sudden the next 4 plays are like, what happened? Who got in your head? What happened on the sidelines? So it's him finding that tunnel vision to be consistent and to show up for his team. It's just you haven't seen the consistency because contributing to the almost season last year, it was that breakaway that he had versus, I think, the Carolina Panthers. Well, if that didn't happen, then what would that season have looked like? So Ronald Jones has some strides that he really needs to physically take to be that running back that the Bucs deserve. They really put a lot on his back to not take this draft and grab that running back that they really should have probably put more chips on. So
Yeah, and speaking of chips and consistency, Whiskey Wings is always consistent with their food, with their beverage selections. Like I said, 20 beers on tap. Look at that chicken sandwich. I had the wings earlier. They are fantastic. They're amazing. So definitely, if you guys are in the area, get down here to Whiskey Wings. We're here in Temple Terrace. We've got Pewter Report swag to give away. We've got all sorts of different raffles going on. So guys, if you're in the area, if you're not in the area, get in the area and get down to Whiskey Wings for some great wings. Obviously, the place is named Whiskey Wings. Giant buffalo chicken sandwiches, 20 beers on tap, great Angus steak burgers. Man, my mouth is watering just thinking about this. I'm looking forward to getting off air and having some food before we take in this game.
Yeah,
but
I'm starving.
definitely get here. And we're gonna toss it over to our esteemed colleagues, Mr. Scott Reynolds, SR, Pewter Report, and John Ledyard. They're going to take you right now and bring you up to some of these different previous thoughts that they have on this game.
Oh man, Scott, that was a great little pregame show. Whiskey Wings looks fun out there.
It does.
I wish
I'm
I was
hungry.
Sandwich right now. Like I saw that. I was like, man, I could use one of those, I think. But we're here. I'm getting ready for this live in-game stream that Mark Schofield and I will have going tonight during Bucs Patriots. It's going to be all throughout the game. We're going to be live. We're going to be talking, breaking this thing down. Nobody knows Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, Bruce Arians' offense even better than Mark does. And so I'm just thrilled to have his insights on the show as we prep for this thing, and getting into this live in-game stream is going to be a blast tonight. We're going to have some play-by-play mixed in with some X's and O's analysis, schematic breakdowns, talk about the player matchups and things like that. So very excited about it, Scott. One of the things you and I are going to do right now is dive into some of these player matchups, some of the matchups that you detailed actually this week in your Fab Five. And to kick things off, of course, it's Tom Brady against Bill Belichick. What intrigues you here?
Well, I tell you what intrigues me is the chess match between these two. When you look at the listen, it's supposed to be players versus players, but the thing is this is the defensive mastermind for the Patriots. I know they've got defensive coordinators, but the thing with Belichick is this is his defense. He's responsible for it. He's a defensive-minded coach. He knows Tom Brady better than anybody up there in New England. And when I'm talking about knows him, I mean everything from practice habits, what he likes to do, what he doesn't like to see, going against him in training camp and OTAs during the season, in practice situations. And I think that what you're going to see is you're going to see Tom Brady get blitzed. And Bill Belichick knows more than anybody. If you give Tom Brady time to throw, he will carve you up. He will absolutely slice and dice you. I think what they're going to try to do at the beginning of this game, though, is play some cover two and invite the Buccaneers to run, because that's what Tampa Bay struggles with, right? Running the football. They're ranked 31st in the league. They're averaging just, I believe, 3.5 yards per carry. And so I think that is going to be the opening salvo, is that you're going to see some zone and some cover two looks, John. And then I think on third downs, obvious passing downs, you're going to see Bill Belichick blitz Tom Brady, especially up the middle. Remember, the Giants did that and erect 2 Super Bowls for both Brady and Belichick. So I think you're going to see a lot of A and B gap blitzes, a lot of pressure on Ryan Jensen, Ali Marpet, Alex Kapp, and of course the running backs back there, whether it's Leonard Fournette, more than likely, most of this game, maybe some Ronald Jones in there as well.
Oh, Barry, glad to have you from Australia. Good day as well. Chris, on the first time on the Pewter Report pregame show. Appreciate it,
guys.
We'll be
Thank
with
you
you all the way up until kickoff and then through the game as well. So stick with us here. We'll have all kinds of coverage throughout this one. It's going to be a great time on the Pewter Report game day show, as well as the live in-game stream gets going. But Scott, this is kind of all what this one comes down to, I think, in a lot of ways, at least when the Bucs have the ball. What's Belichick's approach going to be? Is he going to come after Tom Brady in this game, or is he going to drop into play coverage, drop 7, even rush 3 at times, drop 8, try to condense everything, make Brady throw the football down the field and into some tighter windows, maybe if he's playing 2 high safeties, dare the Bucs to run? Personally, that's how I see him attacking this one. But if I think he knows Brady well enough to know that if you come after Brady, one of the highest, now that he knows what he's doing this year, one of the highest graded quarterbacks and statistical quarterbacks this year against pressure or when under pressure or against the blitz this year. So I think Belichick knows it. Not that there will never be a blitz in the game, but I think he's going to try to play coverage in this one.
And I think that what he's going to try to do as well is really be unpredictable. I think you're going to see a lot of different looks. I don't think you're going to see a static defense, John. It's not like they're going to go cover 2 the entire game. I think that you're going to see a Rolodex of defenses thrown at Tom Brady, probably some unorthodox calls on certain downs and distances where I think he's going to try to get Brady to anticipate what's going to happen, and then Bill Belichick do something different in those predictable situations. And that leads me to my second matchup, John. Running back Leonard Fournette versus middle linebacker Dante Hightower. Not only will Hightower have to try to get to the sidelines and cover Leonard Fournette in space, at age 31, that's not really Hightower's forte anymore. But one thing he can still do is blitz up the middle. That's where Fournette is going to have to really be stout in recognizing those blitzes, whether they're A gap, B gap, whatever, and then having the fortitude to man up in the hole and keep Brady clean. I think that we saw an instance where Deion Jones came free 2 weeks ago. Ronald Jones missed that block. Deion Jones for the Falcons got an easy sack. That's the kind of thing that can't happen tonight because you got to stay on schedule against this Patriots defense. It's not the star-studded unit it has been in the past, John, but there's enough players on there that are formidable. One of those guys is Matthew Judon. You look at Donovan Smith and Matthew Judon. Judon was brought in to do one thing, apply pressure to the quarterback. He's got 3.5 sacks right now to lead the team. Josh Uche is another guy that is going to present some problems because he's very quick and agile. Matthew Judon's more like the grizzled old veteran. Donovan Smith so far, though, has really been rock solid. He's given up 1 sack, but I think that Smith is really off to one of his best starts in Tampa Bay. That's got to continue tonight, John.
Yeah, for sure. And the one I really wanted to touch on here in terms of the Bucs offense was this Chris Godwin, JC Jackson matchup, because how the Patriots choose to defend Chris Godwin, everybody knows Belichick will try to take away your highest volume thing, basically, that you also, do well. And I think for the Bucs, that's difficult to pinpoint, but I would say that it might start a little bit with Chris Godwin, his play in the slot, how the Patriots choose to defend him. The Patriots will be the most man-heavy team that the Bucs have faced so far this season. The Cowboys did play some man. Most of the last 2 games have been very zone-heavy approaches from opposing defenses. Nothing's really worked, but the Patriots probably have the ability to play man at a higher level. I think you could still see plenty of zone in this game. Belichick will absolutely mix it up more than probably any other coordinator that Bruce Arians, Byron Leftwich,
and John,
Tom Brady has seen.
We could see a lot of cover 2 man under, right? We could see those 2 safeties deep and inviting the Buccaneers to run the ball because they're not going to be stuffing the box. They're going to prove to Tampa Bay, well, let's see you try to run it because we're not going to necessarily give you some looks that are going to make you want to check out of it. We're going to invite you to run it to see if you actually can do it. So I agree with you, John. We're going to see a lot of man, but we're still going to see those 2 safeties deep.
But will we see J.C. Jackson in the slot? He hasn't played a ton in the slot. Will the Bucs keep Chris Godwin in the slot? Will they anticipate trying to move him around? J.C. Jackson has popped into the slot at times, but they also have faced 3 of the weaker receiving cores probably in the league so far this season in terms of New England. So just how they defend in general in this game, I feel like we know what Belichick's done obviously historically with playing a lot more man coverage, but also mixing and matching at times. But I definitely wonder what the approach is going to be in this game and what that means maybe for a guy like Chris Godwin, if he ends up seeing JC Jackson or if JC Jackson follows Mike Evans, that just wherever Jackson goes with Gilmore out, clearly the Patriots' best corner, Jawan Williams also out, by the way, for this game. Yeah. So they'll be asking a lot so far in this game, it looks like, from JC Jackson.
And originally we had on here Shaq Barrett versus Trent Brown switching to the Bucs defense versus the Patriots offense. That's not going to happen tonight because Trent Brown is inactive. They tried to have him go. He's only played 7 snaps this year. Johnson's coming back to New England. That happened in week 1. He injured a calf muscle in that game and missed the next 2 games. They were hopeful that he'd be able to go. That's not going to be the case. So I think what you're going to see is the player they've relied on is Justin Herron over there. Yadnik.
That's been a struggle, Scott.
That's been a struggle.
Let's
exactly.
just say this: if Shaq Barrett doesn't get going in this game, then we might be looking at a trouble spot for Shaq Barrett. I mean, obviously they'll help Justin Herron a lot, so that we'll need to look at that context, but. this is a matchup heavily slanted in favor of Shaq Barrett tonight.
It certainly is now. My concern against Trent Brown, 6'8", 360 pounds, right? That's a massive guy that can just engulf a smaller player like the 6'2", 250-pound Shaq Barrett. We saw that last week, John, the 6'8", 330-pound Rob Havenstein for the Rams just didn't allow Barrett to really get off and get anywhere near the quarterback. So I think this is a much different matchup that really tips the favor in terms of Barrett in this game. On the other side, without Jason Pierre-Paul, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka going to get his second start. He is going to go against Isaiah Wynn, who is active for the game. Wynn was limited in practice with a knee injury. So a not so 100% Wynn, who's not the biggest guy at 6'2", 310 pounds. He's really built like a guard, John. Now you're looking at a player like Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, 6'5", 260 pounds, long arms. If Wynn can't move, if he's limited in his lateral movement, you could see Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, I'm not going to say have a big night, but maybe get his first sack and maybe have a better showing than he did last week against the Rams.
Yeah, it drops off for the Patriots after those first two tackles. And traditionally, they have had a really good third tackle. It's kind of been a staple of their team, and they don't really have that yet this year. Neither Justin Herron or Yasir Durant have really proven themselves in that way. Both have struggled a lot when they've been asked to play. So we'll see how Wynn holds up. We'll obviously have to watch and keep an eye on Herron, who's been really, really rough for them. But let's keep moving on this one too, Scott, because I want to look at some of these other matchups that you have for this game as we look at this matchup tonight. Let's talk about Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. You mentioned against Isaiah Wynn. I think it's a big opportunity for Tryon-Shoyinka. Wynn has been solid, but injuries have really given him some issues, so we'll see if he can hold up. Vita Vea against David Andrews, that's part of it. Also, Michael Onwenu, the left guard. Vita Vea mostly plays right defensive tackle or in the right A gap there on the Bucs front. Michael Onwenu, probably one of the best guards, only a second-year player, probably already one of the best guards in the league, and one of the biggest. He's like a 350-pound guard, Scott. Andrews is a smaller center. How do the Bucs use Vea? How do those matchups play out? I think that's a heavyweight battle tonight between Vea and Onwenu, because we've seen Vea with a huge size advantage in almost every matchup this season, and most of the year he'll have that. This is one where he doesn't have that. So how he plays when he can't just power guys, that's going to be fascinating to watch.
Well, I think what's going to happen is if I'm Todd Bowles, I'm walking Devin White up to the A gap. Right. And I'm putting White there right over Onwenu. And I'm trying to create a one-on-one matchup where you have Vita Vea lined up right over the nose of the center, David Andrews. He's only 6'3", 300 pounds. He's not an overwhelming guy by any means. But we've seen what Vea can do one-on-one with centers. We saw that in week one with the Dallas center, driving him right back into the lap of Dak Prescott. I think that's something Bowles is going to try to do in pass rush situations, maybe not so much in the run game, but on obvious passing downs, really trying to create a one-on-one matchup where Vea has a clear, decided size advantage over the 6'3", 300-pound center in David Andrews. And then too, I think the last one, Ross Cockrell and Jacoby Myers. I think that listen, cornerbacks are dropping fast. The good news is Carlton Davis is going to play. We know that Richard Sherman is likely going to start this game opposite him, and I think both of those guys are in a bit of a trial by fire. But the one guy who's been healthy and somewhat consistent is Ross Cockrell in the slot. Jacoby Myers, listen, Kendrick Bourne, there's not a lot of receivers in New England that are going to scare the Bucs secondary, but it is banged up right now, and you don't want Jacoby Myers, who's probably been the most consistent weapon for Mac Jones, to get off. So I think that's something the Bears watching. Cockrell is really going to have to step up in the slot, and he can't afford to get hurt, John. There's just not many guys that they have left. So I'm putting my money on Ross Cockrell tonight playing in the start. And, John, if I'm going to do any type of money in investments, there's only one place to turn, and that's A-Muni Financial.
At A-Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you? Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it. All right. Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. A-Muni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to a Muni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With 40 years of experience, let Muni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Muni Financial at 1-800-868-6864 or visit amuni.com. So, John, we're going to be back. Well, you're going to be back doing the Pewter Game Day in just looks like 40 minutes from now.
Yes,
so we're excited.
Game stream. Yep.
Yes, we're excited to have you and Mark Schofield on, where you're going to be really giving your reactions, your analysis to everything that's happening, and that's coming up at 8:00. And until then, we're going to have Casey and JC finish out our Pewter pregame show.
Yeah, Pewter Game Day. I'm very excited for that. I feel like I learned so much from listening to John and whoever's on there, whether it's Paul or Mark or any special guests they had.
Yes.
Even when Scott's on there breaking down at halftime. I mean, these guys are breaking down everything for you that some of the times the announcers can't do. Coverages, looks, certain things that they should have done on certain plays. And, I definitely highly encourage everybody. When I watch the game, I've got my laptop out ready to write my story. I've got my iPad with these guys on it, and I'm watching the game on mute because the information that they bring is so good. And, speaking of good and not so good, Mac Jones throwing the ball. When these Patriots throw the ball deep, it has not been a pretty picture. Mac Jones so far, 4 of 16 with 20-plus air yard throws down the field.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they've got an ace up their sleeve this week because a certain player on their team for the Patriots doesn't have to contend with a certain player for the Bucs, and that's Jamel Dean and Nelson Aguilar. Last year, Nelson Aguilar absolutely torched this Bucs defense with the Raiders to the tune of 5 receptions, 107 yards, 21.4 average catch rate and a touchdown. So I really think that Mac Jones, even though he's been unsuccessful so far, if he can get some passes down to Nelson Aguilar deep and really make this team account for him, they could have some success uncharacteristically of what he's had so far this season.
I'm going to go with a yes and a no on that one, just because, of course,
back.
once again, I don't want to butcher anyone's name, but Aguilar, you got to think about him with the Raiders and who he had in the pocket throwing to him at the Raiders. I think Mac Jones still has to work on his arm strength, which obviously speaks to the fact that he's not getting the ball down the field very successfully. So I don't know what that connection really looks like, what that chemistry really looks like, but I have a bit more confidence in the Bucs secondary, even with the injuries and with the mental errors that they've had to overcome, that they can actually really kind of shake up and lock down Aguilar this evening.
Yeah, the thing that worries me about that the most is the speed, right? Jamel Dean is your speed guy. Sean Murphy-Bunting has an aspect of speed to his game. Richard Sherman is not the fastest player anymore in the league. And Carlton Davis, he's dealing with an injury to himself. So I think if Richard Sherman is going to draw the Nelson Aguilar, there's going to be design plays where they try to get him deep, and you're going to have to look for safety help over the top, whether that's Mike Edwards, whether it's going to be Antoine Winfield, most likely not Jordan Whitehead. Right. I think when Aguilar goes on deep routes, the Bucs are going to have to recognize that quickly and give help, because if it's Richard Sherman matched up one-on-one against Aguilar, or even Carlton Davis, who's hobbled with a quad and hamstring injury, that's not going to be a pretty picture. But you're right. It does take Mac Jones getting the ball down the field to him, and that's something that he has very little success so far this season.
Right. And I mean, you kind of brought some quality attention to something. Aguilar obviously does have that speed, but Antoine Winfield Jr., he has that intellect in the backfield. He has that ability to make those swift decisions and be in on the plays that matter. So I actually kind of see him being that lockdown on Aguilar this evening, because Richard Sherman, we got to let him get his feet underneath him for a second. This is his first game back in a while, even though he decided to play in pads all week long so that he can really get acclimated and accustomed to the feeling again. It's going to be Winfield Jr. and Edwards. To have the game that he had versus the Falcons, to be pretty silent last week versus the Rams, it's just like, the possibility of him being a shutdown guy is there. Now, will he just rise to the occasion this evening?
Yeah, and I think having a guy like Sherman play, who really hasn't got, his football legs underneath him or really dived in the playbook. I think you'll see the Bucs play a lot more zone tonight.
Right.
Maybe too high, different looks with the safeties as well. But I don't think you're going to ask him to man cover anybody at this point in time with his conditioning not there. Let him play zone. I think that's what they're going to do. But the question there is, if you're playing zone, Jones, who has been bad throwing the ball, not bad, but work in progress throwing the ball down the field. Now he's got the underneath to work with. And that kind of scares me a little bit. Do you think that Jones will be able to pick them apart underneath if they do play a lot of zone?
I think if they play a lot of zone, I think that Jones will have a little bit more of an advantage there. But as you kind of mentioned, them playing zone versus playing man, I think it would be in their best benefit because they're so much stronger and versatile on both ends, on their interior as well as their secondary, even though they're working through injuries and the mental errors. I would assume that, Bill Belichick kind of mentioned in an interview earlier in the week that he knows that Todd Bowles likes to shift things up between four-man rush and pressure. So with that said, and knowing that Belichick is going to be planning accordingly to that, you're going to have to throw some surprises out there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it seems like Belichick's not even counting when they rush five men as them blitzing, which, we know this team has blitzed the most out of any team in the league so far. But that also makes me nervous, too, because well, as I mentioned, James White being out, is one less guy Devin White and Levante have to account for out of the backfield. They also have two really good tight ends in Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith. And those guys right now, if I'm a Bucs fan, those are the guys so I'm more worried about. Nelson Aguilar, I think, he might be able to beat you deep. But if you're asking Devin White to cover Jonnu Smith, and I think that's a matchup that the Bucs are gonna, and the Patriots are gonna try to get off early and often is Jonnu Smith versus Devin White, and that's something that makes me nervous. Yeah. Not gonna lie, because obviously Devin White, we've chronicled his struggles so far earlier this season in coverage. He's nowhere near where he was last year in the playoffs and what it looked like before. So even Hunter Henry to an extent as well. You get those guys matched up on Devin White. And I think that's where Jones can have some success picking them apart underneath.
Yeah, Hunter Henry is a tough one for me because he is predominantly that receiving tight end where I don't see much strength coming out of him. If Devin White can just kind of show up and be the guy that he was last season, I think he can have a game against a guy like Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry has a lot to offer, but he's very inconsistent at that tight end position with how skilled he is, at least in my opinion. So if Devin White and Levante David can be present tonight and be leaders on this team, they can minimize that opportunity. Now, when it comes to the run game, as you said, James White is out.
Yes.
And that's usually their go-to guy. Then people start looking around and like, okay, what now? J.J. Taylor, Brandon Bolden. Well, versus the Saints, these guys were very unproductive. Yes. Their leading rusher versus the Saints was Mac Jones.
Exactly. And you're dealing with something that the Patriots are dealing with too last week with their quarterback being leading the rusher. But I think they kind of get it going. I think Damian Harris, they're going to try to run the ball. Obviously, you don't want to be one-dimensional. The problem is that this Bucs defense is so good at stopping the run. They might try to get J.J. Taylor, who's small, shifty, and quick.
Right.
Try to hide him behind some of those big linemen and get him going a little bit. But I think the reason why this Bucs team has allowed the most passing yards and have the most passing attempts and completions on them, and also the most yak yards allowed, 601 yak yards, 32nd in the league, is because you can't run on them.
Right.
You can't run on them, so you have to pass them on them. So, I mean, that's an area too. Even without James White today, utilize those backs out of the backfield as an extension of the run game, much like the Bucs did last week with those screens and using Gio. Are they going to try to copy that tactic? The problem there is now you got the Bucs pressure, and
yes.
Trent Brown is not back from injury. We thought he would be back, limited in practice all week. He's not coming back. So They are without their probably one of their best, if not best, linemen, right? One of the best right tackles in the game when healthy with Trent Brown. So, I mean, Shaq Barrett and this Bucs, can they generate the pressure? That's the question. They've generated pressure the last 3 weeks. They haven't been able to get home. Can they generate the pressure and can they get home? And I think having Trent Brown out definitely
gives
plays
him an
into their
advantage.
favor.
Absolutely. And I think, as you mentioned earlier about press conferences, Shaq Barrett knows that he needs to get some sacks tonight. He has 1 sack, 1 interception for the season so far. I think 11 combined tackles. So he has so much more to give and so much further that he needs to show up for this team. But it comes back to this whole conversation about Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Like, everyone was waiting for this guy to have his first sack last week versus the Rams. But realistically, we know that the Rams are good on both sides of the ball, and they presented one of the larger challenges to the Bucs this season. So is this the game that Joe Tryon gets in there? Is this the game that he gets his first sack? And is he going to be one of the top guys to apply pressure to this Patriots offense?
It's like a broken record with me because, every week I'm like, this is the week Joe Tryon gets it. This is the week, Vita Vea took him out last week, from getting his first career sack. Is this the week that Joe Tryon finally gets home, gets his first career sack, and is really making a mark on this Bucs defense?
Mm-hmm.
And that record keeps skipping because I'm saying yes again.
Right.
I think this is the game that he really comes out and solidifies himself. And if he can play and really show out the way we think that he can and where we saw in training camp in the preseason,
yes,
it might be tough for JPP to get his job back because, as John will tell you, and he does extensive research on edge rushers, he might be the number 1 edge rusher on this team one-on-one. Obviously, there's some, mental aspects of the game with JPP and Shaq Barrett having both of those, having played for a while. But as naturally and athletic and gifted,
yes,
man, Tryon is a scary.
His size alone.
He looks like an action figure. I saw him in training camp. I'm like, is this guy real? He's built everywhere, muscles. He's just tall, strong, and explosive is a word, I think, too. And I think we see some of that explosiveness against this edge rush. These tackles, the backup tackle. You look at last week, if they go with Justin Herron,
right,
you got bullied by a 5'11" cornerback, and knocked on the ground. So if it's
Tryon-Shoyinka, today is the opportunity for Joe Tryon to be that guy and for us to no longer be broken records in this situation. And, also on the pressure conversation, besides Shaq Barrett, Joe Tryon, Malcolm too. He had a heck of a game, which was it versus the Falcons as well as the previous week. I think because of, if you saw him on Twitter, he was basically saying that he was coming for everyone on the Rams last week. And as much as they tried and they were applying pressure, but they couldn't make that finish, I think that a guy like Ndamukong Suh is going to really be involved in tonight's pressure. I also probably see a sack coming out of Suh.
I would hope to see that. But there's also another guy who's been consistently getting pressure, and Bruce mentioned that, but not getting home, and that's Vita Vea. And he's going against Michael Onwenu. 7th-round pick last year for the Patriots, came in and played amazing all over the line for them. He's going to have a big matchup against him with David Andrews probably helping out. But Vita Vea versus Michael Onwenu, it's going to be a one for the ages because these are two really good players.
Guys.
Yeah. These
a
are
nice way to call them old, basically.
These are really two good players who are going to go head to head, and we'll see if Vita Vea for the 3rd week in a row can bring one of his guys on a trip to the quarterback. He needs to get home. He needs to wrap up. He needs to finish the plays, and that's what we haven't seen out of Vita. We've got all these highlight plays of him, manhandling guys, but we haven't seen him get home yet and finish it.
Right.
And that's what we're going to need out of a guy like Vita Vea is to get home.
Right. And I think I don't recall if it was John specifically or Scott specifically, but one of them made a really good observation that Vita Vea is strong, but he keeps kind of relying on the fact that he's strong. He needs to switch up his maneuvers. He needs to try something different and really get on the inside there. You can't be that talented and not be able to finish. You've got to be able to get all the way through. And I briefly saw it in the comments, but also another good point is Nacho. We know that Nacho can be a force to be reckoned with on that D-line. Will tonight be a night that we hear his name more and see his presence more? He has the opportunity. He has a chance to really be there. Is it a Suh and Nacho night? Like, who do you think is going to show up more on that D-line?
I think Suh, he's going to be hungry to get after the quarterback, and he's hungry all the time. He faces, a guy in Justin Herron, if he's playing right tackle. I think he should be able to have his way with him a little bit. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they switch up matchups and who they put on who, because, do you move Shaq Barrett on either side and give him that opportunity to feast on a young guy like Justin Herron, or Yazir Durant if he's the guy going. So we'll see who they start there, but I think whoever's on that side is definitely has to show out
and
really show up, because 3 sacks. So you blitz the most in the league, and you have 3 sacks to show for it. They've got to change something like that.
Right.
And one thing too with pressure is we talked about Mac Jones getting the ball out quick.
All right.
Jacoby Myers is this guy in the slot. Jacoby Myers is that guy who's going to be that security blanket for him. But the guy he's gonna go up against, we don't know. Is it going to be Ross Cockrell? Is it going to be a guy like Mike Edwards? Which one of these Bucs corners or safeties rather? Either. Well, they both play both. So
yeah. Everyone's got to play everything right now.
Who's going to draw that matchup, and how are they going to do stopping Jacoby Myers?
Unfortunately, I think that they probably give Cockrell the opportunity. I think they're going to want him to kind of build off of some of the momentum he started generating versus the Rams. Now, I know a lot of people were disappointed to see the matchups that took place between the Bucs secondary and the Rams offense, but once he started getting his feet underneath him, I think Bruce Arians is the kind of guy to give these players a chance to step up and to, I don't know, make a paycheck for themselves down the line. So I can honestly see Cockrell being in there, maybe even to start things off or come in after the fact, depending on who they want to throw in the fire first versus Myers.
There's a crazy stat about Jacoby Myers. For the amount of time he's played with the Patriots, you know how many touchdowns he has receiving?
Zero
touchdowns receiving. But he does have touchdowns, 2 of them passing.
Okay.
So this year he's got 19 catches for 176 yards. So he's catching some volume. He's just not obviously getting in the end zone. It's been something that's plagued him for his entire career. So we'll have to see if he can have that type of success and that type of consistency with Mac Jones to be that outlet out of the slot when the question marks are all there on the Bucs side.
And something to just think about too, though, is when it comes to the Patriots wide receivers versus the Bucs, the Patriots, and I've said it a couple of times, guys, relax, but they played the Jets. They played the Saints. I think the Saints were probably the hardest team so far that they've faced. They're only getting up, 2 touchdowns? So they're not really getting those completions. They're not really getting into the end zone as well. If this defense can step up, 15 to 20% and minimize the mental errors and not have a bunch of penalties as if we're playing Little League, then, I think that we can actually see the Bucs contain the Patriots a lot more and have really good matchups, but stellar performances for the secondary. I think this is probably one of the best games for Richard Sherman to make his debut and get his feet underneath him. He plays that mental game as well. Yes, he's an amazing cornerback and he does very well with his statistics and his ability to, disrupt passing lanes and intercept the ball, but it's that mental game of what he says back there. I think he can get in the head of a Mac Jones when it comes to these matchups versus Myers and say his name again, Nelson
Aguilar.
Yes, Aguilar. I think that the mental game is something that Richard Sherman can bring quick, fast, and early to a game like this.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking about a game like this, if you're not here at Whiskey Wings watching a game like this at this beautiful giant bar, they've got basketball, they've got darts, they've got amazing food, which is the number one reason why you should come here.
And a jukebox.
Yes, a jukebox. 20 beers on tap. Angus steak burgers, giant buffalo chicken. That's not a small bun, guys. That's a normal size bun with just a tremendous size of your face chicken sandwich. Definitely get down here, and of course, Whiskey Wings. The wings is in the name of the restaurant. Definitely get down here for some wings. Bone in. If you're eating boneless, I'm judging you because those are just chicken fingers. So we'll definitely get down here. Definitely get down here to Whiskey Wings. We've got Pewter Report swag we're giving away for free. We're giving away all sorts of different fun goodies from Beta everywhere that's affiliated with Pewter Report. We've got all sorts of different things that we're giving away, swag. And we also have some people who came down from North Carolina just to tune in here. So there's people are coming from all over. Get down here to Whiskey Wings for sure. But quick update around the league, though.
Oh yes, please.
We have some scores to talk about. We have with the Steelers and Packers. NFC South. We'll start with NFC South. My bad, guys. Washington comes back to win at Atlanta 34-30. Falcons are now 1-3. Obviously, they lost against the Bucs so far. Carolina, the unbeaten Carolina that everyone was worried about. If they go undefeated with a light schedule, they fall to Dallas. 3-1.
Dallas has progressively gotten better than people were expecting. I know I underestimated Dallas, that's for sure. The New York Giants. Can we get to that one, please?
Yes, because this is one that all Bucs fans are going to love. New York Giants beat the New Orleans Saints in overtime. Both New York teams got their first win. So you're looking at really when it comes to it, this NFC South.
Yes.
If the Bucs can continue to improve and win these games, they should be in a prime position.
Absolutely.
You've got the Saints 2-2, the Panthers 3-1, but we know it's a level of competition they've played, and also the Falcons 1-3. That was expected. So
Right.
the Bucs really, they need to win this game to really be in the driver's seat with a 3-1 record, going up against the Miami Dolphins next week, which have definitely struggled, and they lost again today.
Yes, definitely. And they're dealing with their own set of injuries as well. So for them to have to go to Raymond James Stadium, game by game, I think the Bucs have one of the best schedules to have the room to improve, have the room to correct their mistakes. But if you think about it, they're not large mistakes that need to be corrected. So with the injuries being so early in the season, with how their schedule pans out, they have one of the best opportunities to just get progressively better and make those wins count when they need to, almost like they did last season.
Yeah, and they have, they placed the Falcons once, but they still have 5 other matchups in the division as well. Though that will be important games too.
Yeah.
But hey, if these teams keep losing, that just is better news for the Buccaneers. As when they play them, they win those head-to-head matchups, and there's no way that they lose the division at that point.
Right. Someone also asked in the comments, is it raining? It is not raining over here. So if you want to come down to Whiskey Wings, hop in the car, make it down here before there is any rain. I know that we're probably going to have a huge tray of buffalo wings after this because we don't eat before these things.
Absolutely. So we talked about when the Patriots throw the ball. Let's talk about when they run the ball. And I mean, it's a short conversation because
basically
this Bucs team has been dominant year in and year out, stopping the run. So we can talk about some of the guys that are there, some of the guys that aren't there. Obviously, James White out indefinitely with a hip injury.
Yes.
Ramondre Stevenson also inactive this game. Sony Michel traded to LA prior, where they fleeced LA on that trade, but prior to the season starting. So they're really just down to Damian Harris. They're down to a guy like JJ Taylor, and also Brandon Bolden.
Yeah.
And that's their running back group right here. So Damian Harris, I know, third-round pick out of Alabama 2 years ago. I know they're really high on this guy. They like to feed the rock. He's a big physical runner. But what are your thoughts on what they can do? I mean, with having so many of your running backs either injured or out, and you're relying on guys who don't really fit the passing game as much, how do they get it going?
Well, and for me, like you mentioned, Damian Harris is probably their most physical running back at the moment. JJ Taylor's a bit on the smaller side. Brandon Bolden is still on the smaller side. But when you look at kind of the schemes that the Patriots run, they want those smaller guys to kind of pitch out the ball to. So that's where I'd be most concerned. Not that the JJ Taylor or Brandon Bolden will be getting a lot of carries, that they'd probably get a lot more sneaky receptions. You also mentioned earlier that, Devin White as well as Levante David, if they can kind of lock in and do what they used to do, then there's not going to be a run game here for the Patriots. I don't see it. I just kind of see them spreading them out.
No, I mean, you got guys who can go sideline to sideline. You've got a great defensive front that's going to stop you from going up the middle. But this Patriots team is going to try to run the ball.
Yes.
And, they are not going to just abandon the run. So that's something that you're going to have to prepare yourself for. They're going to try to keep the team honest and be able to open up things down the field for them, as we mentioned with Nelson Aguilar. So even with the injuries that they're facing, like I said, no James White, no Ramondre Stevenson, I expect Damian Harris to get fed a lot, and it's going to be up to that guy on the screen right there to really make sure that if he gets to the second level, if he gets through that defensive line, which is no easy task, that he gets to him quickly. The problem that we've been facing is Devin White, 6 missed tackles for the first 3 games. He's got to wrap up. And as we mentioned, Damian Harris, a physical runner, he's going to have to make sure he wraps up at all times.
Yeah, it's going to be Harris that gives them the biggest headache, but I think that they get that figured out sooner rather than later and kind of block down that run game entirely. I'm sure that Devin White knows that the team has been looking to him to kind of, step up a lot more and be more present. So I can't imagine he's going to go into tonight's game and play nearly as underwhelming as he did versus the Rams. Let's put it that way kindly. So if he's going to show up tonight, and if he shows up, I don't see a run game really coming out of the Patriots.
Yeah, he's got to bounce back, not just in the running game, but in the coverage game as well. So those are two things. And Devin White is jarring. He's the main focus for me tonight on that defense. You know, obviously there's a lot to be said about the secondary, but can Devin White turn it around? Can he bounce back? Can he be successful in stopping the run when it gets to the next level? Can he hold down guys like Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry when they go, to tight ends and they try to target them there? You know, he's going to have to, and as G Vegas says, he's going to have to bring that energy because, again, for the second week in a row, you're without JPP. You're your guy who gets everybody going. So he's going to have to be the guy that gets everybody's energy up. We heard what Shaq Barrett said. Again, I'll repeat it. You know, our energy was down. Larry Foote had to tell us and got to get our energy back up. And Devin White is known as that energy leader, while Levante David's known as that, do what I do, follow me type of leader. So it's going to be a lot on Devin White to bounce back and really be a key figurehead of stopping this 24th ranked rushing attack by the Patriots. But
I think their biggest concern would be to make sure that Mac Jones doesn't run with the ball. So it's not only creating the pressure, but it's shutting down Mac Jones the minute that he tries to escape and get out of that pocket. Because if he's your leading rusher, then you know that they're going to count on him to get those extra yards that they need to make it down the field. But with the Bucs not ranking so high and minimizing the passing game, I think that the Patriots are going to try to attack them down the sidelines and spread the ball as much as possible, regardless of how strong Mac's arm is or is not.
Yeah, because, if Mac Jones is Mac Jones is Tom Brady, pretty much when it comes to the run game. Neither of these guys are dual threat quarterbacks really. So if you're letting him beat you, there's definitely some mental errors going on, and BA is going to talk about it at halftime. But I kind of want to just get your final thoughts on this game. What are you thinking? What are your predictions? Does Tom Brady go off? Can they find success down the field deep against his Patriots defense? Do they take away a guy like Chris Godwin? What are your thoughts overall on this game? We talked about everything else, but there's a lot of emotion into it. Tom Brady is going to become the leading passing yard in NFL history. We heard they're going to do a pause. It's not going to be a long one. There's going to be a tribute before a game, so the emotions are going to be high, and we can see Tom Brady on the field right now warming up.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts overall in this game?
Overall, and I'm glad you mentioned the emotional triggers involved in all of this. We've seen, I think Tom Brady was asked, how does he manage his emotions? And even though he didn't give the most winded answer to it, regardless, we've seen that this is a guy who knows how to keep his emotions in check, but you see his emotions come out in his way of processing and his way of playing. So between the homecoming of Tom Brady, between what this can mean for Belichick, between what this can mean for Antonio Brown, as I've mentioned multiple times, I think that the biggest thing that is hurt the Bucs and minimize their ability to perform is more so the mental errors, the mistakes, and the penalties. Yeah. It's not that the talent's not there. The talent is there. The depth is there. The next man up mentality needs to be sharper and needs to be bigger. So I definitely still see the Bucs winning this one this evening.
You're still sticking with your score prediction?
I'm not going to stick with my score prediction. That one I'm going to switch up a little bit. So I had, I believe, 31-17 Bucs winning. I'm probably going to bring that down. I see about 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals, and I see the Bucs winning it 27-17. I think that they're going to take a minute to find their rhythm when it comes to the wide receivers, even though Chris Godwin will be removed from the situation potentially. But again, we're still talking about a very versatile wide receiver who can do a lot. He was very present versus the Rams and very helpful. It was just kind of too late. There wasn't enough clock left for him to do more. So I think that they're able to spread the ball. I think that we see a lot out of Mike Evans. I think we see a lot out of Antonio Brown. I think playoff Lenny maybe makes an appearance tonight. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Tom Brady showing that he's not just, well coached. He's actually extremely talented, and he's patient, and he knows, when to prevail at the right time. So 27-17 Bucs take it in Foxborough tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very difficult game for this Bucs, because of all the injuries starting to pile up. You got Gronkowski on the offense. You got no Giovanni Bernard, your 2 best blockers other than your linemen, to really help limit that pressure that the Bucs are going to send. You're missing guys on the defensive side like Jamel Dean, JPP. Carlton Davis is not 100% either. But that's not to say the Patriots aren't with their injuries as well. Missing
Right.
your starting right tackle is no thing to blink at all, because it's a huge deal. He's one of the better right tackles in the game, as I said. And it comes down to exactly what you said: penalties, mental mistakes. Byron Leftwich preached that they've been working on communication. You heard Tom Brady after his press conference, super hoarse, could barely talk because he was yelling over the crowd noise. And even, Matt Matera could tell you that crowd noise was so loud during practice. So, they've been practicing going against it. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I had the Bucs winning this game 27-24, but I think with the injuries and
Everybody
with Bill
in the
Belichick,
comments called JC the
I
epic
think with
traitor.
Belichick being able to have the time to pregame for it, I'm going to go same score, 27-24, but I think the Patriots pull this off. So with that being said, guys, Pewter Game Day starts in 10 minutes. We have Pewter Game Day with John Ledyard and Mark Schofield. They're going to be breaking down this game inside and out. I'm looking forward to it. Mark covers the Patriots. John, obviously, is your go-to guy for the Bucs here at Pewter Report. So make sure you're staying tuned. Don't go anywhere, because we're not changing the broadcast. We're not changing the dial. It's going to happen. Everyone who came out to Whiskey Wings, I want to thank you. If you didn't come out to Whiskey Wings, we'll be back here a few more times this season. Get out here for great giveaways, swag, PR swag, just to take in the ambience. Giant sandwiches, wings, 20 beers on tap, and, of course, me and Casey. I mean, you guys want to come out here and meet us as
Hang
well.
out with us.
So we appreciate everyone for tuning in to Pewter Pregame. Very excited to bring it to you. It's going to be – the comments keep rolling in
Yes.
on me right now.
I think this will be the best live in-game coverage that people can ask for. Bucs versus Patriots, between John and the guys going on between the statistics and the in-game reactions. I'm here for the reactions.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the in-game reactions versus the Rams were just completely epic to watch. So make sure you definitely tune in for that.
Yeah. I'm JC Allen.
Casey Hudson, the
We're
Casey and JC show.
Casey and JC, baby, at Whiskies. So we're out of here. We're going to bring in John. We're going to bring in Matt. We're going to get some Bucs best bets. We know Matt's got the prop bets. He was 2 for 3 last week. Can he do it again this week? Let's see what he's got going. Want to thank you always. See the $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much for that. And with that, out.
Out, guys.
Great stuff from Casey and JC out at Whiskey Wings in Temple Terrace. Man, it looks and it sounds like a great place to be watching the game, Matt. I'm a little bit jealous they're out there with all that great food, but I am very excited to be here talking with you. In lieu of this one, as I guess we're still about 25 minutes away from getting this thing started. And who knows with the pregame festivities, if that kickoff maybe is a little bit later than normal. But man, I'm pretty excited about this one. I think that there's a lot of potential for some fun tonight. Here's my question to you, though, Matt Matera. Is there potential for the over in this one?
I was very high on the over this whole week just because it was the lowest total that the Bucs have been given for the over-under throughout the season so far. Looking at the rain, I'm not as happy as I once was about it. I actually stayed away from the over in this one just because the Patriots defense can be so stingy. And as much as I think that the Bucs will produce, I mean, we see them scoring 35, 45 points a game. I don't necessarily know if that's going to happen. I still think they're going to defeat the Patriots overall. But to reach that 50 number, you got to get it from both sides. And I'm just not totally confident in which Bucs defense we're going to get. Is this the week that they turn the corner, they take advantage of a rookie quarterback like Mac Jones? Or do they stay the way they were, which is letting up a lot of plays downfield, all the way down? Average back like Jones look like a Pro Bowler because we've seen that happen so far. I'm staying away from the over-under in this one. Still think it has potential. I don't love the rain, though.
Okay, so you're not touching it is what you're saying.
No, not with this one. Not with so much on the line and the rain playing a huge factor. I would steer clear of this one.
Gotcha. All right. So plenty more to get to in this one, though. I mean, I kind of agree with you. If anything, I'm going under in this one, I think. And let's talk about the point spread for this one. We've talked to my bookie just in general has lots of great prop bets that you can look at and take in this game. One of them is Antonio Brown scoring a touchdown. Actually, did you take 2 Antonio Brown prop bets this week? Are you feeling Antonio Brown like crazy in this one?
I did. I mean, let's face it. This is a huge emotional game, mostly for Tom Brady. But let's not forget, this is a bit of a revenge game for Antonio Brown, too. He played one game with the Patriots and then was released. We know all the off-the-field issues and why he got released because of that. But that doesn't mean that Antonio Brown still doesn't have sour feelings towards New England. He obviously missed last week. Antonio Brown talks a lot about how grateful he is to play the game. He brings an overall enthusiasm to the game when he does play. So the value at plus 140 for him to score a touchdown going to this game, where I think a lot of us are predicting that the Patriots are going to try to double team or at least take Chris Godwin out of the mix. That leaves Mike Evans and Antonio Brown. I think there's a great opportunity for AB to score a touchdown against his old team. A lot of the bets that I made this week, I'm playing the emotions card. It's obviously Brady's return. Everyone's really hyped up about that. Antonio Brown returning. I know Gronk's not playing. But when you get these types of games where it feels bigger than a regular season, get a little outside perspective of it. And I think if Tom Brady has an opportunity to get Antonio Brown the ball in the end zone, he's going to look that way. And so I think for plus 140, that value is great just to score a touchdown at any moment in the game. It could happen. It happened week one. You could definitely go down again this week.
Right, for sure. William Butler, appreciate the $5 super chats. William's always clutch with these. He says, who is this guy? Get him out of here. And I think he's talking about JC, given that prediction, trying to cover himself a little bit there. He predicted the Bucs would win in the article that went up on Friday. Then he tries to come back and say, oh, I think the Patriots are going to win now. I mean, come on, what are we doing here, buddy? So William calling him out as he should be. And then later, again, William with the $5 super chat. Who is that guy who picked against us moments before the game again? That would be JC Allen.
He's a Patriots fan.
Yeah. What are you going to say? I mean, come on. This guy's trying to cover himself with both fan bases here. You know, come on. Who put that guy on the pregame show? No,
Ain't
JC,
no such thing as halfway crooks. Remember that.
That's right. Yeah, JC and Casey did a great job on the pregame show. We appreciate
it
for
awesome.
sure. But
they really did.
Yeah, they're for sure. Okay, Matt. So the other difficult part about this one, what's the passing yardage situation looking like? Oh, somebody just asked it here. Manny asked, so what's the passing yards situation looking like for Tom Brady in terms of the MyBookie prop bets? And obviously we know the 67 numbers what he needs to be able to become the all-time leading passer in NFL history. My question to you though is what's the situation for this game, and where do you think Brady falls in terms of passing yards?
I think it's a safe bet he's going to get to the 68 yards and break the record. His over-under for the game itself is 306.5. He's reached over 300 yards in 2 out of his 3 games. The only one he didn't was against Atlanta. I look at it as, again, the emotional thing. I've already talked about that, how he's going to be marching down the field the whole time. But I took the over in this more for the sense that I don't think this is the week that the Bucs run game really gets back on track. I know the rain is out there now, but there's not too much that leads me to believe that, Rojo and Lombardi-Lenny are really going to be leading the caravan for the Bucs offense in this game, which means Brady is going to have to throw the ball again. I mean, the lowest amount of passing attempts he's had in a game in this season, again, was, I believe, that Atlanta game. He threw 36 passes. I'm willing to bet Brady's going to throw at least 40 again. And if you're giving Tom Brady 40 passing attempts, I think he's going to go well over 306 yards in this game with so much on the line and, him wanting to put an exclamation point on this win. He doesn't just want to win. He wants to put an exclamation point in this victory in Foxborough.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's weighing the personal side of this. Is there a personal side? You and I talked about this earlier last week. You believe it. There definitely is.
There is. It has to be. You hear the fans wearing the split jerseys and everything. There's so much more into it than just a game.
Right. I mean, there is. The atmosphere is definitely going to be a thing tonight for sure. But at the end of the day, I really think when this one gets going, it's going to be, all that's kind of the storylines will obviously be pushed on the broadcast and stuff. But I really think there's just this football element to all of this. Obviously that's going to matter in the end. You've talked about two people who are extremely low drama and low, attention storylines. It's Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. And so they are like the least willing subjects of the spotlight in this week. They both, I'm sure, absolutely hate it. Both have kept everything pretty quiet for the most part. I wonder, this is, get away from the mybookie.ag prop bets here for a second, man. I wonder, what's the handshake situation going to be like between Brady and Bill Belichick after this one? To me, things have been frostier there than they've been with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. So I just wonder how that whole thing goes down.
That's a good point. I mean, everyone's talking about Brady versus Belichick. I think Arians versus Belichick. We might get a first of all, does Bill Belichick wish Bruce Arians a happy birthday? I'm not too sure about that. You might run into a situation when it was the Niners and Lions a couple years ago with Jim Harbaugh and the Lions head coach having a bit of a furious handshake at the end of the game where it made headlines a couple days later. Yeah, there's no love for loss between these two head coaches, which is kind of a rivalry that not too many expected. But, when they make comments, when Bill Belichick makes comments that reach headlines that are actually about another head coach or something like that, you never see Belichick give away anything, and let alone to make a comment like that about Arians. It was surprising to see, but it makes it a little more juicy.
Yeah, absolutely. And William Butler says, how much is the weather an issue on scoring? Seriously. I don't know. I mean, I'm watching the broadcast on mute, so I don't totally know the weather situation a little bit. I've also been trying to coordinate this and stuff, so I'm kind of watching and tracking the weather. Obviously, if it gets totally out of hand and crazy, then I think you're going to see some issues probably, especially in the passing game. But it doesn't mean that that's going to be a huge issue in and of itself if it's drizzle and things like that. So we'll have to just monitor the weather. I don't think it was supposed to be out of control. But obviously it could be one other thing that impacts this game for sure. So Matt, great job on the prop bets, man. Really appreciate it. I appreciate you coming in here, giving your insight. You've been killing it this year. Could be another time where you can maybe kill it a little bit this week. If you follow Matt's instructions, you might be able to get yourself some money. So man, appreciate you jumping in here and enjoy the game, man. And I'll catch you after on the Pewter Report post-game podcast.
Thank you, sir. Take it easy.
All right. Excited now for the Pewter Game Day show is starting to get underway. And before the game kicks off, though, I'm bringing in the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Welcome to the Pewter Game Day show. I'm John Ledyard from pewterreport.com. Along with me today for this wonderful game day live in-stream analysis and reactions, Bucs Patriots, presented to you, energized by Celsius, myself and the wonderful Mark Schofield, who nobody knows Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, Bruce Arians, these offenses, the history here. Better than Mark. Mark, my man, I'm so glad to have you back on the show. We killed it in week one. It was a blast. Pumped to get your insights as we work through this one.
I'm excited to be here, John. Like you said, we had a ton of fun back in week one. Now we're going to get this game that has been circled on calendars since the schedules were released, right? When we all did our top 10 games to watch back in the spring when the schedule was released, this was pretty much the number one game for everybody, right? Tom Brady coming back to Foxborough. I've got they're showing highlights of his entire career in New England right now. I was very excited.
Nostalgic?
Yeah, a little bit. Look, that snow game, Brady's first Super Bowl, that run to Super Bowl 36. That was my last year of law school, John. That was an absolute lifetime ago. And I mean, I remember watching that playoff run with a woman who's now upstairs, who's now my wife. I trace so much of my life with Tom Brady's career in New England. So it's certainly nostalgic. I was about to say, I was very excited to see what the sort of welcoming was going to be, right? And we saw Brady do his jog from the locker room down to the other end of the end zone like he always did. They didn't play Jay-Z's public service announcement. I was curious to see if they do that for him. They didn't do that, but Brady did give the fist pump. The crowd went nuts. But then 5 minutes later, Mac Jones did it on the sideline that Brady used to do it for so many years. So you do see that little of changing of the guard moment. But this is going to be a fascinating night. I DM'd you earlier in the group chat. I don't know if this is going to still be a game by halftime. I honestly don't know about
really.
That. I mean, the Patriots are struggling on offense. Trent Brown has been ruled out yet again. That right tackle spot, it's going to be Justin Herron getting the start tonight. That right tackle spot has been a problem. It has been a problem for them right now. And so they're going to have to see if they can get Mac Jones protected tonight from New England's perspective. Yeah, there's a weather situation, but look, Tom Brady's played in New England for 20 years. I mean, he can handle a little bit of rain. I wouldn't be too worried about that. The bigger issue for that, when's the last time Mac Jones had a weather game? I mean, I'm struggling. I don't know if he had one last year at Alabama, so I'm curious to see how he performs in elements. And so, there will be some emotions at some point tonight. Tom Brady, he's going to become the all-time passing yardage leader. I know he's requested that there not be like a big ceremony or something during that when that happens, but we'll see if New England goes along with that. Going to be fun though.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many storylines. Obviously, it starts with Belichick and Brady. Let's move past that. We've talked so much about like the emotions of it, right? And that part of it. We really, at the end of the day, much as we talk about it, we're just speculating. We don't have the insight into it. And we know Brady and Belichick are not going to give it to us. That's going to be between them, and that's how it should be, and that's fine. I doubt we'll see anything related to that. But X's and O's wise, Belichick knows Brady better than anyone. There is no real formula for beating Brady other than the formula for beating any quarterback. Be able to get pressure quickly with 4 and play stout enough in coverage to maybe make a splash play or 2. Do you think Belichick comes after Brady, Mark, or do you think this is a drop 7, drop 8, play maybe more zone than we've seen? 2 high safeties, dare the Bucs to run. What's the strategy?
Yeah, I mean, I think in a weird way it's going to be similar to how Belichick has game planned for Patrick Mahomes. Now, these are 2 different quarterbacks, right? But I think, drop 7, drop 8 at times, try to keep stuff in front of you, show some 2 high looks, dare them to run, dare Bruce Arians and Byron Leftwich to make this a ground game, take the ball out of Brady's hands that way, sort of artificially. I don't know if you really want to blitz Tom Brady. I mean, from the years of watching Tom Brady, that's a man that enjoys getting blitzed because he has opportunities for one-on-one plays. We're going to have to see some interesting matchups. You and I talked this week. Is this a game where J.C. Jackson perhaps just travels with Mike Evans? Does he travel at all in this game, or do they sort of mix and match of the secondary and play a little bit more zone? Now, of course, look, spot drop in country cover 3 against Tom Brady. You know this from those Steelers Patriots games from the years past, right? It's never a recipe for success as a defense, just spot dropping against Tom Brady. You're gonna have to like sort of mix things up. You're gonna have to you're not going to confuse Tom Brady. There's nothing you're going to show Tom Brady that he hasn't seen. But you might be able to confuse a different player, one of his targets, get people on different pages. You might be able to do stuff that way. But I think ultimately they're going to try to keep stuff in front of them, rally downhill, make tackles, and try to make Brady grind it out a bit.
Right. And that's been something, obviously Brady has done plenty of that over the years. The Bucs have been like all over the place. One of the craziest statistics going into this game, Mark, is that the Patriots, as much as their offense has struggled, have actually scored on a greater percentage of their drives, just slightly, but a greater percentage of their drives than the Bucs have this season. The Patriots have been bad in the red zone. The Bucs have been great in the red zone for the most part. Obviously, the Bucs have rolled up plenty of points, so no, necessary concern there. But it's still this I think we are still waiting for this group to play consistently at their best. That seems to be penalties, drops, or really some misplayed balls. I felt like last week, as rewatched that tape, didn't feel like it was a game very characteristic of how Rob Gronkowski usually plays. Now he's out in this game. You've got guys at times that have hurt the team, not this season, but OJ Howard will play more tonight. There's some question marks there as he gets the most playing time he'll probably have seen since that Achilles injury last year. And then obviously the 2 guys that have hurt the team the most in terms of the offense, Ronald Jones, Leonard Fournette, with no Giovanni Bernard tonight, they'll have to play a lot. The Patriots like to force you to go to some of your weaker options. The Bucs have so many options. It's hard to say that strategy can really be successful tonight. But is this a situation where New England is just going to dare Bruce Arians and Byron Leftwich to run the football because of how light a box they present to the Bucs?
I think so. And this is stuff that they've done in the past. That's stuff that they've done against some other teams where they'll show sort of that bear front, the 3-man front. They'll go 3-2-6. They'll do a lot of sub-package stuff and really play light up front and say, look, This is stuff that they would do to Patrick Mahomes. Like there were times against Mahomes and the Chiefs when Brady was in New England where they would go 3-2-6 on like 4th and 1. They would go 3-2-6 on like 2nd and goal from the 4. They just say, look, we'll let you basically walk in for a touchdown, but we'd rather you try that than put the ball in the air. You might see that again tonight. You might see a very similar idea where they're going to go very light up front, dare Bruce Arians and Byron Leftwich to turn Tom Brady into a spectator, to turn him into a guy that's going to be handing the ball off, a lot of Ronald Jones, a lot of Leonard Fournette, and try to, again, make them sustain 12, 13, 14 play drives rather than some of these quick 2, 3, 4 play drives. Because, again, it's not like the Patriots offense could win this game if it's a shootout. The New England's not going to win this if it turns into a shootout. If it's a 17-14 rock fight, New England has a chance. And I think that's going to be their hope going in.
Right. No, for sure. This is going to be a game that just flipping to the other side of the ball where I feel like the Bucs defense, as badly as they've played this season, as banged up as they are corner, no Jamel Dean, no Sean Murphy Bunting, Carlton Davis is active. We'll see how much he plays. He practiced all week and didn't seem like he had no designation originally for the game. Then all of a sudden with that abdomen ribs injury, he was listed as questionable. Yesterday changed to questionable. So not sure what happened there or why that designation changed, but he's at least active for the game. We'll see how much he plays, if he can play the whole way. We don't know, but plenty of question marks. It could be, if Carlton Davis can't play that much, it could be Richard Sherman off 3 practices. Yep. And D. Delaney, who played like 5 defensive snaps in his life in the NFL before last week. And, they don't seem like they're going to use Mike Edwards. So Ross Cockrell will be out there, and Pierre Desir, who's been with the team for, I don't think even 2 weeks, will be up as well and ready for this one. So this is it's an opportunity for Mac Jones for sure. No question about it, but also Bucs defensively, like the front has to get home. This has to be, they have 3 sacks, least amount of sacks in the NFL, Mark. That just seems crazy with all the talent they have up front, watching them at times just run through Dallas's offensive line in week 1. It just seems crazy that we're sitting here saying they have 3 sacks. The pressure's been a little bit better than that, but it still isn't great. And so this is one where I feel like if they can't impact Mac Jones and make him uncomfortable in this game, we're going to come out of this contest with some real questions about the Bucs defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is an opportunity for this Tampa Bay defense to have that sort of get right game, because I just talked about the right tackle spot. It has been a sort of revolving door. They've given up a lot of pressures off that side. It was you could see it last week against New Orleans, where Mac Jones was starting to sort of speed himself up in the pocket, sort of climb the pocket a little bit quicker. Sometimes he climbed the pocket into even more interior pressure. And so I would imagine there's going to be a lot of stuff aiming at Justin Herron, that right tackle who started in place of Trent Brown. Some blitz looks, some stunts, some twists, all that kind of stuff, those kinds of games up front to get pressure on Mac Jones that way. Because if Mac can be comfortable, because of the injuries you just walked through, the new faces you just walked through in the secondary, there could be opportunities for him to hit on some plays downfield. The other thing to keep in mind with Mac Jones, the debate in New England the past 3 weeks has been, is he aggressive enough downfield? Is he taking enough chances downfield? Very curious to see that he tried some more stuff downfield last week against New Orleans in the loss. We'll see if they try to dial some stuff up, some shot plays, maybe even early in this game, to try to get Mac Jones into a little bit of a rhythm attacking downfield in the passing game.
Yeah, that's going to be a key for it. Is can Mac Jones get going against a banged up secondary that hasn't made as many plays as they probably should be making this season? Mike Edwards has 2 picks, leads the team, and he's not even probably going to start even with their current situation. And so where are the playmakers for the Bucs defense, specifically Devin White and Antoine Winfield? They need to step up and be the players that the Bucs have drafted them to be. I feel very strongly about that defensively, those guys need to make more of an impact in this game. I've written about it this week. I think there's a pressure on them in some ways, but also plenty of opportunity to deliver in a game like this. Now, you would think with a rookie quarterback, just in general, the way New England seemed to move their offense a little bit last season, Mark, that they would be running the ball a ton or running the ball better maybe than they are. And it hasn't really been great, but they have this great offensive line. They've always had one of the most diverse rushing schemes in the league. I know the running back situation is a little bit up in the air, but Damian Harris has had some eye-popping runs this season. What's the situation with the run game? They've been in some close games. They just haven't really been able to get it going consistently.
Yeah, I mean, it's that lack of consistency in the run game, John, that's really been sort of the theme of this running attack right now. I mean, Damian Harris has had some moments. Most of the time, they are a very good run-blocking team up front. They are very diverse ground game. They'll do a lot of stuff, gap, zone, power, all sorts of stuff, duo. They love to show all those looks and then set up the play action stuff that they do for Mac Jones. Now, the issue again is going to be, can they get just that consistency? You mentioned it. Their struggles down in the red zone. This has been sort of a hallmark of the Patriots teams the past couple of years. It seems like you might get that 1st and goal at the 7 kind of situation, and you just feel like you're going to end up seeing this team settle for a field goal. Like that they don't have the ability in the low red zone to execute both on the ground or when they drop back to throw in those situations. And there's been some mistakes both in the blocking schemes up front and then mistakes in the execution from whether it's Mac Jones when they're thrown, whether it's some of the running backs reading cues when they keep the football on the ground. And so consistency has been a big sort of bugaboo for them right now on offense, particularly on the ground, and they'll need to be more consistent tonight if they're going to try to run against, like we said, a talented defensive front.
Right. Absolutely. And by the way, people asking us to show the game as they do every time on here. We cannot show the game. That is obviously going to be a violation of licensing rights for broadcast to be able to show the game. So we won't be able to show you the game. If you're unable to watch the game, we will be taking you play-by-play through the game. And so you'll get all the insight. You'll get the play-by-play. You'll get the color analysis in between. You get all of that. We can't actually show you the game. We're not legally allowed to do this. We get shut down pretty quick on YouTube. So you won't see that from us tonight. Right. One of the things Mark and I have to do so that we're kind of on the same page in this one is kind of sync up our TVs here and make sure that we're on point here. So I just saw Brady spike the ball in the song kind of before the game. I'm in the Carrie Underwood song right now.
I'm in Carrie Underwood too.
Okay.
I just saw I just saw the Brady spike right there.
Ronald Jones running, Damian Harris running, Chris Godwin running. Okay, so I'm a little bit ahead of you, I think.
Yeah, you're a little bit ahead of me.
All right, so let's see where I'm at now. All right, I've got Carrie Underwood singing. I've got Dante Hightower. I've got Devin White. I've got Chris Godwin pounding his chest.
Yeah, now
Ronald Jones running. Damian Harris
so I think
running.
I think I'm like 10 seconds ahead of you now.
Okay, so now maybe you're a little ahead of me. All right, I'll try and bring it back a little bit. But yeah, we try to sync up a little bit and make sure we're on the same page with these. All right, now I've got Nacho singing. I've got Cowboys fans, just Saints fans, Seahawks fans. Got all kinds of stuff going on here.
What is this? I see DK Metcalf playing air guitar.
Okay, I just saw Devin White. I didn't see DK Metcalf yet. You might still be ahead of me, unless I missed him.
Yeah, song just ended on my end.
Okay, I just saw DK Metcalf, so I'm gonna jump up and trying to be closer to where you're at. All right, I got the Sunday Night Football graphic and the fireworks going now. It just went to commercial.
Okay, yep. So we're pretty close.
Right.
Yeah, we're pretty close now.
Sounds good. So, yeah, this is going to be the hidden aspect of this whole thing, Mark, is special teams, right? The Patriots thrive on it. It's kind of their whole MO. The Bucs have actually not been a problem this season. I don't know if that's good or bad news for tonight, but they have, kind of struggled in the coverage game over the last few years, especially the kickoff coverage. They won't allow many kickoffs, though, so it doesn't matter that much per se. Field goal game for, the Bucs has obviously been a strength, but I still think range is maybe a question mark if the Patriots defense is playing tough in this one. But obviously, if Belichick feels like he can get an edge in a game like this one where he's not maybe the more talented team on paper, it's blocking a punt or getting a return or something like that.
A return, block a field goal, something like that. Or maybe, Tampa Bay lines up for a field goal. You get a bad snap, fumble situation. I wouldn't surprise me. Does Belichick try something, tricky out of the gate early in this game?
Yeah.
Do you see him fake a punt early in this game? Do you see them go for it on a 4th and 1 situation in their own territory early in this game? This is going to be an emotional night. And sometimes you try to do things to sort of tap into that energy. This is going to be at an energized stadium, I'm sure. And so maybe Belichick tries something like that early to try to get an edge.
Right. Mr. Smith says heart is racing. Me too, Mr. Smith.
Look, my heart rate's at 96 and I'm just sitting here. The game hasn't even started yet. So it's going to be that kind of night. I mean, I do think it's far more likely that Tampa Bay, from where I sit, wins this game going away, that it's some sort of New England win. But weather could be a great equalizer. Weather could be that sort of great equalizer. I don't think it'll really have that much of an impact on Brady, but you might see it show up on special teams or, a fumble situation. Guys might put the ball on the ground as a result. So, we'll see how much of an impact this weather situation has tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I kind of push back. I just don't see Bill Belichick getting blown out in this game. Patriots, even without being as talented a team as they once were, how many times last year, Mark, did they play? And with a worse roster, I think, than this one, did they play like some of the best teams in the league very close?
Yeah, I mean, they had
just
some.
don't get
They,
blown
they,
out.
like, they had that Rams game Thursday night where they sort of like laid an egg. They had the Niners game where they sort of laid an egg in that one, and that was at home. But you know, this week with everything that's on the line of them, huge national storyline. I mean, the Today Show is there, NBC Nightly News is there. Like it's a global event. They're saying this game might do numbers we haven't seen on a regular season football game since that like Bears Dolphins game back in '85. I don't know if it hits that, but you know, it's a big event. I'm sure Bill Belichick is. Look, I wrote about this week. Belichick, when Brady was in New England, would spend maybe 40 minutes with the defense each week. The rest of the time in practice, he was in Brady's ear saying, this is what they're going to show you. This is what they're going to do to you. This is what they do on this coverage against this play. This is what they do on this blitz, and what they're trying to do. He knows Brady inside and out. Like we, for all this talk of like blueprints and how to beat Brady and whatever, if there's a guy that knows how to do it, it's probably Bill Belichick.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Stairway to Heaven says, John showing his Belichick bias. Man, I grew up as Steelers fan.
Yeah,
so
John does not like Bill Belichick at all.
Yeah, what are we talking about here? I mean, I have eyes. I know he's awesome. I know he doesn't get blown out very often. But, oh, man, no, definitely. I would not call myself a Bill Belichick stan necessarily in that way, you know, but recognize the greatness for sure. But, yeah, no, I think this is going to be on paper. You know, the Patriots defense, the big question mark is here is that the talent's improved, no question, but they haven't really played anybody in terms of proven quarterback play this season, any type of a threat in terms of passing attack, things like that. It feels like this is like a huge jump up for them all of a sudden here in week 4, where the Bucs, you know, they've played some tough team. I mean, the Rams are one of the best teams in the league. I know today did not go their way at all. That shocked me, but the Cowboys, I mean, fantastic. Right. They look unbelievable. Yeah. Right. And so, even the Falcons are plucky, you know, for sure, at the very least. And so, you know, it feels a little bit different in this regard, that the Patriots, although obviously as proven as they are, and they are plenty of veterans on this team, it does feel like there's kind of a jump up in this one for them in terms of the level of competition.
Yeah. I mean, look, they played 2 in week 1. They played Zach Wilson, who they intercepted 4 times in week 2. And then you get Jameis Winston. He's hot and cold. I mean, now you're getting Tom Brady. You know, now you're getting the defending Super Bowl champions. And, you know, this is certainly going to be a big test for them on both sides of the ball. But I think, like you kind of alluded to, particularly when the Patriots are on defense now, how do they match up against these weapons? How do they handle Tom Brady? How do they try to defend Tom Brady? What are we going to see from them schematically? Is it going to be the stuff we talked about with some drop 7, drop 8, maybe some blitz looks at times, but you don't overly pressure them? Do they go in a different direction? Do they just say, look, we're going to come after Tom Brady. We're going to blitz Tom Brady on every down. We're going to send 5, 6, 7, go cover 0 and just really try to get after him. I don't think they do that. But I would tell you, John, for a second career trying to figure out Bill Belichick, I'm wrong more often than I'm right. And so sitting here saying, look, they'll drop 7, drop 8. Belichick has that sort of uncanny ability to zig when everybody thinks he's going to zag. Maybe he does do something different. Maybe it is a lot of pressure looks to try to force Brady off his spot early in the down, to try to get him uncomfortable, try to throw off the timing on plays, and try to really sort of frustrate him.
Right. Yeah. And Richard Sherman is starting tonight for the Bucs. Like that's, you know, they just said it on the broadcast for sure. I know there was reported earlier in the day. I think Ian Rappaport said that he may start. That they kind of laughed about him playing on Wednesday. Like it was kind of Bruce was like, there have to be a lot of guys hurt. He kind of laughed and now there is, I guess. I mean, we'll see a situation with Carlton Davis, but just the fact that he's starting at all makes me think, okay, well, if they're starting in base, it's not Carlton Davis and Ross Cockrell. Then it's, you know, is he already past Ross Cockrell? That seems ambitious, but we'll see. And the Bucs defense is going to get the first opportunity in this one, Mark.
Yeah, and so we'll see early. I'm very curious to see how New England comes out offensively. I'm very curious to see, you know, is this going to be sort of that 12-21 ground and pound kind of game? We do get N'Keal Harry back wearing number 1 with the visor. It's a very aesthetically pleasing look. Will it amount to N'Keal Harry being able to get separation downfield and get open and make catches? That I don't know. I'm not willing to bet on that one, but you know, we'll see. We're getting underway here.
Right, here's Bradley Pinion launching one away here for the kickoff, and the Patriots will start first, and Pinion kicked that out of bounds. So just a terrible start.
Not the best start on special teams for Tampa Bay.
I kid on. I mean, Bradley Pinion is like the most consistently dominant kickoff guy. I mean, last year the Bucs, I think, had the least amount of kickoff returns allowed of any team. And now here they are, second in the league in terms of penalties allowed. So that or penalties committed, that starts right away. And so the Patriots will start 1st and 10 now, and they'll have great field position to kick off this drive for Mac Jones, who will begin this thing from the gun.
Yeah, gun 11 personnel, with 3 wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the 21-12 personnel package I thought it was going to be.
Right. So Mac Jones from the shotgun takes the snap. Bucs are going to blitz Ross Cockrell off the edge, and Richard Sherman makes the tackle on a short completion underneath. So right away, positive yardage and getting the ball out of Mac Jones' hands, and the Patriots are moving quickly here, Mark.
Yeah, they're going tempo. Jones has seemed a bit more comfortable this year when they've gone tempo, when they've gone no huddle. So I'm not surprised they turned to it here.
Right. Carlton Davis is out there, by the way. Another quick throw for Mac Jones, and Sherman comes up, shoves the receiver out of bounds. And so a couple quick completions and a first down for New England, and they're moving the football effectively here.
Yeah, I mean, they're already at plus 49. They're already in Tampa Bay territory. They are going tempo. You know, that play, just a quick little throw right in front of Sherman. Looks like Sherman was in zone coverage there. Now you've got Jones under center one more time.
Right. Trying to confuse the Bucs and keep them from communicating a little bit.
Yep.
Now they are slowing things down a little bit as Mac Jones making some calls at the line of scrimmage here, going under center. And he's going to go play action, fake the handoff, pressure in his face, quickly out to the tight end. He gets it. Levante David makes the tackle. But again, a positive gain on first down, and they kind of stay in position to keep doing some good things.
Yeah, and that looked to be sort of like you called it out, John, a little adjustment at the line of scrimmage. They're right back to it now. 3 receivers to the left.
Right. 2nd and 5. They're in Bucs territory. Here comes pressure. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, and he wraps up Mac Jones and takes him down back near the 50-yard line. The first sack of Joe Tryon-Shoyinka's career. He was close a couple times in the first half last week. Now he finally gets home and finishes on Mac Jones. It'll be 3rd and long for the Patriots.
Yeah, hard to tell if this was sort of a package play here because it looks like Jones wanted to throw bubble, but you had the interior pressure. You had to pull it down. JTS then gets home and finishes up for his first career sack.
Right. And so now back at the Tampa Bay 48, the Patriots will try to convert a 3rd and 9 here. Mac Jones from the gun, 2 receivers to his left, 2 to his right. Takes the snap, back to throw. Tryon-Shoyinka coming again, forces him to step up in the pocket, throws down the middle, and Carlton Davis breaks it up. And it's going to be 4th and 9 for the Patriots, and they'll punt away on the first drive of the game.
Yeah, that was you saw some of the impacts of that pressure off the edge there, right? Because you forced Jones to have to click and climb the pocket. They only brought 4. They were able to sort of move him around a bit. Jones is lucky that wasn't intercepted. You know, Davis was in pretty good position to cut underneath that sort of in-break and dig route from Nelson Aguilar. So promising start to the drive from New England, but kind of stalls out here at midfield. They'll have to punt it away.
Absolutely. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka making his impact felt. He did on the first drive against the Rams too, Mark. He was beat Andrew Whitworth early in the drive, forced a 3 and out. So he's gotten off to great starts as the punt goes skyward here. And Jaden Mickens is back for the Bucs this week, and that ball's going to bounce forward and roll to about the 11. So that's where the Bucs offense and Tom Brady will start as he comes out for the Bucs in his old house. What are the feelings and emotions here, Mark?
I mean, it's surreal in a sense. I mean, you see now it looks like he's getting a little bit of booze, at least from that guy in that colorful little hat. I mean, it is a little bit surreal to see him, you know, looking at the wristband in a huddle in a different uniform in Gillette Stadium. Now, again, like we talked about so much before this game got going, how are they going to defend him? Are we going to see light boxes that dare them to run? Are they going to blitz him? This is the chess match that I think everybody was so fascinated to see going into this week.
Right. And what's the situation going to be like tonight with the rain too? How's that going to impact things for a team that loves to throw out and loves to throw down the field? As Brady goes under center, Cam Brate in the backfield with him. Here's play action on the first play, way over the middle to Mike Evans. And that was way too high for Evans, incomplete. So 2nd and 10 coming up for the Bucs. I haven't seen Brady miss many badly this whole season, really, Mark.
No, and that looked to be like I talked about earlier, that bear front, right? Where you've got the 3 interior guys sort of covering up the guards and the tackles. I mean, covering the center of the guards. You've got the 2 linebackers down on the edges, Donta Hightower high. So it looked to be a 3-3-5 nickel package. Trying to force Brady to make that throw into traffic. They're going to do some of that one cross stuff, that single high with a robber to come down to take away those crossing routes. Now we get them going empty, Patriots and man, you've got a linebacker up top of the screen.
Right, exactly. So Brady kind of knows where his matchups will be, and they rush 3 and they drop 8, and Mike Evans makes the catch about a yard or 2 short of the marker. So it's going to be 3rd and short coming up here for the Bucs. from their own 19-yard line.
And then that's the matchup we talked about during the week, John, with J.C. Jackson on Mike Evans. We were wondering, when the Patriots went man, if that's what we'd see. So on this completion, at least, you see Jackson on Evans. Are we going to continue to see that matchup when New England goes man the rest of the night?
Right, for sure. And now you also have a situation with the Bucs. They're not going tempo. The Patriots were. The Bucs worked on in the preseason. We haven't seen it much in the regular season. Will we see it at all tonight? We'll see. Here's Godwin in motion on 3rd and 2. The give is to Leonard Fournette. He finds some space up the middle, runs over a man, and keeps it going all the way out to the 39-yard line, or the 40-yard line, I believe, of the Bucs. So a great run by Leonard Fournette, a 21-yarder. That's the longest of the season for the Bucs.
Yeah, and New England, you see this on the replay angle. They had pretty much 10 down in the box. You only had the single safety, Devin McCourty, who he's the player that Fournette kind of runs through here. He was the only deep player. New England was expected to run, ready for run. They showed a little smoke, but handed it off. Great run by Fournette.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's 1st and 10 and a rare toss out to Leonard Fournette, but he's not going to have anywhere to go. And he's going to actually lose a yard there, it looked like, as the Patriots came up, made a great stop in space there.
Yeah, it looked like Kyle Duggar, the second-year safety out of Lenoir-Rhyne. When we studied him coming out of Lenoir-Rhyne, very active down in the box, almost that hybrid safety linebacker. That's what he does best, right? New England will use him deep. They'll use him as a single high. They'll use him as a 2 high. But he's very effective when he's down in the box making plays against the run.
Absolutely, for sure. And so now we see it's 2nd and 11 for the Bucs. So backed up in some of those negative first down situations that we talked about, you want to try to avoid. So far tonight, 2 first downs, -1 yards across those as Brady takes the snap, fakes the handoff, goes quickly underneath to Antonio Brown, who turns it upfield and is going to get about 6 yards before he's knocked down. So 3rd and 5 coming up for the Bucs offense.
Interesting. We are seeing J.C. Jackson shadow and Evans early. That play, Evans was in the slot. Jackson, usually a boundary corner, slides inside with him. Looked like Tampa Bay was trying to set up that fake screen release where you get the 2 guys going vertical. Patriots bailed. So Brady just checked that down to Brown, who was just, right behind the line of scrimmage on an easy throw, easy catch, get yourself into a manageable 3rd and 5.
Right. So some of those chess games kind of already happening here, obviously, as Brady on 3rd and 5 going into the shotgun and empty, and then he motions Fournette almost in, and then he snaps the ball, and he's dropping back to pass, and he can go deep down the field to Cam Brayden, just overthrew him. Brady had a step there. Looked like he might be able to fit that one in, just a little bit off on that throw, and now it'll be 4th and 5, and the Bucs will likely punt.
Yeah, New England using that sort of radar defensive alignment up front where everybody's in a 2-point stance. You don't know who's coming or who's going. Again, though, you saw a man coverage situation. They had Evans in that sort of reduced split in the slot. J.C. Jackson over him. It does seem like that's the game plan, at least early. J.C. Jackson on Mike Evans.
Mm-hmm. And now we're going to see a chance, at least for the Bucs, to flip the field thanks to that run on Fournette and the 1 3rd down conversion. But again, getting into 3rd down, staying out of those situations has been key for the Bucs because they can't win on 1st down. It makes it really hard to stay out of 3rd down situations. So fixing 1st down probably going to be one of the keys when they get back on offense. Here's a booming punt from Bradley Pinion that's fumbled and goes out of bounds at the 1-yard line.
Oh, is he saying that's a touchback?
Oh, you hit the pylon.
Hit
first,
the pylon.
Maybe, saying, yeah.
Gunner got bailed out there. I mean, that's
Yeah.
one of those situations, right? You're supposed to put heels at the 10, right? Heels at the 10, don't catch anything that's over your head. He tries to field that punt that's at the 5-yard line, goes off of his hands. He's lucky he'd hit the pylon before. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to take another look at that because, if that went out of bounds first.
Right, because if it touches the chalk at all before it hits the pylon, then it would be out at the 1.
Then it would be down at the 1. And then,
right,
that's obviously something. If you're Bruce Arians, you take advantage of this TV timeout, getting guys in the booth. Hey, is it worth throwing the challenge flag on this? But, interesting start, I think, to this game, stylistically, right? You had New England go tempo, trying to do some things to get Mac Jones into a bit of a rhythm. They get the sack from JTS. So now they're in a 3rd and long situation. Then on the other side, like you mentioned, Brady and the Buccaneers, they can't stay out of those 3rd and long situations, at least to start this game.
Right. And the toss is interesting because you want to be able to use them and you want to be able to run outside more if you're the Bucs this season. It was something they just hardly did at all last year, Mark, but you want to do it there in that spot, and you could second guess things all day. At the end of the day, you got to block it better for sure. And they just haven't in those situations. And so I get it being ambitious and trying to establish some type of an outside running game because that's just been something that's the Bucs didn't even really they probably had 5-6 tosses all year last year. So this is not a team that gets outside.
Yeah, I mean, in this day and age, right, when defenses are getting so athletic on that side of the ball and they're getting so much speed on that side of the ball to try to combat what offenses are doing, it's hard to get to the edge on those plays. Like New England, one of the things that people love to criticize Josh McDaniels for is when he goes with a toss game, because it feels like they'll have a good drive going. You'll get a 1st and 10 and plus territory. Then you get 2nd and 13 because you call that toss play, which, like we just saw from Tampa Bay's perspective, gets chopped down, you lose 3, and now you're behind the chains. And so it's tough. Like you're putting a lot on those guys.
Yeah.
On that play in particular, Tampa Bay had pullers to get in front of it, but offensive linemen, as athletic and as talented as they are, when you get guys like Kyle Duggar coming down into the box, small, quick, agile, change of direction skills, they can stop those plays before they get going.
For sure. And another thing that's going to be tough is that the Bucs are going to, how much do they get? The Rams would they try to force you to run the football with the way that they play, but the Bucs didn't really go for it. They just kind of were going to throw it anyway. And they were successful anyway, really. I mean, yes, didn't always execute as well as they should, but things were open. They moved the ball. They did really kind of schematically. I didn't feel like the Rams stopped them. So how the Patriots kind of play this is going to be very interesting to me, because you have the Patriots looking like on that first drive, we're going to keep you from throwing everything deep. We're going to make you throw underneath. We're going to tackle the catch, those kind of things. And it's going to be, have to be a really patient game, I feel like, for that to work for Tampa Bay. And they've showed more patience this year. They've got more answers to when teams do that. And, we'll see if that continues, obviously. 1st and 10 for the Patriots now from their own 20-yard line. And Mac Jones is under center. And there's going to be a pitch out to the left, and Damian Harris is knocked out of bounds. Going to be a loss of several here. Great job by the Bucs defense in general.
It's what we were just talking about. Yep. Now the Patriots come back, they try to run toss, and you see the ability, the athletes on the defensive side of the ball that can string these plays out, that could turn what could be a decent gain a couple of years ago into a loss. And now it's New England who are behind the sticks.
Right. So 2nd and 14 now for the Patriots as Jones goes under center, offset eye behind him. Here comes Tryon Shoyinka off the edge. They chip him, and Mac Jones goes underneath, and the ball is out. Devin White scoops it up. He's still going, crossing the 20, down to the 15-yard line before he's knocked down. That looked like a fumble put live, Mark.
That looked like a fumble live. The way Jacoby Myers is reacting, he thinks he put it on the turf. I mean, it's a slightly off-target throw. He pulls it in. Looks like he makes a football move. Great job by Shaq Barrett there to punch that out. I mean, that's a great play in space by Barrett. Right hand, right to the football. Yeah, I mean, looking at the replay, I think that's catch, fumble, Tampa Bay in great field position.
Going to be fascinating to see how they deal with these replay situations. Obviously, Myers did juggle it initially, but it looked like he controlled it, turned upfield, taken a step there, and then Barrett punched it out, obviously in slow-mo. See the juggle, and then it looked like he pulled that in. That
it looked like he
controlled
did sort of control it right before it gets punched out.
So we'll see what happens here, as they'll obviously look at it. All turnovers automatically reviewed. So this one under official review, and Myers frustrated with himself, but a great play. Shaq Barrett in space. Again, nobody drops their edge rushers more than Todd Bowles does. At times it's been really disadvantageous. At other times, Jason Pierre-Paul has made plays on the ball, and Shaq Barrett, who has not been as good as Jason Pierre-Paul in coverage when they drop, finally he steps up now and makes a play. So again, the call on the field is fumble here. So you have to see enough to overturn that. And hard for me to get there.
From where I sit, I'm not seeing enough to overturn that. I mean, it does look like he did juggle it initially, but then it seems like you get the control and a football move to go upfield, which I know we're all still trying to figure out what in the world the catch is. It's like, it's always a moving target. But I think, John, that's the definition: control, football move. And then you get the punch out. And obviously it was a clear recovery. And look, they let the play go. They didn't blow it dead. So it won't have a situation where an inadvertent whistle comes into play. They let it go. It's getting reviewed. I think this is Tampa Bay's ball. I think like 14, 15-yard line.
They already reversed the call, according to people on Twitter. So yeah, but they've already reversed the call.
Wow.
People on Twitter saying,
I mean,
Evan Lazar tweeted,
I am certainly not good with the rule book then, because that to me looked like a catch and a fumble.
It looked like it to me too, man, but you just never know. So that one's going to be incomplete instead. Even Myers thought it was a fumble.
Yeah, I mean,
even he felt like.
Yeah, I mean, that's the usual key, right? What is the guy who may have put the ball on the turf? What is he doing? If he's saying to throw a challenge flag, then he probably thinks it wasn't a catch. If he's shaking his head and looking dejected, he's probably thinking it's a fumble. So Patriots might have dodged the bullet there, but still, I mean, they're now 3rd and 13. I mean, it's not like it's certainly not, Tampa Bay's football in deep red zone territory, but 3rd and 13 is not a situation the New England Patriots want to be in.
Right, for sure. I mean, this is tough spot, obviously, still, but yeah, I mean, game-changing calls all over the league today. Mark, it is crazy to me how many questionable calls have occurred just today. I mean, it's every week, but today even just so many calls that just are highly, highly questionable to me.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, not to get off too much of a tangent, the league has to consider making refs full-time. I think that's a long overdue.
Right. I completely agree. I don't know whether it fixes it or not, but I mean, this is a catch. I mean, they're showing it again, and Bruce Arians is as you'd
expect. His face
expect.
is matching the stripes on that jacket. Like, he is not. And if anybody can read lips, you just know what he said right there.
Right.
Certainly not something I'm going to say. This is a family show, but Bruce Arians is not happy with that call, friends. And I think he has all the reason in the world to be unhappy with that call.
Right, for sure. So 3rd and 14 coming up for the Patriots still here, as they are backed up at their own 16-yard line. 9:27 left in the first quarter, and the score is still 0-0. So will Tom Brady get another opportunity to come back out here on offense on the next play from scrimmage? We'll see here is Mac Jones from the shotgun, 3 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Bucs showing a 4-man rush, and that's it. They bring 4. Jones back to pass, tons of time, goes over the middle of the field to Brandon Bolden. He's going to be wrapped up and dropped by a host of Buccaneers. Ross Cockrell got there first. It'll be 4th and 7, and the Patriots will punt it away.
Yeah, it looked like Tampa Bay again, like they did on the previous drive, played coverage, showed a 2-high look, rotated to a single high, looked like cover 3 with both Sherman and Davis sort of dropping off in zone technique. Nowhere for Jones to go with the football. He has to check it down, try to get a catch and run. But when you're throwing 6 yards downfield on 3rd and 14, probably not going to convert it.
Here's the Patriots punting it away, and Jaden Mickens back to receive. Booming punt. Mickens is going to field it at his own 28-yard line, gets upfield past the 30, now past the 35, and there's a flag down, but Jaden Mickens with a pretty solid return to set the Bucs up, although, of course, this flag usually means that this one's going to be backed up.
Yeah, usually get the block in the back when you see punt return to change directions there. It looks like that's what they're looking at. Yeah, you see it right there. Justin Bethel kind of gets shoved in the back. So we can agree with that call. Still don't agree with the fumble reversal, but I think we can agree with that one.
For sure, yeah. And Justin Bethel, if he's not down there making a play on special teams, it's usually because he got blocked in the back.
It's usually because he got hit in the back, yeah.
And so the Bucs will take over. We'll see where they spot it now here after this penalty. But it looks like they're going to be at their own 18-yard line, at least. That's what my app is telling me. So backed up, and it's going to be a chance for great field position is kind of negated there. And we've talked about it, penalties. I mean, there's usually some regression to me, not excusing all the Bucs penalties. Some of them have been just ridiculous this season, just silly calls. But yeah, I mean, there's usually some regression to me. Right now, the Bucs they're benefiting from penalties at one of the lowest rates in the league, and they're second most penalized team in the league. Usually that comes back to the middle a little bit. Has not been the case to start this one for sure. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs as Brady goes under center here. 3 receivers are out there. Antonio Brown in orb motion behind the play. Leonard Fournette's going to get the ball nowhere to run it first. Now he bounces outside, and Antonio Brown gets in the way there, and Leonard Fournette's going to turn it upfield, and he might get a first down there. I think they're going to give him 11 yards on the first down. So improvisational, Lenny? We don't see that very often.
Don't see that very often. And I love what you see here from Antonio Brown, because he just gets in Matthew Judon's way. That's a big man just getting his way. It's enough of a block, get Letty to the outside. You also saw at the end there, 27 on 13, that J.C. Jackson, Mike Evans, that seems to be the matchup now.
Right. Okay, so a rare first down rush for the Bucs as Brady goes, a successful one at least, tonight. I should say. Yeah, and so Brady is now going to be under center on 1st and 10, and it's another play action pass. Brady back to throw, looks downfield, and that one's going to be incomplete. J.C. Jackson wants a flag on Mike Evans. They were kind of jockeying for position there, and it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Bucs.
Yeah, this is that sort of play action design. You know, Tampa Bay loves to run it. You get that slice block from the tight end. Then you try to hit that. You know, this is almost like that drift concept, right? You're trying to get this guy to come back in. Those two are all over each other. I mean,
you
can see a flag
going either way.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess good no call, I guess we'd say.
Yeah, I guess so. Here's 2nd and 10 for the Bucs. Leonard Fournette in the backfield again. Plenty of Lenny early on, as I thought that there might be. And Leonard's going to flex out wide now. And here's Brady from empty in the gun. Quick throw to Leonard Fournette. He's got blockers out in front of him, and he's going to pick up the first down. 13 yards for Leonard Fournette, and the Bucs are moving the football with another first down. Leonard Fournette's getting some touches and making the most of them.
John, if you had told Bill Belichick before the game that they're going to be throwing jailbreak screens to Leonard Fournette, he'd be like, okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. Right. But this is what sometimes happens when you say, look, what Bill Belichick does, make you, fight with one hand tied behind your back, stop what you do best. Well, Leonard Fournette's having a pretty decent start to this game.
Right, for sure. And so here's the Bucs now on 1st and 10 from their own 41-yard line. And Ronald Jones is going to go up the middle, and he looks like he's stopped, and they've stuffed him up after a gain of a couple. And so that'll bring up 2nd down now.
Yeah, nice little play on the interior for New England. I mean, they are daring them to run. We are seeing a lot of 3-3-5 looks here. A lot of light boxes to start, a lot of man coverage from the New England Patriots. So we'll see if they stick with that. We'll see what Tampa Bay and Byron Leftwich do to adjust. That jailbreak screen a couple of plays ago might be an indicator of how they're going to play this.
Yeah, for sure. And so here's 2nd and 7 now from the 45-yard line. Buccaneers own 45. Brady takes the snap, drops back to pass. Blitzer coming up the middle, but he hits Mike Evans for a first down and a nice gain. And now Brady, it's kind of time to start looking and seeing how many more yards does he need.
Yeah, because what he needed, I think 53 when this drive began. So
yeah, and this is right now.
Yeah, and this is an example of why you don't want to blitz Brady. They bring Hightower from the 2nd level. Mm-hmm. You replace the blitz with the ball. Hightower comes on that blitz on the interior. Mike Evans just comes back into that space. Brady hangs in there, gets a shot from his old teammate, but makes the throw.
Right, so he's got 40 right now, and Brady's going to go play action once again. Now looking down the field, and the pass is thrown. Mike Evans makes the catch. He's down inside the 15, down to the 14-yard line, and that might do it. That might be it.
Yeah, we're going to be close on this. This is Brady's ability to throw that dig route on time and rhythm. I think he might be 1 yard short. And you have a feel that Brady wants to break it with a touchdown. I'm just going to say. Tom Brady wants to break that record on a touchdown. So if he's 1 yard short, this next throw is going to the end zone.
Maybe they're trying to calculate some here.
Yeah, there's somebody's doing some math. They've got somebody up in the booth running the numbers on Brady.
Is he 1 yard shy right now? All right, 1st and 10 now for the Bucs from the 14-yard line.
Oh, Brady
calls timeout. Play clock
timeout.
going. Yeah, interesting. So what is he at right now? I have this app. The ESPN app has him at 68 yards. That should be it.
Yeah, that should be it. But
unless that's wrong. I don't know.
Maybe it's wrong. But they didn't stop the game. They didn't do anything. They didn't say anything about it on the broadcast. Maybe Brady called the timeout because he knows he broke it, and he wanted to make. Yeah, he needs to get the ball. Like that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, that's like vintage Tom Brady right there.
Right. We need to make sure this play works.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
but no, this is a good drive. It's a good sort of response drive here from Tampa Bay. Like doing some different things, getting the ball out of Brady's hands, or getting that play action stuff going. Like this is the kind of stuff I expected to see from them in this game.
Right, and so here he is, a yard shy apparently. Mike Evans, by the way, leading receivers in this game. He's got 3 catches for 49 yards. So they're saying that one tied the passing yardage record. People in the chat are saying so. Tied.
Tied. Now he'll get it here on a touchdown to Mike Evans. That's what.
Of course, they'd make it tricky, right, to figure out.
Yeah, of course.
Here goes Brady from under center. OJ Howard in motion. Brady drops back, and Antonio Brown makes the catch. Stiff arm. He gets upfield, and that's definitely going to be the record right there. So
he does it on a smoke screen.
That's
Antonio
right.
Brown. I mean, remember that, friends. It will be a trivia question answer someday. How did Tom Brady break the all-time yardage passing number on a smoke screen to Antonio Brown?
Right.
Everybody thought.
Now, I think he did it on the previous play.
I think he did it too, but
yeah, this was 3 yards, and now he's 4 yards over the record.
Yeah. By the way,
MVP trying to score a touchdown.
Drew Brees' hairstylist. That's the true MVP of this season, man, because Drew is looking good.
Look at him. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So 2nd and 7 here now for the Bucs. And what do they do? What kind of personnel do they come out in here?
Well, they're coming out 3 tight end, 13 heavy.
And Cody McElroy is on the field. And so here's Brady, straight drop. They're going to run for a pass from 13 personnel. Brady way over the top for Cody McElroy. Nothing there. McElroy was double covered there. And Patriots looked like they were very ready for a pass.
Yeah, they were ready for that sort of vertical concept out of 13. Looks like Brady was just kind of putting that where nobody could get it, just kind of throwing that away and regrouping here for third down. But interesting to see that 13 personnel look. Now they're going to get back to their base 11, it looks like, with Godwin, Evans, and Brown on the field. And so I'd expect them, you get the 3 receiver bunch to the right. Brady's probably going to look at this, see if he likes the matchup on the tight end man coverage wise or not. Now it looks like he's going to probably work the concept here to the bunch.
Yeah, for sure. So Brady, no, he's looking backside. He's going for it all and way overthrown to Cam right there. That looked like they were not on the same page almost.
I mean, it looked like he must have liked that matchup that he got with Braid versus Duggar, the second-year safety, but, just didn't quite connect on it.
Yeah, for sure. So 4th and 7, and the Bucs are going to be lining up for a field goal attempt instead of a touchdown. So Brady, he doesn't care about the record. He just wants to have the opportunity to score, get a touchdown there, and goes for the end zone a couple of times and comes up short. Bucs are 10 of 14 coming into this game in the red zone. So they were one of the best teams in the league offensively in the red zone, obviously small sample sizes. And so one thing throws off everything. But Patriots defense, which has been just okay in the red zone and over Belichick's tenure, obviously has been terrific in the red zone, hold strong here. And Ryan Succop's kick is up and good. So the Bucs do have a 3-0 lead on the 29-yard field goal. But a couple overthrows from Brady in this game. It's always hard to tell with him. Like the one on second down really looked like it was.
I feel like the second down one was like a throwaway. The third down one, that does look like a bit more of a miss. I don't know if it's the wet ball or Brady just.
And Brady was not open either, we should say.
Yeah. So, I mean, it wasn't like he was wide open and he overthrew him by like 10 yards. I mean,
right. Just really good coverage, to be honest, on that play. And the Patriots in general, they've got a lot of guys that teach man coverage really well. Technique is really clean. I mean, you could see, Tommy Brown says it here. Brake got jammed tremendously off the line of scrimmage. So I think that was part of it too. He couldn't get as deep as he'd like to get maybe in that route because of the pressure put on him by the defender there. And so, good stuff. And the drive for the Bucs offense, obviously being able to get out of the situation where they start on their own 18-yard line. So they're able to convert some third downs and get the ball moving a little bit. Find Mike Evans over the middle of the field and, just to catch people up stats wise, at least a little bit. 6 of 11 for Brady, 71 yards so far in this one. And Mike Evans has 3 catches for 49 yards, Fournette 1 for 13, Antonio Brown 2 for 9, and Leonard Fournette 3 carries, 31 yards, Ronald Jones 1 for 3 yards. So still no targets for Chris Godwin in this game. And I wonder if that comes back to he's been the volume guy for the Bucs offense, Patriots trying to take him away, and seems like that.
I mean, that might be the situation right now where they're rolling maybe some safety help. It's hard to see from the broadcast angle we get, but are we seeing some looks where they're rolling Devin McCourty over the top of Godwin and kind of leaving J.C. Jackson on an island with Mike Evans? Maybe that's what they're doing. I think we're seeing some Jonathan Jones on Chris Godwin, and maybe that's a matchup that Bill Belichick has some confidence in. And so I was curious, we saw some of those play action designs, attack in the middle of the field. Now, how does Belichick respond, right? Because one of those came on a blitz. Are we going to see some of that one cross stuff? Are they going to try to bring Roberts down, bring Kyle Duggar down to help take away those in-breaking routes and try to force Brady to put the ball elsewhere, put the ball to the sidelines, put the ball deep?
Yeah, for sure. And so Brady now is the all-time leading passer. And so we can kind of say that, and that's off the table now. And maybe that will help him settle down once he's adjusted that a little bit and a couple of these overthrows that I'm not sure if they were like bad overthrows because I feel like coverage was still pretty good on most of them. And so it's like, okay, we're not putting the ball in harm's way at least. That's obviously a staple of Brady's too. No turnover-worthy throws this season per Pro Football Focus. And so you want to stay out of those situations as well. But really the story, the Bucs defense has risen to the occasion so far. They've started off very well. They start off well against the Rams too, although I feel like the Rams missed some opportunities. I'm sure you've watched plenty of that game and you saw early on, it felt like the Rams missed some things more than the Bucs totally took things off the table for them. And so good to see the defense off to a good start so far in this one, but now keeping it up and maintaining it as the Patriots adjust as well as any team in the league to what defenses and offenses are doing. That's going to be a key here as well.
That is going to be key, but the New England offense, it's not like they've really, other than the first couple of plays where they were in tempo, it's not like they've really strung together drives. They're struggling right now. We're seeing the impact of some pressure. We had, the JTS sack earlier, seeing some other moments where they can get pressure on Matt Jones in the pocket, force him off the spot, force him to make reads under duress. This offense has to string together. New England's offense has to start stringing together some drives here because they're just not doing it. They need to find sort of an offensive identity. They're not there yet. Now, yes, it's a rookie quarterback at his 4th start. I get it, but you got to start figuring this stuff out.
Right, for sure. And here is Mac Jones from the gun. Bucs rush 4, and he goes over the middle of the field to Kendrick Bourne, and he's going to pick up a first down, gain of about 17 for Bourne. And so now the Patriots are moving the ball out at their own 42-yard line.
Yeah, then they're going to go tempo again, just like we saw on their first drive. Oh, no, they are huddling up. It looked like they were going to go right to the line, but they're out of the huddle quickly. So they're at least playing with some pace to it right now. That was a good read and throw from Jones from the pocket. Now you might see, I bet they go play action here.
Right, for sure. And so now we've got Mac Jones. Now he's going to toss, and great play by Will Golston, knocking J.J. Taylor down. Looked like near the line of scrimmage there, so no gain on that play for J.J. Taylor, and it'll bring up 2nd and 10 for the Patriots offense.
I think if there's a theme to tonight's show, or at least the start of it, it's take the toss plays out of the playbook, okay? They're not working right now, kids. You're not getting to the edges right now, so maybe don't do it.
Nobody do it anymore. And Bucs showing a three-man rush here as they drop. Now Joe Tronchenko will come from the slot. Jones steps up in the pocket and he guns one over the middle, and Shaq Barrett, breaks it up. So Shaq Barrett getting involved in the passing game a little bit, breaks up the second down pass, and now it's 3rd and 10 for the Patriots from their own 42-yard line.
I like that decision there to go drop 8 versus a young quarterback, because I know a lot of people always say you want to blitz a young quarterback. Sometimes I think that makes his life easier. He knows to go to his hot read. He knows where he has to get the ball out, check it down. You go drop 8, and you saw Jones there having to make reads, having to make a late throw into a tighter window. That's sometimes tough for a rookie quarterback to do, and we saw it there on that incompletion.
Yeah, for sure. So now 3rd and 10 from the Patriots from their own 42-yard line. Jones from the gun. Back in the backfield next to him is Brandon Bolden. Rusher up the middle, Antoine Winfield, and he clobbers him, and now the pass is going to be intercepted off the tip by Antoine Winfield. And so Jones was hit on the play. We'll see what they call, but Winfield's got the pick. And it looks like there's not going to be a flag. You think about it every time a quarterback gets hit.
You probably thought that flag was coming for roughing the passer. But
absolutely.
What do we see there, John? You saw an overload blitz look to the right side of that New England offense, attacking the right tackle spot, attacking the right side. You get a free runner at Mac Jones, has to make a late throw high, under duress, gets tipped and intercepted. These are the kinds of things I expected to see Tampa Bay try to do, right? Attack the right side of that offensive line, get pressure on Mac Jones, force him to make some throws under pressure. It was probably the right read ultimately, but he needs to get more on that throw. We can't really do it with a guy in his face, tipped, interception, and now you get a chance for, a 7-point swing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And who are the two guys I said that needed to make plays and need to make splash plays tonight? Devin White recovered the fumble that should have been and wasn't. Yep. And then there he gets the pressure. Antoine Winfield picks off the ball on the bounce off Ross Cockrell's deflection. Great play by Ross Cockrell, honestly. Getting his head back around and playing the ball there was the play that kind of made it. But by Winfield being opportunistic and coming away with the splash play, and those are the guys you needed to see. Guys like Devin White and guys like Antoine Winfield, they're the young future of this Bucs defense. They really needed to be the guys that stepped up in this game tonight, and so far so good for those guys as they'll give the Bucs a chance to go back-to-back scoring drives here.
And I think what's important, you mentioned how Cockrell got his eyes turned around, got his head on the ball. Quincy Avery a couple of days ago did a great video breakdown of an interception Lamar Jackson threw on that post bender against the Chiefs where Tyrann Mathieu poached it from the backside. And he talked about that defender that's sort of running with that vertical route underneath with his back to the quarterback. And he called that defender a monument defender because that guy's never going to get his head turned around. He's like a statue. For Cockrell there to be in that moment, get your head around and be able to make a play on the ball, that's a tough ask for a defender. I mean, when you're out there calling those guys monument defenders because they can't get that head turned around, but he's able to do that, make that deflection, turn that into an interceptable throw. That's a huge play from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are the kind of plays that Todd Bowles was talking about. Hey, you need to be more opportunistic. And obviously that one was really created by Ross Cockrell. A lot of Winfield's picks, he only has a couple in his career so far, have been created off deflections. So he's opportunistic and finds the football in those situations. I think Bowles wants him to take even more risks and kind of jump things a little bit more maybe because he's such a smart player. He knows you almost never see him get beat deep, but it's like, okay, you know when to take these risks, break on some balls, make some things happen in that regard. And we haven't seen necessarily a ton of that from Winfield in his career, but definitely a great one there. And the biggest thing, pressure. Somebody said it in the chat, pressure has been the biggest thing so far because they've been able to get pressure and it's making a huge difference. And that's been the thing that's kind of been missing consistently, at least from the Bucs this season. So now 1st and 10 for the Bucs. They'll take over their own 34-yard line. So this is the chance when you're the Bucs offense, man, you have all the talent that they do and you've been kind of messing around a little bit. You got to be able to get going here a little bit and put some points on the board and start to pull away in this thing as Leonard Fournette goes up the middle, runs into Ali Marpet, and is going to pick up 3 yards. So it'll be 2nd and 7 coming up for the Bucs offensively here. And now the rain is really coming down, and that might be affecting things in the passing game too.
Yeah. I mean, this has gone from like a drizzle situation to I don't want to say downpour, but it's not the best weather to be throwing a football in. Now, look, Tom Brady has 10.5-inch hands. I mean, he's got big hand size. That was part of the reason the Patriots apparently drafted him.
Right.
But
Play action again. Plenty of play action tonight, and Brady's going to overthrow another one to Tyler Johnson. I'm not sure that one was there necessarily, but it seems like, the overthrows are definitely happening tonight. We've seen it now from Brady a couple times, and so that's they're trying to fit them all balls in down the field, Mark, but it hasn't been happening so far.
Yeah, it hasn't been happening. It does sort of make you wonder. Look, here you're only getting. I think they only brought 4 on that play. They're dropping 7. They're trying to make him throw into some of these tighter windows. That was an opportunity for a play. I mean, there was a window there to hit that throw. Brady just missed it. Maybe he was wondering if there was a flag or a defensive hold, but now they're in that 3rd and 6 situation. We get another flag.
Yeah, for sure. And now I think you're going to get maybe the Patriots here. So it'll be, I think, too many men on the field. Yeah, so you're Belichick getting caught with too many men on the field by Brady.
Wow. That's one of those moments, right? The disciple getting his mentor on that, because Brady used to do that for years in New England, right? You get the substitution, late guy running off, try to snap the football. Now he's doing it to his old coach.
Right. Yeah. 3rd and about 1.5 now here for the Bucs. So playbook open. We've seen him throw a lot in these situations, but what will they do tonight with the rain dumping? You can see Belichick drenched there.
Yeah.
And so the Bucs now with a chance just outside of midfield as they give to Lenny up the middle. He's going to get a couple fall forward, so he'll pick up the first down. So it'll be a new set of downs for the Bucs as they move the ball out to their own 46-yard line.
Yeah, I was wondering if they'd go play action, try to be a little bit creative there, but it seemed like, look, they just wanted to get that first down, and maybe the weather is sort of impacting some play calls here, because that would be a situation, 3rd and 1, you might see them, and in a different game be a little aggressive. Right. But here, they keep it on the ground, get the fresh set of downs. Now you get the playbook open here as Brady's in the gun for first down.
Yeah, I think that, the weather may be impacting some things. They've run the ball for the Bucs pretty well in this one. And so Brady back to pass, good protection. He goes underneath Mike Evans, who's going to pick up 5 or 6 before he's knocked out of bounds. And so 2nd and 4 coming up for the Bucs.
Yep, and J.C. Jackson on him again, So we're seeing this is the matchup that Belichick feels he wanted to play, right? We've seen Belichick do different things against receivers in the past. This is one of those weeks where he must have decided, look, I'm just going to take J.C. Jackson and put him on Evans. We'll, play matchups around those guys as well. But this is the matchup I feel best about with our guys against their best players.
Right, for sure. And so it's been a 2nd and 4 situation is where you want to be. You win on first down. It's a win for sure. As Brady goes play action, throws quickly to Evans, who backs up and not going to have very far to go. He gets back maybe to the line of scrimmage there, but it's going to be 3rd and 4 for the Bucs. And they've already been in, this will be the 5th 3rd down situation so far, I believe, in this game. 2 for 4 going into this play here.
Interesting. Looked like a bit of a dual read screen there where you also had Godwin at the top of the screen looking for a smoke screen. Brady decides to throw to Evans. Patriots just played that one well. You didn't get it blocked up initially. Evans had to catch and make a move behind the line of scrimmage, fought to get back, maybe caught, eked out a yard there. But Patriots actually played that one pretty well.
They did. You do not see Mike Evans in many catch and run type situations. And so interesting there to see that. Now here's Brady on 3rd and 4. So the Bucs trying to improve what they've done on 3rd down. Brady back to pass again. Pretty good protection. He's going to go down the field. Antonio Brown adjusts to the back shoulder throw. Great job by Brown getting his eyes back to the football. And it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Bucs down to the New England 21-yard line.
Leonard Fournette is having a fantastic game and won't show up in the stat sheet, but this job he does here on the interior blitzer, he chops him down, keeps Brady clean in the pocket, and then you get the great back shoulder throw. It's so tough to defend. Jonathan Jones is in good position on this route, right? It's an out and up move. He's on his hip, but the ball is just put in a spot where he can't make a play on it. The time and the rhythm, the feel for it between Brown and Brady, that's immaculate on that play.
Right, for sure. And now the Bucs with the 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line of the Patriots as Brady gives up the middle to Leonard Fournette. He'll fall forward and pick up about 3. So 2nd and 7 now for the Bucs. And we'll see if we get the end of the quarter here. We should, it looks like, as the Bucs can take this thing down to the end of the first quarter. So Brady so far 9 of 15, 104 yards in this one. Leonard Fournette, 6 carries, 41 yards. So averaging 6.8 yards per carry. He needs to get somebody to screenshot that box score and frame that thing.
Yeah,
This
put
is a
that
good
thing up
start.
on the wall, Lenny.
That's right. Put this one up. Mike Evans, 5 catches, 55 yards. Antonio Brown, 3 for 36 yards. Leonard Fournette, 1 for 13 yards. So we've seen Brady now with 9 completions, but only to 3 guys. That's probably pretty unusual for Brady too, because he's usually a guy who spreads it around a ton. And so far we have seen attempts to other people for sure. Tyler Johnson, Cody McElroy, I guess that one was kind of thrown away, and then Cam Brate. But so far, only 3 guys catching completion so far.
Yeah, I mean, usually you see Brady spread the ball out around more. I mean, I'm curious to see, with Chris Godwin, when do you see him get going? Because you're seeing a lot of targets to Evans, you're seeing a lot of targets to Brown. At some point, as somebody that has a Patriots, banner hanging over his shoulder here, I'm worried that there's going to be a Chris Godwin big play coming. But Tampa Bay's offense is moving the ball very well right now. And like I said, Leonard Fournette, that blitz pickup on that completion we just saw to Antonio Brown, it's going to be a go back and watch that one on film, because you got a free rusher up the middle, and he just cut him down and kept that pocket clean, giving Brady time to make that read and throw. Just a great play. Yeah,
that's a great call by you too, because I don't want to even jinx him, to be honest, but it's been like a hugely improved part of Leonard Fournette's game that through really his whole career, he's not been a very good pass protector, Mark. That's kind of shocking, given that I think he does have a physical mindset, in some ways, and he is a bigger back, and it seems like all the tools are kind of there for him to be good, but it has not really been, a consistent thing for him in his career for sure. The Bucs need him to be better in that area because of how weak Ronald Jones is in the passing game, how unproven Keyshawn Vaughn is, and obviously Ronald Jones, or obviously Giovanni Bernard not being in for this game. It's huge for him that he's able to bring it in that capacity in this game.
Yeah, no, it's tough to pick up the pass protection rules as a running back. I mean, it takes time. I mean, especially when he was at LSU, they probably weren't ever asking him to be in there for pass protection. Yeah, he did some of it at Jacksonville, but now you're learning it under Bruce Arians, Byron Leftwich. It does take some time, but that the physicality of it, right? The ability to take on that interior blitzer, to cut him, to get him to go down to the ground, to keep the pocket clean. If you can do that, if you can keep Tom Brady clean, because let's remember, the goal here is to protect Tom Brady, right? Yeah. And if Brady's going to trust you to pick up that blitz, and you do it a couple times for him, Brady's going to want to see you on the field, third down situations, passing situations. When Brady has that comfort level in the pocket with Leonard Fournette and in pass protection, that's going to be huge for this offense.
Right, for sure. And so now the Bucs will have 2nd and 7 from the New England 18-yard line here. After the 3-yard rush by Leonard Fournette. And so 2nd and 7 now. Brady from the shotgun, 3 receivers to his left. O.J. Howard, the tight end, in line to his right, and Leonard Fournette in the backfield next to him. Patriots rush 3, and Brady has all kinds of time. A late rusher coming in, and Mike Evans, that one looked like it might have glanced off his hands. Yeah. He punches the ground in frustration there on 2nd down, and so it'll bring up 3rd and 7 for the Bucs from the Patriots 18-yard line.
This is another situation where Brady wanted to get the tight end here, Howard, open on the right. He looked there first, doesn't like it, comes to his 3rd read because he had the middle run through, and passers can't get caught by Mike Evans.
Yeah, that one seemed like it should have. Great route, and that's right off both hands, no question about it. That one will be a drop for Mike Evans on 2nd and 7, so that would have given him a first down near the 10-yard line there. And now Brady's going to have to try and convert 3rd and 7. So he takes the snap, 3 rushers, and one comes in clean, and now Leonard Fournette drops the ball in the flat. I don't know if he was getting the first down anyway.
I don't think he was getting the first down, but it's curious. We talked about that. We might see some drop 8 stuff, right? What do they do here? This 3rd and 7, critical play down in the red zone. They show you pressure, but then they drop. They go that drop 8. They force Brady to come off where he wants to go initially. And you see the job there that one guy that's mugged up, he then peels off, takes away that crossing route. So Brady then has to get to the check down to Fournette in the flat, and they can't get it completed. Now we get a field goal try.
Right, field goal try coming on for Ryan Suckup. So the Bucs trying to take a 6-0 lead, but definitely not the start that they wanted at all, considering how much New England has struggled offensively. Bucs offense not taking advantage of opportunities in the red zone. And now Ryan Succup's kick is going to be off as well. So the Bucs come away with only a 3-0 lead. They do not score off the turnover, and they are leaving the door wide open for New England, because this is an opportunity. They should be well out and in control of this game. And this is what we've seen from the Bucs really every single week of the season. They leave the door cracked for teams when they should be shutting them out.
Good snap, good hold. Kick was just pushed to the right. This is, you get the interception, you got a chance to get a 10-0 lead on the road. That's one of those put it away moments that you kind of sometimes need from teams. And they weren't able to finish this drive with a touchdown, weren't able to finish this drive with points. And so New England dodges a huge bullet there. But let's not forget, this is a New England offense that is still struggling right now. They've had a couple of plays here and there. I do think that they need to sustain a drive New England does if they're going to have any shot at keeping this game close. I still think that Tampa Bay, even though they didn't finish that drive with points, they have the ability to sort of put some points on the board here. It's just a matter of finishing drives.
Right, for sure. I mean, the Bucs defense has struggled all season long. I don't think they're suddenly going to be a complete juggernaut. They need some points to close this thing out. It hasn't. Bucs offense has not helped them out. Just when it feels like the Bucs defense is figuring some things out, the offense starts to falter really for the first time this season. They move the football, but yeah, it's like you said, it's finishing drives, and in the red zone, that's a struggle for this team. I know some people say he's missing Gronk. I really don't think that's it. And Brady's never really, as much as Gronk's helpful, just reality is, doesn't matter who he's necessarily played with before. And the Patriots are doing some good things, but yeah, Mike Evans, they got to catch the ball. If he catches the ball, we're talking about a great opportunity for a fresh set of downs and the 10-yard line, and you've got a chance to score here. Good things probably happen there. At least maybe hit the field goal. And so, yeah, I just think those things are what you trace it back to. That was the Bucs have dropped 4 third downs this season. I think all of those, or 3 of them at least, have been big plays down the field that they've dropped that are probably, that are scoring their drives for sure, that are put them in scoring position. One would have first and goal at the 5. And so, yeah, there's just those situations, Mark, continue to creep up for this team. They shoot themselves in the foot at kind of the worst times. And so you look at all these yardage stats, and even the point stats have been there, but the process is good. Guys are open, execution's good. Play calling seems like it's good. They've been more aggressive on first down. They've thrown a ton on first down. They're using more play action. We've seen a ton of it in this game already, but yeah, it just doesn't feel like the execution has been there. And when that's, for the very much the most part this season, not on the quarterback, that's just pretty rare. Usually if all those other things are in place, the results come too. And I guess they're 2-1, so maybe they have, but
yeah, they're still up 3-0 against a team that is struggling on offense. And so, your defense forces another 3 and out, or they force another turnover here or something like that. You'll still get good field position out of it. So, there will be opportunities for this Tampa Bay offense to put this game away, I do think.
Yeah, for sure. And can they do it? That's the question, because it's been a struggle all season. As Damian Harris goes up the middle, he's not going to get anywhere. And now a flag comes in. Yeah, so and we could have a hold here. Yeah.
And so now, you speak teams shooting themselves in the foot, right? Because New England, they had a catch that should have been a fumble. They have the interception. Now you get this drive that starts with a run for no gain, and you get a holding penalty tacked on that. Now you're going to back yourselves up even more. This is an offense that right now can't get going. And if you're Josh McDaniels, what do you turn to? You've tried some runs to the edge. Those haven't worked. You've tried some play action stuff. That hasn't worked. Some screens, maybe some. Do you dial up a trick play like they did early against the Jets? I don't know, but they've got to figure something out.
Yeah, they only have 2 rushes in this game, and they're negative yardage there. And so now we've got a 1st and 20 for Mac Jones. He's under center. 2 receivers to his left, 2 to his right. He goes play action. No pressure, but a quick throw to Jonnu Smith, and right there immediately to wrap him up is Will Golston. Yeah, so maybe a gain of 1 there.
You try a tight end screen off of play action and get you 1 yard.
Yeah. It's not a bad call. It's
not a bad call. It's just the execution of it. Tampa Bay sniffed it out. They either saw that on tape or had a feeling that was coming, because that play had no chance to get going.
Right, for sure. So, okay, now we've got a 2nd and 19. The Bucs with a chance to pin the Patriots back if they can get a stop here and not allow much yardage. And here's a free rusher up the middle, and he overran Mac Jones, who then completes the pass for a nice, healthy gain. Not going to be the first down, but they're going to be in a 3rd and manageable situation as Kendrick Bourne gets 16 yards, and the Patriots are out moving the football now, and they've got a chance to actually convert this 3rd down after 1st and 20.
Yeah, if you're a Patriots fan, if you're somebody that has some questions about Mac Jones pre-draft, these are the types of plays you want to see, right? That ability to avoid a free rusher in the pocket and make a throw on the move in a big spot. 2nd and long becomes 3rd and 3. You at least got a shot here to convert this. And they do.
And I believe, and they do. Jacoby Myers over the middle of the field, wide open. And so maybe a miscommunication there from the Bucs secondary. Obviously, Richard Sherman starting his first game of the season after being signed on Wednesday. And so it'll be 1st and 10 now for the Patriots from their own 48-yard line. And you've seen the communication issues, and now the Patriots using tempo and trying to go fast here to continue to catch the Bucs as Mac Jones goes under center, now changing things up, and he's going to step back into the gun.
Yeah, interested to see now they go from under center. Now he's going empty.
Yeah, and here comes the rush, 4-man rush. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka breaks through, but Mac Jones' pass to Jacoby Myers is off target a little bit, and it'll bring up 2nd and 10. Looked like Tryon-Shoyinka broke through, and Mac Jones may have fallen off that throw a little bit.
Yeah, looks like the pressure impact of the throw. Looks like they checked to Haas juke, standard New England concept, and I know Tampa Bay's been running recently. It looks like that's what they checked to out of the empty formation. Tried to hit the juke route, Evans underneath, but just missed the throw, influenced by the pressure.
Yeah, for sure. This is asking a lot of Richard Sherman tonight.
Yeah.
This is a lot of snaps. 2nd and 10 for Mac Jones from the gun. He drops back to pass, pressure coming, and he gets hit, but he does get the throw off, and it's going to be a short gain underneath to Kendrick Bourne once again. Winfield chops him down, gain of 4, so 3rd and 6 coming up. Ball did cross over into Bucs territory at the Tampa Bay 48-yard line. Could be looking here at a potential opportunity to go for it on 4th down for the Patriots. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what they do on 3rd down. You get the slot blitz here. You get a hit on Jones, doesn't get picked up. Jones is getting making some throws under pressure now. We've seen some throws impacted by that pressure too.
Yeah, and so now we've got Mac Jones from the gun, 3 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. He drops back to pass. Bucs bring pressure once again, and that one's going to be incomplete, well off target, and they're going to throw a flag here, and it looks like they might get Richard Sherman here.
Yeah. I mean,
that did not look catchable, but
that did not look catchable unless they're saying it's defensive holding.
Yeah.
No, they're calling it DPI.
DPI. I'm not sure I get that one.
Yeah.
That ball was way off target.
Sailed out of bounds.
Maybe they're saying if he hadn't grabbed him, it would have been.
But it looks like he was breaking back to the outside. It looks like he was just going to come back on a curl.
Oh. Right. What? That was DPI? I don't see that one. But again, the Bucs.
You want to call that defensive holding? Okay, I don't know about DPI.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Sherman, and this is a tough task for Sherman, by the way.
Yeah,
here come out and play man coverage too. On top of the regular stuff that we do. A lot of work for Richard Sherman tonight here, as the Patriots go 1st and 10 from the Bucs 37-yard line. Mac Jones under center, I formation behind him. He's going to delayed handoff there to Damian Harris, who goes up the middle and is hit immediately. Levante David and Ndamukong Suh knock him down, so no gain on that play, and now it's 2nd and 10 for the Patriots from the Bucs 37-yard line.
Yeah, New England just struggling to get run game going against this front. It's kind of like we saw week 1, right? Dallas decided, look, we're going to make Ezekiel Elliott a non-factor. We're just going to throw the ball like 58 times or however many times Dak threw it, because you don't want to run against this front, and New England's having some struggles trying to get their ground game going tonight.
Right. 3 flags. I don't know. I forget how many have been accepted, but I think that's at least 3 flags on the Bucs tonight, maybe more, as Mac Jones goes under center here now. And he's going to hand off again to Harris. He's got some space to work with this time, but Levante David closes and wraps him up. And so
I think this is going to come back.
Yeah, we got a flag down here.
Yep.
So both teams hurting themselves with penalties a little bit here.
Some second one of Michael Onwenu.
Yeah, what a beast. Michael Onwenu's been a great player for New England, a great find for them. Was one of my favorite players coming out of that class. It's a later pick, but I don't like that call at all either.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's a terrible call.
I think that's technically, as Jeff Schwartz would like to say on Twitter, that's not holding, right? Once you get in there and engage, you can do that hands inside, but
yeah,
he got flagged for it in what would have been a manageable situation. Now 2nd and 20, New England now -4 yards rushing to this.
Yeah, for sure. So here we go. Mac Jones from the gun, 2nd and 20. Bucs got to win this down. And they're bringing pressure once again, but it's late getting there. And Mac Jones is going to throw over the middle of the field. Kendrick Bourne again beat Richard Sherman inside, and he makes the catch. So that's going to be a big gain again, a 16 yards, put him in another 3rd manageable. Look like the same thing on the last 1st and 20.
It was almost like the same route concept, that dig route. Looks like zone coverage here. Sherman zone technique, zoning this off, matches it on the dig. But Bourne just had leverage and took advantage of it from almost the moment the route began, with Sherman playing with outside technique.
Absolutely. So now you're in another 3rd manageable situation, and easy throws for Mac Jones over the middle of the field. Bucs bringing plenty of pressure, but they're not getting home with it on this drive at all. It's been picked up pretty nicely, or it's been coming too late for Tampa Bay in terms of timing it up. So here's Jones from the gun, and no pressure at all. Very comfortable situation. He dumps it down to Brandon Bolden, who's going to pick up the first down easily, uncontested. Nobody was out in the flat there for the Bucs, so that's going to be a 3rd and 4 conversion, and they're going to move the ball to the 24-yard line of Tampa Bay.
Yeah, that looks like, nice read from Mac Jones, right? He had the receiver in the flat. Nobody was covering him. Opportunity for an easy throw, easy catch, move the chains. Now you get yourself into another first down situation. Jones has played pretty well this drive. He had the move and throw earlier. That conversion right there. He seems like he might be settling in.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely settling in. Nice drive by him. And here he goes with the toss again. Brandon Bolden, he's going to come and get maybe back to the line of scrimmage, hit immediately by Jordan Whitehead, one of the best run stuffing safeties in the league. And that's a big tackle by him. And again, it's no gain for the Patriots on a rush. And so 2nd and 10 coming up for New England from the 24.
Take the toss plays out of the playbook. Take the toss plays out of the playbook. Yeah. They're not working, man.
Yeah, both sides gotta learn here and just take them out, scrap them.
Yep.
As New England goes 2nd and 10 now from the Bucs 24-yard line. See what Josh McDaniels and Mac Jones have in store here. Mac Jones is under center once again. He's going to take the snap, drop back, pressure coming quickly that time, and it's knocked away by Carlton Davis. So 2nd and 10 turns into 3rd and 10 there. And now they throw a late flag on Carlton
Aguilar
Davis.
is begging for it. I need to see this replay because I didn't see it live. I thought it was just good coverage.
This is just it's just crazy. Not only whether it's good or it's not. I mean, it looked great there, but it's crazy how much Carlton Davis gets flagged for a guy who I think plays pretty clean.
I didn't see anything there. I didn't see anything.
Understand.
I mean, does he? He's got the left arm on the shoulder.
He hooks a little bit there. Okay, I see. He hooks over the shoulder a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
it looked like he slipped.
Yeah,
I think the coverage was like too good there almost.
Yeah. Well, New England gets another fresh set of downs thanks to a penalty here.
And you wonder, like, when's it going to bounce back? Like the Bucs way, we just haven't. The Bucs are, especially in terms of defensive pass interference, they are the least benefited team in the league from defensive pass interference this year. So Mac Jones offset eye behind him. Jacoby Myers goes in motion on 1st and 10 for the Bucs 14-yard line. He's back to throw. He goes over the middle quickly to Jacoby Myers for the gain of about 3 or 4. So 2nd and 6 or 7 coming up here for the Patriots.
Yeah, Jones just throwing that sort of in-breaking route, whether it's short or deep, throwing it with nice timing, good rhythm, good placement. What I like about this play, the read here, right? You're trying to run him off with a one tight end, get him to come back under. So the timing of the read, really good from Mac Jones on that play.
Yeah, for sure. And so here we go. 2nd and 7, Mac Jones in the gun. 2 receivers to his left, 2 to his right. Takes the snap, back to pass, can't find anyone. Now over the middle to the goal line and touchdown. Hunter Henry found him late in the progression. Pass rush couldn't get home. Story of the Bucs season. And now the Patriots have the lead here in the second, about midway through the second quarter. They lead 6-3 with the extra point coming.
That was a really good play from Mac Jones. I mean, he got to his 3rd read in the progression there, had to move around a little bit in the pocket. Really good read, really good throw. This is why you paid all that money for Hunter Henry too, right? You're going to get Hunter Henry working across the formation here. He's going to be running this almost like a mesh shallow cross concept. Good read, good throw, fit around the underneath hole defender, and Henry finished it for the touchdown.
Yeah, those are the situations where you need Shaq Barrett. Anthony Nelson's on the field. Raheem Nunez-Roches is on the field. Will Golston is on the field. You got to have Shaq Barrett make a play, man. He's working against the backup tackle who's really, really struggled this season. He gets pushed way high up the arc. He doesn't impact the play. Antoine Winfield misses the tackle there. It's sloppy play from the Bucs. It's been sloppy play. They're down 7-3, and they're going to have to find a way to rectify it, especially in a night where the offense has already blown a lot of opportunities. This game, and who knows how it ends, Mark, but just reminds me a lot of the Bears game last year. It just does. The penalties when their other defense is otherwise playing great. Some have been really, really questionable. Feels like bounces are kind of going against the Bucs in this one so far. You get the drop, you get the fumble going the other way that isn't now a fumble. It feels like lots of things kind of working against you. Brady's been fine, but not maybe as crispest. And, you have obviously the injuries coming into it. Very, very reminiscent of that one. I think you've got a much weaker opponent on paper, but it hasn't played out that way because the Bucs have shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, the bump, they've had opportunities to finish drives with points. They haven't. You get a field goal, you get a missed field goal. You fail to capitalize on New England mistakes. You bail them out with some questionable pass interference penalties. We talked about those on that last drive. But now, you left the door open and New England sort of kicked it in there with a touchdown drive of their own to take the lead. Now, I keep saying that I do think that this Buccaneers offense is going to finish these drives with points eventually. They're going to finish some of these drives with touchdowns. But the more you let a team like New England in this situation hang around, you're making life tougher on yourself to come out here with a win.
Yeah, it really does. It's so indicative of where this team is at. You look up, they just have all these guys and they have great plays. And then you look up in the second quarter and it's like, man, it's not as good as it should be. It just isn't. And obviously they figured it out last year in the playoffs and went on a great run and won the Super Bowl. And so, that part of it looks good, but it has been one of these things where the regular season just feels like it is just kind of all over the place for this team, and night games in the regular season too. They obviously figured that out late in the year too. And there were certainly good things about the Cowboys night game to open the season, but I don't put much stock into those things typically, Mark, but it just feels like this team really plays like this in night games a lot of the time. And it's hard to explain why that happens.
Yeah. I mean, this one night game, whether Belichick, Brady, like the Belichick, Brady going against each other, Brady coming home, like that, there's a lot going into this game. So that could explain some of the stuff that we're seeing at least early. Guys might be keyed up, emotions might be high for this one. Tampa Bay, those players probably want to go make sure they win this for Tom. And so that could be playing a role here as well. I do think that, this is I don't want to say this is a critical drive for Tampa Bay coming up here, but I do think, look, you want to you get an opportunity here to get some points here. You get an opportunity here to retake this league, put together a good drive, do some of the stuff you've been doing, some of the play action stuff, those in breakers off play action. Get into the end zone, sort of take control of this game again.
Oh, for sure. I mean, no question about that. You don't want to put this Bucs defense right back out there. I mean, that's huge. I think they've just have not played. I mean, they first and 20 and second and 20, two separate situations in that drive. They give up both. That is really poor. And to be honest, it's hard for me to blame Richard Sherman. He's not even in football shape right now.
Yeah.
How are you going to blame him? Then the call goes against him too. It's just like, how are you supposed to, put this guy out there and, it just I'll feel like it's asking a lot of him.
It's certainly asking a lot for him. And that DPI on him, you and I talked about that. Like, I didn't really see anything there. I thought he was in pretty good shape. The catch he gave up on the in-breaking route, it was just the coverage. He was using outside leverage, gave up the in-breaking route. That might happen.
Right. Yeah, especially with the blitz, not as much help in the middle of the field as the handoff goes to Ronald Jones. He's going to rumble ahead for about 6 yards. So a win on first down for the Bucs, and 2nd and 4 coming up from their own 31-yard line. Clock is winding here about halfway through the second quarter. So, time does become of the essence here, especially with the way New England has played things. There hasn't been a lot of huge chunk plays. And so, you're probably looking at trying to piece together another drive.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of playing out how we thought that New England might try to play this, right? Try to keep stuff in front of them, try to force Tampa Bay to grind out some drives, to finish some drives, bend but don't break. That's kind of what we've seen so far from New England's defense.
Right. Here's Brady on 2nd and 4, and the Patriots jumped and came across where they drawn off. We'll see here.
I didn't see anybody on Tampa Bay move, but Ronald Jones got a point in right away.
Yeah. Looks like O.J. Howard, false start is going to be the call here. And so Bucs with another pre-snap penalty. They are blowing away the second-place team in terms of pre-snap penalties. Just tons of them this season.
I mean, that's just free
both
yardage.
sides of the ball. Yeah.
That's just free yardage.
Both sides of the ball too, right. Right. So 2nd and 4 becomes 2nd and 9.
Yep.
And, false start is going to be the call there. So O.J. Howard backs him up. And, again, Howard, that's been the thing with him, right? Like, mental mistakes, drops, those kind of errors. That's why a big reason why Cam Brate's been playing ahead of him this season.
Yep.
And so now you've got a 2nd and 9 situation where you had a 2nd and 4 with the playbook wide open.
Yep.
Now 2nd and 9, you almost have to throw here.
Yeah, it changes your approach. You changes what you can and can't do. It's an unfortunate mistake there.
Right. And so here's Brady from the gun, 3-man rush, and he goes underneath to Antonio Brown, who's going to pick up about 8.5 yards maybe there. So it'll be a long one here, maybe 3rd and a long one for the Bucs from their own 34-yard line. And so
3-man rush again. They're doing that drop 8 stuff to try to, like we talked about, keep stuff in front of them, make Brady throw into windows, make Brady go through reads, rally downhill, make tackles. I've seen a lot of that so far this game.
Yeah, for sure. And so 3rd and 1 now for the Bucs. They've run in some of these situations, and so we'll see.
Another run block here.
Yeah.
Condensed formation.
Here's Brady, takes a snap, toss out wide to Leonard Fournette, who is going to have the first down and go out of bounds. And so,
a toss play worked. Toss play worked. Got him a first down. I mean, it wasn't a huge gain, but you can see why it kind of worked there, right? You condensed the formation. tighten things up, get a good block there from Johnson, that crack block on Jalen Mills that gets to the edge. Then you get the puller to the outside to really sort of lead the way. You get Christian Wirfs out there in space. Just a great, right tackle here in the NFL. That's enough for Fournette to get the first down.
Right. Here's Brady on 1st and 10, goes under center. Chris Godwin, who still doesn't have a catch or a target in this game, goes into motion as play action for Brady, and Matt Judon is right there to wrap him up and take him down immediately.
Yeah. And
so
it looked like Judon won that almost right after the snap, because you have the fake handoff. Jones is trying to come off out of the fake to peel back to block there. They block down. You've got the puller coming across. He can't get there in time.
That's that trap pass, and Judon just kind of never respected the run there at all.
Yep.
Yeah. The Bucs have popped this obviously a lot of times before, but no chance there for Brady. Couldn't even get his eyes downfield.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty with that play. If that trap blocker can't get to the edge in time, that guy's going to have a free shot at your quarterback.
And it's almost always, and there's Ali Marpet loses, and Brady's got to throw this one downfield, and he can't hit Brate. So 2nd and 18 is going to become 3rd and 18, and now the Bucs are in big trouble in terms of trying to convert this one. This is going to be tough.
Yeah.
And usually that trap pass, Mark, is run with Ali Marpet. They almost always run it with Marpet pulling, and instead now you've got Alex Kappa pulling, and so maybe the timing isn't as crisp as it usually would be because that's a problem. As you see Christian Barmore, the rookie, kind of overpowering Ali Marpet there. You don't see that very often for Ali Marpet.
So, another example of New England getting that pressure with 3. We'll see how they play it on 3rd and 18 here. Do you again drop 8, rush just a 3, or do you try to bring some pressure, force Brady to make a quick throw? Looks like they're just going to drop here. You see the way they're playing this pre-snap.
Yeah. And Brady's going to throw underneath to Chris Godwin. He's going to pick up maybe half a yard. That's it. Tyler Johnson blew the block, and easy tackle for about no gain there, really, for the Patriots. And so 4th and 18 and a dreadful drive for the Bucs goes nowhere on that play.
Yeah, that was not the drive that we wanted to see from them. This was an opportunity for them to have a good drive, put some points together, take control of this game back. But you get the sack, you get some mistakes, you have the false start. Even though they converted that, you still have the false start, some missed opportunities, and now they're forced to punt, giving Mac Jones the ball right back.
Yeah, for sure. And so here's Bradley Pinion getting set to punt one away. We'll see if he can pin New England back at least. A high punt for Pinion, and not a great one. So it looks like it's going to be down at about the 32-yard line. So New England will have pretty strong field position as they try to score again before the half. So the Patriots did start with the ball, so the Bucs offense will be getting it coming out for the second half. That's something to keep in mind here. But, yeah, I mean, Brady is clearly not happy on the sideline, and hard to blame him. Very poor execution by the rest of the team so far, especially on that drive. I mean, you've got the blow in the block on the trap pass, and obviously that's a tough one because Judon read it and give him credit for it. But you don't take care of business there, and the penalty, before that. And so again, the team the crisp is just not there. They just don't play to their potential. And it's funny, Bruce Arians, great week of practice, best week of practice. Guys responded with the intensity, attention to detail was there, blah, blah, all that, but it just hasn't shown up in games. And it didn't early last season either. And then it did when it mattered. And so I don't really have a statement about the future of the team per se. And obviously this game's still anybody's for sure, but it just feels like the Bucs can't get those things sorted out right now.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like they can't get some stuff sorted out. It does seem like they're shooting themselves in the foot at times. You get the sack there. And then even on the 3rd and 18 play, I know you don't have a lot of plays in the playbook for 3rd and 18, but when your center is having a tough time with Christian Barmore, and Barmore's getting that interior pressure, which, again, blueprints and all that on beating Tom Brady, that quick interior pressure, force him off his spot in the pocket, make him just sort of have to make a throw under pressure. That's what you got on 3rd and 18. And they're forced to put on the punter. And so that was not the drive you wanted to see. They not only did they fail to put points on the board, the defense is now back on the field. And, the defense had just given up a touchdown drive. Now they're right back onto the field after, 5 and out, so to speak. That's not a situation, even though this Patriots offense is still up and down. They just put together a good drive of their own. They figured some stuff out. Now you got to go deal with them again.
Right. Now, and that gets tough because this defense has been far from a rock for this team this season, and they need to be in this game. They need to be dominant. This really, as much as you're shocked at the process, your missed field goal, Mike Evans with the drop, you've got blown protections happening. You've got all these penalties and pass interferences, especially keeping things alive for the Patriots and helping them out. You kind of get this team that's actively working against themselves right now. And I just kind of get to the point where you expect that a little bit to happen when you come up for these games. And so I think that the defense has to take control of games like this, right? They've got all these alphas out there. They've got all this talent out there, all these guys who played really well in big moments, played their best football ever in big moments. And this has to be situations where they rise to the occasion, get the ball back to the offense. They can score before the half, come out for the second half, get things squared away. But again, I feel like the Bucs defense, they have the matchup in one that's clearly in favor. And they, my opinion, really need to take advantage of that and start dictating their will on this game, unlike they did on the last drive. Is Mac Jones now from the shotgun from his own 32-yard line. Bucs rush 5. Shaq Barrett comes in, but it looks like he slowed up as he got to the quarterback. Jones throws underneath for a short gain of 4. So 2nd and 6 coming up, but Shaq Barrett definitely slowed up.
He almost looked like he was afraid of getting a flag. I mean,
Yeah.
You see this, and defenders have talked about it. Like sometimes they feel like they're put in a bad spot, and you might have seen it there where as he slows up, doesn't get a hit on the QB.
Right, and here's Jones back to pass again, and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka wins over the middle, but Jacoby Myers is wide open as he beat Richard Sherman, and he's going to get down near close to midfield as Carlton Davis makes the tackle, but it's a gain of 12, and now Myers is down holding his knee. I think that's where Davis hit him on the tackle.
Yeah, another good read and throw here, but yeah, you see that hit come in, and Myers is down, and he seems to be in rather serious pain here. He's now lying on his stomach here. So we'll wait to see what the situation is with his knee injury.
Yeah, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka getting pressure there. And again, I don't think the Bucs, yes, they didn't get pressure on some key downs in the last drive, but over the course of the game, they've gotten pressure, Mark. It's just that either they are not getting home for sacks or they can't get it consistently enough on every down to match with the coverage, right? They might get it, force a throwaway, force an incomplete pass, and then they're giving something up on the next play. And so just feels like consistency is totally eluding the defense right now.
Yeah, it does feel that way. You had the pressure on the interception, earlier in this game, and that was obviously a good play, but you had an opportunity on first down where you've got a shot at Jones, and Barrett maybe slows up. Maybe he's worried about a flag or something like that. And then even just there, you had a little bit of pressure. Jones has to get to a secondary read, but he's able to make a read, make a throw, and get a decent gain out of it. We await Jacoby Myers in his injury situation, but they're getting pressure. It's just not always as productive as you'd like it to be. You got the interception on one play, yeah, but then you had some other plays where Jones was able to skip away from pressure a little bit and make some throws.
Yeah, for sure. I think Jones has handled things pretty well. I mean, you have seen him fall off a couple throws under pressure, but he's making the right reads, at least. Like mentally, I think he's getting to where he needs to be. It helps that guys have been pretty much wide open right over the middle of the field, right? If you're attacking pressure, you'd love for targets over the middle of the field to kind of present themselves, right? That makes it easy for you. You don't have to move around too much, do anything special. And he's making those simple plays. The Bucs are not covering very well. It's been an issue all season, especially short catch and run opportunities. There's not things going down the field here. It's just the short stuff is picking apart this defense.
Yeah, and this was kind of going to be the game plan for Mac Jones, right? It was going to be those quick throws, like get him into rhythm. If he's pressured, he's going to have to deal with that with footwork. He's not a super athlete, so he's not going to escape the pocket like, say, a Kyler Murray or a Lamar Jackson or anybody like that. But he's going to have to sort of just move around with his feet. You saw it particularly on that, I think it was the 2nd and 20 play where you had the free rusher on the inside. He just steps around that, kept his eyes downfield, made a good read and a good throw. Those were going to be the ways that he was going to have to adapt to life as an NFL quarterback, because he's not going to do it purely as an athlete. He's going to have to do it with his mind and his feet, and we've seen some of that tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And so now Mac Jones is going to have a chance to score here. There's before the half, and that's obviously a huge goal for New England because they want this to be a situation where they can put more points on the board because they know Tampa Bay comes out in the second half and gets the football. And especially if they cannot give the Bucs another opportunity here as the clock winding close to 4 minutes, that'll be key for them, obviously.
Yeah, you don't want to leave Brady enough time. I mean, we saw that week 1, right, where the Buccaneers went down and scored before halftime and, did it pretty quickly. So, this is one of those tough drives to manage from a play calling perspective. You obviously want to finish it with points and be aggressive, but you also don't want to score too early.
Right.
It's tough to balance.
Yeah, there's that delayed handoff again, and Jordan Whitehead chops down Damian Harris once again. No gain, or maybe a little bit of a loss there, actually. Whitehead has been just a beast against the run, and we'll see if the Patriots have not been able to get that part of their offense going at all which makes their success
this
even
is
more
just
surprising.
a great play. He just runs right through Kendrick Bourne. I mean,
and the fullback.
Yeah, I mean, runs through two people to make that play. That's an incredible effort. He's coming off the edge, and now you get Damian Harris down, and so you have a dinged up Patriots offense. You lose Myers on the previous play. Now your running back group, which is already dinged up, we lost James White. Now Harris is down. That leaves you with Ramondre Stevenson was inactive. Brandon Bolden and J.J. Taylor right now are your two running back options, although Myers is up and walking on the sideline.
Right. And for Jordan Whitehead, man, I just keep saying it. You got to play this guy every single snap. And the Bucs did obviously last season, but, it's still the situation, I think, where it's like, okay, this year, I think it's got to happen more often, I feel like.
Yeah.
That looked like maybe a knee-on-knee collision there a little bit on that play.
Yeah, because basically Jakob Johnson is blocking Whitehead almost into the path of Damian Harris, and looked like Whitehead had tried to sort of plant to make the tackle.
Yep.
Harris
that almost looked like a tripping call on the replay, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, it was inadvertent, so I don't think they would have flagged it, but
right.
Yeah.
So here's Jones back to pass Shaq Barrett, forcing his way up the middle, and he gets the sack, gets Mac Jones to the ground. And now the Bucs have New England backed up with a 3rd and 18 from their own 40 for the Patriots.
Yeah, I mean, this is the stuff we talked about pregame, right? The pressure on Jones. We were just talking about being able to make some productive pressure on Jones. But here you get this sort of overload look to the right side, attacking the right tackle, comes right through the right tackle here. That wasn't even Justin Herron. That was Durant who's in there now.
Durant, right.
So they're on their 3rd string right tackle at this point for some reason. And now you get the sack. You force the 3rd and 17 situation. Now, look, Tampa Bay looks at a situation where they could double dip now more than anything else.
And they'll surely be trying to do that as Jones throws one out to Jacoby Myers, and he throws one back across the field to Brandon Bolden on 3rd and 17, who gets downfield and gets knocked out of bounds short of the first down. But he came pretty close, and it's going to be 4th and 3, 15-yard gain. Might be decision time for the Patriots.
This is what we talked about before the game. Would Belichick go for it on 4th down early? Now, I think 4-point lead, you probably punt this. I'm curious to see what the numbers say on that, the 4th down surrender bot. But this is pretty close, and it's at midfield. They're lining up now with Mac Jones in the game.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting call, obviously a pivotal call in this game, and that honestly looked like it, like, I don't know, I want to see it again, but it looked like it might have been like a forward pass to Jacoby Myers to start the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously from our angle, it's very tough to tell when it's live.
Right. I'm curious to see if they do decide to go for this now, because, I mean, you're in, Tampa Bay territory. It's not outlandish. It's 2 yards. You can get 2 yards, I think. So, and this is the kind of, would Belichick play this aggressive? I think this is a situation where he might do just that.
Yeah. I mean, 4th and 3 from the Bucs 44. This is absolutely a go for it situation if you're New England. And for the Bucs, just killer to give up that kind of a gain on 3rd and 18. Now you've got 1st and 20, 2nd and 20, and 3rd and 18 that you're looking at potentially giving up if they can't make the stop here, if the Patriots do go for it on 4th down. And so, this is obviously, 2-minute warning now here too. So you've got a lot on the points for New England probably coming on the other side of this play if they can convert it.
Yep.
And the swing could be huge if the Bucs are able to get the ball back with good field position.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Tampa Bay, you've got a chance here. Get this stop, get the ball in good field position, go down and score. You get the second half kickoff. Like, it could be a huge swing in this game, depending on what happens here in this 4th down play.
Yeah, for sure. So, you get the pass rush one, and you can't capitalize on long down and distance. That's been such a story, but it just feels like the Bucs, even when they get it, it doesn't end drives. That's so unusual, right? Normally, sacks end drives. That's statistics, analytics show us that. That's why it's so important. Pressure causes mistakes, and sacks ends drives, and it hasn't necessarily been the case for the Bucs this season because they can't string positive plays together defensively.
Yeah, and that was an opportunity. The New England went to the trick play. We thought something like that might be coming. They went to the trick play. It almost kind of worked. But, it's frustrating when you get that sack. You put New England and Mac Jones into that sort of 3rd and long situation, and you can't prevent them from ripping off a game that at least gives right now New England the chance to then convert on 4th down.
Mm-hmm. Right. So we'll see what the Patriots opt to do. Coming back on the other side of 2-minute warning, but they are right outside that range here where they could be thinking about points, field goal, those kind of things are kind of on the table for them. Nick Folk's been pretty good, right, for New England as their kicker?
Yeah. He's been pretty good for them. And so I'm pulling up the 4th down decision bot. Recommendation strong. Oh, wait, no, this is behind. It still has Tampa Bay's 4th and 17. It hasn't updated right now. So, yeah, but New England still has their offense on the field. So we'll see.
Yeah. So coming out of the 2-minute warning for New England.
Now they do the wholesale change.
Wow.
And they run the punt team on.
And the Bucs communicating, being careful, don't jump here.
Just stay with their safe.
Right. Nobody jumps. They're just got their defense out there. Play clock winding down. We've seen Belichick do this before. If he's not going for it, he probably takes the delay. And it looks like it's going to be, write it down, take the delay game. So interesting. I really would have gone there if I was him. I think
so too. I would have gone too. Your defense has been playing well. Defense had the nice drive on the previous series. Roll the dice. I mean, now you're giving Tom Brady the ball in 2 minutes to work with.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I am. But do you want to try and pin him down here? And your defense has played. I don't know. I mean, the Bucs have driven it twice on you.
Yeah.
They just finishing drives.
Bill Belichick has seen Tom Brady do the double dip how many times?
Yeah.
Now he's given Tom Brady a chance to do just that.
Mm-hmm. So New England punting away now.
Yep.
And the Bucs are going to take over as the ball bounces. Oh, wow. Takes a terrific New England bounce. My goodness. That bounced to like the 20 down to the 5.
Yeah, so New England got a huge bounce there from punter Jake Bailey.
Another kind of luck bounce going against the Bucs, although obviously I'm sure there's some part of that.
The 4th down decision bot has just updated. It said that this play, the recommendation, toss up. So even the 4th down division,
by the way,
the 4th down decision bot, even the analytics said it's a toss up. So, maybe it wasn't as outlandish as we thought for them to punt the ball there.
Carlton Davis is down and in pain, and that I don't know. There's not many players, Brady, that the Bucs could afford to lose less than Carlton Davis. He's grabbing. It looked like he was grabbing his quad when he went to the ground, but. Maybe it's just been injury mess for the Bucs this season. Obviously been great the last 2 seasons in terms of injury, one of the top teams in the league in terms of least games lost due to injury. And, most of these injuries haven't been season ending that they've suffered so far, but they're just got running up against it in terms of luck. Penalties, bounces, injuries. It feels like it's kind of all working against them as Davis is still down and in some serious pain here. It looks like we'll have to see what happens. Here's the replay. He's out here on a special teams play.
Oh, that's a non-contact.
That looks like a pulled quad.
Yeah. I mean, he just pulls up and immediately grabs, plants it right there. Yeah. And immediately grabs that quad and goes down.
Lucky the ball didn't hit him there.
Yeah.
He's coming off the field, and he is needing to be basically kind of carried off. He's in a lot of
any weight on it.
Yeah. Well,
so now that secondary changed up even more.
Yeah. So now it's Richard Sherman, D. Delaney, Ross Cockrell, Pierre Desir, and Rashard Robinson left for the Bucs in the secondary.
That's a thin group now.
Hard to win many games when that's your cornerback core. I'd say after quarterback, corner might be the most important position, and the Bucs have lost their top 3 guys. So just kind of is what it is if the offense doesn't wake up.
Yep.
He was in, by the way, for people asking. He was in because the Patriots subbed out their guys, and so the Bucs always keep their guys out there when the punt team comes out and the team tries to late sub. Brady back to pass, finds Antonio Brown underneath for a quick throw, and it's a gain of 5. And so it'll be 2nd and 5 for the Bucs, and the clock winding, 1:40 and counting. Long way to go, obviously, now for the Bucs to be able to get into field goal range, or even in range for a touchdown here. And the clock is working against them here. They're not moving very quickly.
And they only have 2 timeouts.
Right. 1:25 and counting. Brady back to pass, looking downfield. Good protection now, breaks through a little bit, and he's outside the pocket, and he throws on the run, and he hits Chris Godwin, who falls down in the field of play. If he could have just stepped out of bounds there, but Godwin lost his balance. Gain of 28 yards. Moves the ball out to the Bucs 37-yard line for a 1st and 10. And now are they going to say he was down, or are the Bucs going using a timeout here?
I can't tell if they're using the timeout or not. Yeah, so we don't know. But this was a great job by Tom Brady rolling out, keeping the eyes downfield, finding Godwin.
That was a laser
there. Yeah, I mean, that was an absolute rope on the move there. Does he get out of bounds? Maybe he does there. No, they took the timeout. They burned the timeout. So they have one left, 1:15 remaining in the first half.
All right, so 1st and 10 for the Bucs from the 37-yard line. Now just one timeout and 1:15 left in the second quarter here. Tom Brady 13-22 for 145 yards. And slim picking, got to pick them apart underneath, basically, has been the key in this one. Chris Godwin just made his first catch of the game for a gain of 28 yards. And now here's Brady, 1st and 10 with 1:15 left in the first half, working from his own 37-yard line. Back to pass, 5-man rush coming, floats one downfield for Godwin, teardrops it right in.
Ridiculous throw. That is just a ridiculous throw. I mean, put that absolutely where it needed to be. Dropped it in over the defender. Just a perfectly thrown ball.
Yeah, 26-yarder there, and they're moving to the New England 37 now. Brady from the gun, moving quickly now. Clock winds 50 seconds and counting. Drops back to pass, 3-man rush. Goes underneath. Cam Brate's going to have the first down, but he's catches it in the field of play. And what will the Bucs do here? Go quickly to the
get
line
right
of
to the
scrimmage.
huddle. Yep. Get right to the line of scrimmage here. No huddle there. Clock running. Doesn't look like Brady's going to clock it. They're just going to get up and run a play.
Right, so 30 seconds. Brady takes the snap with about 30 on the clock, and he's going to throw downfield to Godwin, who broke off his route, and that one's going to be incomplete. So 2nd and 10 coming up, 25 seconds left in the half. Bucs still do have that for one timeout, so they can use all areas of the field, but you obviously want to preserve it maybe if you throw in the middle of the field for your field goal unit to be able to come out as well. So
yeah, I mean, you want to save that timeout, just in case something happens. Like you said, you have to throw in the middle of the field, or you don't want to have to run the field goal team on there in that sort of fire drill situation. If you could avoid that, you can. So with 25 seconds, look, the playbook's still open. The field's really still open to them. They can clock it here if they throw over the middle.
Right. Foreman, Brady missed Antonio Brown for a Brady high on that throw. That's one he definitely just missed.
That's one he just missed. I mean, it wasn't going to get you the first down there, but Brown could have stepped out of bounds, getting you to a 3rd and 2 situation. Now as it is, it's going to be 3rd and 10. The field is still open if you want to attack in the middle because you do have the timeout. You can clock it, but that's a throw Brady'd love to have back.
Right, for sure, because that gives you at least an easier 3rd down situation. But it seems like somebody's making a mistake, to not be able to finish these drives. It's always somebody kind of clearly something's there for them and they're not executing. You know what I mean? So here's 3rd and 10 now for the Bucs. Brady takes the snap. He drops back, he throws, and now that's off Antonio Brown's hands, and that would have made it an easier kick.
Yeah. So now you're going to have to,
maybe not the first down, but
you're going to have to settle for the 3 here. And, you missed opportunities here from this Bucs offense. We're seeing it again. That was a couple great throws from Brady, the one on the move, the teardropper that he dropped in. But, now they end up having to try for a field goal here and settle for a field goal try rather than potentially get him a touchdown. Now they do get the ball to start the second half, so 7-6 could be 13-7 before you know it, provided Succop makes this, but they could have done more on this drive.
Yeah, could have done a lot more and could have made it an easier kick for Ryan Succop. And so now that looks like it's going to be timeout, New England's going to try to ice him maybe. It's so hard to gauge those things, right? Brady makes some unbelievable throws. He's 15-27, 182 yards. There's been a couple drops. And, so it's like, obviously it's a good app, but the standard's so high for him that, you want him to hit those underneath ones, even if they're not the first down. You definitely want him to hit those underneath ones, and he's been hitting them all season. We really haven't seen a game where Brady's been off at all this season yet. I mean, it's been much.
Some of this could be the weather, some of it could be the ball being slick, situations like that. So it's not like I'm going to be sitting here worrying about Tom Brady. I think it's just a couple of missed throws, but
he's the variable you don't worry about, right?
Right,
everything
exactly.
else.
you can worry about the other stuff. I'm not losing sleep about 12.
Right, for sure. I mean, the track record is there, proven done it. It's everybody else who's kind of got to get under control and give the defense credit for rising up on the last drive for sure. They deserve that. I know I've been critical of them. And so here's Ryan Succop attempting a 44-yarder.
Great hold.
Yeah, great hold. That ball looked like it was slipping a little bit.
Yeah.
Pinion got it up and
Succop getting it down.
Succop bangs it through, and so it is 7-6. The Bucs are going to go into the half trailing by a point. But good to get something, considering that drive started at their 5. Still good to get something at the drive. And there's the hold by Pinion. You can see he really corralled that thing pretty nicely.
Yeah. I mean, that's tough. Holders are people too, kids. Holders are people too.
Yeah, 44-yarder in this kind of weather is not a gimme for sure.
No, not at all.
Nice kick, and the Bucs needed that going into half. They'll get the ball coming out to the second half. Obviously, Bucs rarely in the situation like where they're getting the ball coming out of the half, because they almost always get the ball to start games, and so it'd be a unique situation for them in that regard. We've barely seen them in that situation. I'm trying to think. Somebody could remind me maybe, but I think even going back through the playoffs, I'm pretty sure the Bucs got the ball to start every single game, and I think maybe every game after the bye too. So.
Yeah, they do have an opportunity here to do that double dip. Obviously you would love the touchdown here and, double up on the touchdowns, but still an opportunity, coming out of halftime and get a chance to catch your breath, regroup. I'm curious to see how they'll approach things in the second half, what they're going to do schematically, if they try to work back some more play action stuff, get the ground game going. That will be what I'll be watching when Tampa Bay kicks things off here in the second half.
Right. And, for Brady, the throw to Chris Godwin on the move, outstanding, the laser. Yep. And then the throw that put him in field goal range, also an outstanding throw. And so, some big time throws from him in this game. It's been kind of the gimmies underneath, the ones that he's missed really for the most part. Even when he's thrown deep and missed it, I wouldn't say that anything's been there, for him to necessarily hit. It's not like guys have been open down there. So, it's been an interesting half. Again, the stats for Brady in this one's 15 to 27 for 182 yards. But the Bucs have not found the end zone. And Mike Evans has 5 catches for 55 yards. Godwin has 3 for 55, all coming on that. Did they all come on that last drive? They did, right?
Yeah, they did all come on that last drive. No, did he have the screen?
You're right.
Yeah, that screen on a 3rd and long situation.
Right. And then Brown has 5 for 48. So all those guys really producing, but haven't been able to finish drives in the end zone. 3 great drives, haven't been able to finish any in the end zone. And so 7-6 right now is the situation. You trace back penalties, Mark. You trace back Mike Evans' drop in the red zone was a big one. Some of those situations come back and hurt you in a game like this if your defense can't continue to play at a high level. They gave up the one drive. It did feel like a lot of penalties, but so maybe the process is still good. We'll see. But now without Carlton Davis, probably they're going to be in a really tough situation too.
Yeah, they probably will be in a bit of a tougher situation. You could take solace in the fact that Tampa Bay, they're still getting pressure, right? They're still getting pressure on Mac Jones. Now, they may not string together the pressure consistently enough where it's a continual process of forcing mistakes, forcing interceptions, turnovers, things like that. But the fact that the pressure is coming, you had the play there near the end where they got the sack over the right tackle from Shaq Barrett. They're getting pressure. There will be probably another opportunity or two to force a turnover in this game. I don't think New England's going to play a clean game offensively all the way through now. Continue, especially if you still keep getting that pressure. The question is, can they hold up on the back end when the pressure doesn't get home, given the Davis injury, and then obviously the missed opportunities on offense like we talked about.
Right. Yeah, that is definitely going to be the key, right? Secondary, what happens in this second half? Who plays? Right. Richard Sherman's been out there. It's been tough. I wouldn't say that he's gotten toasted on anything that was. A lot of those are difficult. Those in breakers are pretty difficult in those situations without much underneath help in the middle of the field. He's in a tougher spot there, and so I am just really curious to see how this thing plays out in the second half. Obviously, the Patriots don't have this amazing arsenal of receivers, but they've put up some numbers in this first half. Honestly, you've got 5 catches for 58 yards for Kendrick Bourne, 4 for 34 for Jacoby Myers, 3 for 29 for Brandon Bolden, and 3 for 23 for Hunter Henry. And so, there's definitely some production happening for Kendrick Bourne's had a really good half, and he's done some pretty good things against Richard Sherman as well. So definitely what New England needs in terms of seeing somebody, receiver step up. But yeah, it's been tough sledding for these Bucs corners, and it's going to get tougher with Carlton Davis out.
Yeah, and we'll see if Josh McDaniels, on New England's first possession, if he decides, look, they're banged up now. Let's really try to put some pressure on them. Let's really try to push the ball downfield. That's not obviously what Mac Jones is known for, but he's shown an ability to do that tonight. Here we're looking at halftime stats. I'm very impressed with Leonard Fournette with what he's done, both in pass protection as a receiver, dialing up jailbreak screens for him. Kind of impressed with what he's done. On the defensive side of the ball, JTS, he's gotten a lot of pressure tonight. Obviously, has his first sack. Shaq Barrett with his sack as well. They've started to get some pressure. Now New England, like we talked about, They had Justin Herron to start the game. Garcia Durant came in at right tackle into the end of the first half. Are we going to see Justin Herron come back? That I don't know about, but New England's vulnerable in that right tackle spot. Does Todd Bowles, so they continue to try to attack that in the second half.
Yeah,
what's up,
that's gonna be the
fellas?
key. Scott Reynolds in the show. Scott, what's up?
I'm doing great. Better than Tom Brady, whose biggest accomplishment so far in the first half, I think, has been becoming the NFL's all-time career passing leader. I think Brady
No big
is.
deal.
Well, I'm just saying, Brady has not looked maybe as laser focused as some of us, myself included, thought. I think that Tony Dungy alluded to a great point on the broadcast. I think the emotions are getting to Brady a little bit. The reason I say that is because whenever quarterbacks get too amped up, in my 26 years of covering NFL football, what happens? Passes sail. And we've seen a lot of Brady's throws high, right? Down there in the red zone, high pass on the slant went off Mike Evans' fingertips. We've seen passes to Antonio Brown near the sidelines, high off of the fingertips or just out of reach. So I think Brady's going to settle down in the second half here, and he needs to, because right now this offense is bogged down. He's the driver of this car. In the red zone, you can look at the missed field goal by Ryan Suckup that has got the Buccaneers in the trail position. They at least should be up 9-7 if he makes that kick. Instead, it's 7-6 Patriots. I think the defense is doing a better job. Mac Jones, I think, is managing the game well. But what we've missed, John and Mark, over the last couple of weeks, splash plays from this defense. Now we're seeing him, as Mark mentioned, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka getting his first career sack. That happened early. I think he's had a sensational night, not just against the pass, but against the run as well, setting the edge and doing a really good job, as Mark mentioned. The Patriots have pretty much abandoned the running game. They're throwing the ball now, and they're doing so with some success, but it's short underneath stuff. But Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in his second start getting his first NFL sack. But I think that Mac Jones has done a really good job of taking some sacks. You saw Shaq Barrett get his second sack of the season, just running right through the right tackle and the back that was there to chip, and not trying to do anything that's too much. And even the interception that came on a big time blitz right at the middle by Devin White. The pass sailed a little bit. Ross Cockrell got his hands on it. Antoine Winfield came up with the interception. So I like what I've seen so far from this defense. They're getting some of those splash plays, the interceptions, the sacks that have been missing. They really weren't there last week against the Rams. It's not enough to get the Bucs to lead yet, but I think they're doing their job. Now it's time for the offense. Tom Brady's got to settle down. Remember how he used to play in the rain. Usually it's not as rainy and miserable up or down in Florida. But I think that's where we stand right now. You see Antonio Brown, Mike Evans, close to halfway to 100 yet for both those guys. I agree with Mark. Fournette's done a better job running the ball. The 21-yarder was certainly something that was needed to get him going a little bit. Guys, let me ask you, are you surprised with the amount of 12 personnel that the Bucs have run to start the game? I think that without Rob Gronkowski on the field, they're better off getting as many wide receivers on the field, including Tyler Johnson, to give Tom Brady some more weapons.
Yeah, I think that I am a little bit surprised about the start, and then it looked like obviously the end of the half situation there. You're probably going to see 3 wide receivers out on the field. I wonder what I think they want to go play action. They clearly wanted to go play action, right, Mark? And they feel like they can do that successfully out of 12, and so maybe that was the thought process.
Yeah, I think that might have been the thought process, but I think that's one of the things I'll be curious to see in the second half. If Scott's point about 12 personnel, we see more 11 coming out. If they say, look, play action, it's not really working for us right now. Let's try to spread them out. Make some plays against these Patriots defensive backs. Try to get some bunch concepts where you've got Brown, you've got Godwin, you've got Evans. Try to force some of those release games where you might get a miscommunication situation in the secondary, get somebody open, come out with some more 11 personnel stuff and see if you can spread this Patriots defense out a bit and have some success throwing the ball as a result.
Mark, I heard you mentioned the injury to Carlton Davis, right? And that's so significant because now the Buccaneers are without any of their starting cornerbacks. Richard Sherman comes in and it's like, how can you get on the guy? He's literally practiced 3 times this entire season. And now he's been tasked with the assignment of going out there and literally starting every snap. John, let me ask you this as someone who covers the Buccaneers. With the quad injury that Carlton Davis has been dealing with, and we saw when that injury happened, it happened on special teams. I know that injury could happen at any point in time. It could happen on first down as he's turning and running with a wide receiver. But is it wise with a player that's dinged up like Carlton Davis to play him on special teams when you're down to one starting cornerback? I mean, isn't that what like Pierre Desir and Rashad Robinson are for?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look and see the whole situation there. I wonder if they felt like New England faking it there was a possibility, but after the delay game, that seemed pretty unlikely to me. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the rationale was there. If it was something personnel wise that dictated it, but I mean, either way, like, it's a freak injury, right? I mean, it's not.
Yes, it could happen.
That's right. It could happen on any play. It could have been, a muscle that was about to go anyway. We just don't know. But I just think it's a massive, massive, massive loss. I mean, not only because the other corners are out, but I said it last year. Carlton Davis to me was the Bucs defensive MVP. It didn't mean he was their best player, but he was their most valuable player. If you lose him last year, especially look at the corners and how they struggled in the regular season. I just felt like it made life so hard for those guys. Now you're in an even worse situation at corner. So losing them, it's absolutely devastating. I think this defense is going to have their hands full trying to stop anybody, to be honest, let alone New England. Obviously, they not super formidable in offense, but they've got some things going tonight for sure. They found something working over the middle of the field at least, and so we'll see if they can continue to do it. But yeah, I think the biggest thing is penalties, Scott. I mean, this team just continues to shoot themselves in the foot with penalties. Some of those calls are horrible. And when is it going to come back?
Pass interference was bad.
And the Richard Sherman one was horrible. It's just like, when is this going to bounce back the Bucs way? They benefited overall from penalties, very little compared to other teams. And they've also benefited like hardly at all from defensive pass interference, which is probably, other than personal fouls, the most significant penalty that can help you. And the Bucs have been hurt by them more than any other team. So it just feels like that usually bounces back the other way. And the Bucs have really gotten like no bounces in this game, Scott. Like that's kind of been the story. Like, and football, much as we love to chalk it up to other things, it is a game of bounces sometimes. And it feels like drops and penalties and those kind of things. The fumble at the beginning, that was, in my opinion, clearly a fumble. I have no idea how that gets overturned. That's a score, maybe a touchdown. It just feels like nothing going their way.
We talked about the lack of splash plays, and even that play didn't count because I think I agree with you, it was like an erroneous call. But you go back to that play, and who were the guys that have been really missing in action? It's been Shaq Barrett, who forced that fumble. It's been Devin White, who picked up that loose ball. So at least these guys are getting involved in the game.
And again, the pressure when Winfield's interception.
So it certainly is a situation where you're looking at the Bucs playmakers needing to make plays, and so far through the first half they are. That has to continue in the second half. And Tom Brady, listen, as much as it's his night, I'm sure that he wants the win even more so than the all-time career passing yards. There's no doubt about it. So
let me ask you this, Scott, as somebody who saw the game last year, is this game not like reeking? And we'll see what the result
of the Bears game.
Yes,
there's no doubt.
Like,
there's no doubt.
Injuries going in, tons of bounces going your way. You have remember Shaq Barrett was offside on a play that was interception, I believe, and he was offsides, and it really was like a really questionable call. You have the questionable call at the beginning of this one. Another injury during the game to a big player. It reeks of that feeling of that game where like nothing bounced the Bucs way. Penalties were a story. Mistakes in the red zone were a story. They couldn't finish drives, and they really were all year a great finishing team. Feels like one of those weird games. We'll see if they can correct things in the second half. That shows to me would show a sign of huge growth as a team.
Yes. And John, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer whatsoever, but you know me, I'm objective in my reporting. In 2002, the Buccaneers won their first Super Bowl because out of 22 starters on offense and defense, guess what, John? They had one guy in injured reserve. That was nose tackle Booger McFarland, who, that's a nose tackle. He was replaceable. And last year, I mean, the most significant injury heading into the Super Bowl was Alex Kappa, the starting right guard. He was replaced admirably by Aaron Stinney. More often than not, if you're going to have a successful season, it's the healthiest teams at the end of the day that put themselves in position to win. And right now, Tampa Bay is one of the most banged up teams, especially all three starting cornerbacks. I've never seen that from any team in my 26 years, especially this team covering the Buccaneers. So this season's not over, but there is a mountain of a hill to climb. And Jason Light is going to be earning every penny he got from his contract extension, trying to find more corners needed, because the way that Carlton Davis was carted off with a quad injury, I'm not saying it's ruptured. I'm no doctor. That did not look good, and I don't expect Carlton Davis back anytime soon.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree that looked like a bad injury. The Bucs have, as much as they've been banged up this season, they have avoided a lot of the bad ones. Sean Murphy-Bunting was one for sure that you look at, but again, was he playing well? Even it's tricky there a little bit.
And
but
same with Jamel Dean,
absolutely playing great. Right?
Yeah, Jamel Dean wasn't playing that great, and you have to feel for Carlton Davis, right? Because I'm not sure how long he's going to be out, but he's in a contract year too. So
yeah, there's a lot on the line for him, and makes it very questionable moving forward as we get ready to start the second half here. Scott, thanks for jumping in. We appreciate it for sure. So it's just some of the numbers as we're getting ready here for this second half. I mean, Mac Jones is 15-20 for 130 yards. He threw a touchdown and has the interception as well. He's been sacked twice, but the Patriots have ran 6 times for -6 yards. Now, one of those was a Mac Jones kneel down, so 5 times for -5 yards. The good news, if you're New England, is they're barely trying to run it. I thought they would actually try to run it a good bit. They have not. I thought so too. With the Bucs corner situation, though, it kind of makes sense.
I mean, with that front,
Wiggins just fielded this kick bouncing on the one, and the Bucs are going to start way backed up.
Yeah, that's not the start you want for Tampa Bay if you're a Tampa Bay fan. I mean, they're going to start backed up here. But yeah, New England, we talked about this a little bit, right? We talked about it in week 1. You don't want to run against that front anyway. I mean, it's a good run defense. Now with this corner situation, they're going to put this game, I think, the Patriots will in Mac Jones' hands. Can the rookie go out and win a game on this night? And that would make for one heck of a story in New England papers. I'll say that.
Right, for sure. I get New England people feeling very different about this one. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs. Brady's going under center from his own 14-yard line after one of the best kickoffs you'll probably see all season by New England. Just right in the corner, right around the 1-yard line. Looked like it was going to go in the end zone and didn't, as Lenny goes up the middle for a gain of 3. So 2nd and 7 coming here. A lot of 3-yard gains so far for Leonard Fournette in this game.
And to Scott's point from halftime, they came out 11 personnel, but they went with a run. Maybe we do see a little bit more of 11 personnel as this game goes forward. Try to put this ball in Brady's hands. Maybe try to test that New England secondary a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. So coming out, running the football again on 1st down. It's like, man, are you going to stick with it? I mean, they've run it okay, I guess. But here's Brady from the gun now. It's, again, 12 personnel. Cam Brate out wide. Bring him in. Brady's going over the middle of the field. And Cam Brate just dropped the football. And that's when you know it's one of those nights.
Yeah.
Cam Brate never drops the football. That was a catch-and-run opportunity, too. 1st down, easy. And
that was a great throw from Brady. I mean, he put that right on the money. That sort of double in breaking concept here. Runs a nice route against Kyle Duggar. Ball's right there. I mean, that's one that you'd expect him to catch, and he knows it.
Right. Yeah, for sure. That's rough, but it's been that kind of performance for the Bucs offense so far. Whatever they can do to hurt themselves, they've kind of done in this one. And so here we go.
Huge third down. You don't want to go 3-0 to start this second half.
Huge one here from the Bucs working from their own 18-yard line. Here's Brady back to throw, 4-man rush. And pressure does get through, but he goes deep down the field. Antonio Brown makes the catch, and he crosses the New England 40 down to the 37. Flag is down.
Yeah, we'll check the flag there. This is a huge play from Brady if it stands.
Unbelievable. This looks like it's going to come back, and the Bucs just continue to do it to themselves. Block in the back here.
Illegal hand to the face.
Illegal hands to the face.
Smith,
all right.
Yeah. We'll have to see this.
Let's see Donovan Smith here.
Yeah.
A little forearm across the face mask, I guess. Man. Huge gain taken off the board.
That's a huge gain that they don't get now. I mean, that was, we said it was a huge 3rd down. It looks like Brady makes the throw. Again, it was a drop 8 situation, but Brady was able to find Brown to get behind the coverage.
Right.
But it's coming back. And now you get 3rd and 15.
You could have had Brady getting hit in the legs there. Somebody went down late and low, but I think he might have been blocked into him. And a run on 3rd and 15 with Leonard Fournette, and that is not going to get there.
No.
Wow.
That's a set of circumstances you do not want to see, right? You would look like you had converted the third down. Instead, you're basically going 3 and out, punted it from the shadow of your own goalpost. You're going to give New England pretty good field position unless Pinion, really booms one here.
Yeah.
Bad start to the second half from Tampa Bay.
And it's the same stuff. You drop a pass, you commit a penalty on a huge passing play, just beating yourself. I mean, it's not trying to discredit New England here necessarily, but the Bucs are just doing this to themselves. And this is again, it feels like a broken record, but it's really difficult to do.
They go an all-out block here? They just showed it. I don't see anybody deep. Maybe they're running somebody back there. Okay, they're running Gunner back there now. It looked like they were just go all out.
Right. Just take it wherever it lies.
Yeah.
Not a terrible strategy, to be honest. And Pinion does get the punt away. They just cut away from the punt, didn't they? Or did my broadcast jump?
I think yours
jumped. I think it jumped. I had the punt, and the ball was in the air, and then nothing happened. But
it was actually a really good return from Gunner, too. So now New England's going to start in Tampa Bay territory at about the 40-yard or so.
Yeah,
40-yard line or so. So tough start to the second half for Tampa Bay. But like you said, John, it's not like New England on the drop by Brady had great coverage. It was his own look. Brady hit the window, put it on the money. The penalty on Smith for the hands to the face, and maybe there was a low hit on Brady that could have got flagged there too. They're doing it to themselves right now on the offensive side of the ball, and maybe the bright side is they could get it sorted out. They can catch some of these balls, make a couple different plays, and you can change the course of this game. But right now, they're shooting themselves in the foot.
I'm not saying that was a wrong call on Donovan Smith. I'm just saying that illegal hands to the face is usually you block the face, right?
This was more of forearm across.
Yeah, this kind of slid up late in the rep. I'm just stunned that was called. That just seems like I feel like that would happen, and I would never notice it. I would never look at that play and be like, "Oh, they missed a call." Right. When you're blocking a guy straight in the face, that's when it almost. I don't think I've ever seen it called.
I've never seen it called that way like that.
It was sliding up. It's just a very unusual. Again, it just I don't know if this is going to bounce back for the Bucs in terms of penalties. It just feels ridiculous right now.
This isn't the first sort of questionable call we've had in this game. There was the fumble that wasn't. There was the DPI on Sherman, which I think you and I agreed. That wasn't pass interference. Maybe defensive holding, but it looked like Sherman was actually in pretty good coverage on that play. Then this one, I don't recall, haven't seen this before, but maybe I'm wrong. But okay, now your defense has to make a play. Your defense has to go out.
Patriots are basically in field goal range.
Patriots are basically in field goal range already. You've got to have one of those splash plays, right? The splash plays that you were talking about in the first half, splash plays that Scott was talking about during halftime. You've got to force another one of those. You've got to force a fumble. You've got to get pressure on Mac Jones, strip sack situation, interception type situation. You've got to pick your offense up now. You've been playing pretty well. You gave up just the one scoring drive, but you need one of those splash plays right now.
Yeah, for sure. There's no question. Penalties have absolutely changed this game, and not in favor of the Bucs. They have, whether you agree with the calls or not, there's no question the penalties have been the biggest story, in my opinion, of this one so far. And the other frustrating part is that it's another dime from Brady down the field and a big time throw, and he's made a couple of them already in this game that goes to waste because of the penalty. And so that's the huge swing goes the other way. It's not like it was a 5-yard gain underneath. That was a potential scoring situation if that pass is complete. So the swings in the game have gone really a lot against the Bucs, and the Bucs blitz heavily there and don't get home. So underneath goes to Damian Harris, and Shaq Barrett makes the tackle, but it's going to be a gain of 8. So 2nd and 2, and they're at the Bucs. Looks like the Bucs 32-yard line there.
Yeah. Another nice job by Mac Jones here, settled in the pocket. He might have had like Jonnu Smith, I think, or maybe it was Kendrick Bourne in the right flat, but he takes the check down there and get yourself into a manageable second down situation.
Yeah, for sure. And Barrett makes that stop, and now it's going to be 2nd and 2 from about the 30-yard line of the Bucs now. So Jones is going to be under center. Takes the snap, handoffs up the middle is Damian Harris, and we'll see where he gets. Looks like he's going to have just enough for the first down. So a 2-yard gain for Harris. That feels like a big win for New England, who hasn't been getting.
They're almost above water now running the football. They've now got -4 yards with that 2-yard gain?
Right. -4 yards on 7 carries, I believe. So
and one of those being the kneel down. But yeah, not a good night running the ball. But now they move the chains. Now you get yourself another first down. Now you see what you do. Probably put the ball in Mac Jones's hands again. See if you could test these corners.
Right. And this is the formula if you're in New England, right? Let the Bucs beat themselves, be able to do just enough on offense, get obviously aided tremendously by penalties, and work your way down the field, get a short field in a situation on special teams, poor work on special teams. It looks like it was a fumble, and it's picked up by Richard Sherman. Looked like the Bucs forced a fumble there, and I think it was Antoine Winfield who flew up there and knocked the ball out, and there's the splash play you mentioned.
There it is. I mean, there it is. That's what you want, right? You get the ball on the ground, your defense comes through for you. This is not what the Patriots wanted, but this is exactly what that Tampa Bay defense needed to do. They needed to get that splash play, pick their offense up. You do just that. You get the swing route to the back, and he just coughs it up. Great job.
Yeah, for sure.
Force that fumble. Great job to recover that fumble. Now, maybe this is the swing that Tampa Bay needed, right?
Yeah. And are they going to overturn it?
I guess that's the question.
I'm kidding, I think, but
I didn't see anything, but I didn't see anything in the last one that would make me think they'd overturn that. I mean, this one looked pretty clear, right? It looked like Taylor caught,
clear to me.
Accelerated upfield. And, the one earlier with Jacoby Myers, the ball was moving a little bit initially, so maybe there was a question he never really had control. Mm-hmm. Here, this was clearly a catch, football move upfield. If this gets overturned, it's a eat the tweet, walk off the set situation, right? Because I'll clearly have no idea what the catch rules are anymore if this gets overturned.
Yeah, if this gets overturned, forget about it. Now, this interesting thing is that, J.J. Taylor's out there because of the injury to James White, right? And Taylor's obviously flashed a lot as an undrafted guy that made it for New England. He's a guy I wanted the Bucs to look at actually late in the draft when they took Raymond Calais instead in the 7th round. And he's been pressed for New England, but obviously that's a backbreaker there. As that looked like points on the board potentially for them, and maybe the Bucs finally get a break. Winfield Jr., that's his second one, right? Forcing turnovers, game-changing plays. And I said it before the game. I said it all week and wrote about it. He's got to be better. He's got to make plays. He's got to make splash plays. And will this finally be the thing that gets this offense going? He gets them to stop beating themselves.
I mean,
drops,
it might,
penalties.
It might be. Sometimes it takes that. Sometimes it takes that sort of splash moment for your defense. Now as an offense, Tom Brady, you want to go out there. You want to now finish what they started, right? They've gifted you a possession. Go out there and make it count, right? Now we saw this earlier. New England, they throw the interception earlier. They don't come away with points on that. You have to finish this drive with points, ideally with a touchdown, but you got to finish this drive with points and retake the lead here.
No question. You've got to make a statement right here that you've been gifted this other opportunity by your defense. And so, it's got to be a situation where you make your mark on this game and stop beating yourself, for goodness sake. And we'll see how they start. Is it run? Is it play action? Is it a deep ball? Surprisingly, they've hit a couple deep balls in this game, even when the Patriots were in situations to prevent them.
I'd almost say you try a deep shot here. I mean, you get the change, you get the turnover, you've hit. If it wasn't for that, sort of questionable penalty on the hands of the face, you had a deep shot there too. They're probably expecting you to come out, run 1st and 10 situation. Maybe you try a deep shot right now.
And it's a run instead. Leonard Fournette goes up the middle and falls forward for a gain of about 8. So 2nd and 2 coming for the Bucs. And a good run there for Fournette. And they have been able to run the football a little bit. James wants to know, why can't we dink and dunk just like the Pats? I think they have. 2 drops have ended, drives really. And penalties have made it impossible to dink and dunk.
I think that's exactly right, John. I mean, I think the opportunities are there. When we see this drop 7, drop 8 stuff, there will be opportunities to check the ball down, throw underneath. So you might see a little bit of that if New England continues to play that sort of drop 8 coverage. But, we also talked about they might show you light boxes. If they do, they're taking advantage of it, right?
Right. And 2nd and 2, and Leonard Fournette gets nothing. Alex Kappa got tossed by Lawrence Guy, who makes the stop for no gain. So now you're right back in a 3rd down situation if you're the Bucs, where you didn't want to be. And for Fournette, tough, but he runs so high and he runs so slow when he sees contact coming. I just wish he'd accelerate, and you'll feel like he could be the guy that dictated terms there, but that was going to be a tough one for him.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a great rep from Lawrence Guy, who's been a very good interior run defender for the New England Patriots the past couple of seasons. You see it here. You see the get off, getting right into him, controlling him, the stack, the shed. Really good play there from Guy.
And here's 3rd and a long one, and Brady, that pass is going to be batted down at the line of scrimmage, so it's going to be a 3 and out quickly for the Bucs, and the offense just continues to do this. I mean, if batted ball at the line of scrimmage now, we've got like the full, in terms of things not breaking your way, we've got the full gamut here, kind of.
Yeah, I mean that's a good job by Dietrich Wise there. You see the 3-step drop, get your hands up, but yeah, I mean you're seeing every way you can as an offense make a mistake. That's what Tampa Bay is doing right now. I mean, you're getting penalties, you're getting drops, you're getting, guys getting beat at the point of attack in the run game. You're now getting here. There's nothing really Smith could do here. It's just a good play by Wise, but it's just another bad break.
Right. Smith did his job fine. It's just, you got to make sure you get those passes around him, I guess. I mean, really, it's just a good play by him. Give him credit for the good play. And there's a punt. It looks like New England's going to start from around their own 23-yard line. And so they'll be backed up a little bit, but the Bucs defense makes a play, but the Bucs offense is just really struggling. They can't get out of their own way. That's really been the story of the game so far, to be honest. Tons of opportunities, but the execution has been poor. And back-to-back runs there was interesting to me. 2nd and 2, I just feel like that's a down you can do all kinds of stuff with.
I mean, that's your ideal down and distance as a play caller, right? 2nd and 1, 2nd and 2. Go play action, go empty. Like the entire playbook is open to you. And I get maybe, Byron Leftwich just thinking, let's just get the first down, get ourselves a fresh set of downs, get ourselves a drive going. But Guy made a great play at the point of attack. But you would like to see like shot play off play action, or maybe something a little bit different than just an interior handoff where, if one guy gets beat up front, like we did from Guy, you're now looking at 3rd down.
Right. I mean, there's no question in my mind that, like, even though I might not be like, oh, I love running on 2nd and 1.5 there, the bottom line is players got to execute. And Alex Kappa's got to make the block, and he can't get tossed off and have an uncontested defensive lineman making a tackle at the line of scrimmage. So, I mean, you can talk about play calling all you want, and I get it, but the Bucs have been running the ball pretty well. So you can't just rip every run that doesn't work.
On 1st down there. I mean, so you're running the ball well. Guys got to make plays. Guys got to finish plays. Guys got to finish plays at the catch point. I mean, and that's been the whole story of this night right now. Guys aren't finishing plays for Tampa Bay. If they start finishing plays, you're going to finish some drives with points. But right now, the finishing plays part isn't happening, and the finishing drives with points, that's not also happening as a result.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so far in this game, let's just look at the numbers here really quickly. Brady is he's been sacked once, right?
Yeah.
One sack. Okay. And he's thrown 29 times. So, and they've run 13 times. 11 with Leonard Fournette and 2 with Ronald Jones. Ronald Jones is averaging 4.5 yards a carry, and Fournette's averaging 5.6 yards a carry. So they have run it in this game, and they have run it well in this game. That's definitely not been that's not contested there. I think it's just you have to execute, like if you're the players in those situations, and it's just not happening. I go back to it being both on defense, but on offense, I really feel like players are just not getting the job done, and there's just way too much talent for that to be the case to the degree that it has been for Tampa Bay. And so no touchdown still for the Bucs in this game. That is
now one drive into the second quarter, into the second half, and you've come away with 2 field goals. Obviously a missed field goal as well, so it could be at least 9-7, but missed opportunities, and they got to fix that fast.
Yeah, no question about it. And as the Patriots now going to have their chance to add to their 1-point lead, Mac Jones comes out against the Buccaneers defense, and he's going to work from the shotgun from his own 23-yard line. He takes the snap, throws quickly out in the flat, and getting upfield for a short gain is Nelson Aguilar before he's knocked down Antoine Winfield there to finish things. I think Pierre Desir may have had the first hit, so it's going to be a gain of 3 or 4 for Aguilar and bring up 2nd and 6 for the Patriots.
Yeah, I mean, nice little orbit return kind of design here, trying to get the ball out of Jones's hands quickly, trying to get Aguilar the ball in space. Nice little drive starter from Josh McDaniels, but you wonder, where does New England go, right? You had the fumble from Taylor, like where do they go in the run game, or is this really going to be on Mac Jones's shoulders the rest of the way?
Yeah, Mac Jones drops back to pass, and Will Golston hauls him down for a sack. So Golston's, 2nd sack of the season, I believe. And so that'll bring up 3rd and 13 now for New England, and the 3rd sack of the game for the Bucs. The Bucs defense is making some splash plays. Now can they close it out on 3rd down? Richard Sherman with a blitz there. The Patriots actually picked it up well, but Jones couldn't get the ball out. He had plenty of time there.
Yeah, I mean, he did have plenty of time there, but, again, where does this come from? It comes over the right side, right? Justin Herron, he's back in the game right now. there's really nowhere for him to go. You look downfield, there's not a nice window, a nice target for him. So he ends up, right tackle gets beat, Jones goes down.
Right, and here comes Joe trying Shoyinka for the sack on 3rd and 12. So they back the Patriots all the way up to their own 12-yard line where they'll have to punt on 4th and 21. And the Bucs pass rush, 4 sacks in this one. They have found their way with the Patriots offensive line and the protection schemes. And now the Bucs offense is going to have to help them out a little bit by finding a way to put some points on the board.
That was such a well-executed tackle and exchange there. Vita Vea comes right into Isaiah Wynn, pancakes the left tackle. Then you see Joe Tryon-Shoyinka come around. Just a well-executed switch package there. Great job by this Buccaneers front.
So back-to-back sacks for the Bucs defense as the punt goes got booming punt here. Jaden Mickens goes back, fields it at his own 30. He doesn't have anywhere to go, and that ball came out, by the way. We'll see what the call is on this one. There's a flag down as well, but that ball came out. And the Bucs recover. Official is saying the Bucs recovered. Official at the bottom of the screen here. Jaden Mickens did not fumble or muff a kick all year last year.
Wow, 2 Patriots had a shot at that, but it looks like a Buccaneers player came up with it.
Yeah, they're still sorting things out, but one official was definitely saying that the Bucs got the ball, which he called it so early. This team is determined. They are determined to do what they need to do to lose this game.
I mean,
This is incredible.
Like the camera work here from this guy coming all the way in. Look at that.
I mean,
and we still got to see what this flag is too.
Yeah, we don't even know that yet. I'm sure it's against the Bucs though.
There
goes Matthew Slater doing his thing.
Yeah, I would bet block in the back. I think I did see one live.
Mickens might have been down here too. We have to look at that. Oh, I don't know if he was down. That knee was. That was a huge hit. Mickens got hit in the head there too. Forearm. I think he was up.
Yeah, he did get in the head. Oh.
I can't hear this call. Did he get hit in the head? Is that what they're calling? Unsportsmanlike conduct on Slater.
Oh, because he didn't come in right away.
Oh, is that why he used the out of bound area?
Yeah, because he ran down the entire sideline.
I thought he came back in pretty quick, but let's see. Maybe
it wasn't
I'm wrong.
that quick. I mean,
they kind of. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
They kind of like boxed him to keep him out.
Yeah,
I guess a good job.
I think you're still supposed to like make an effort to come back.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely didn't make a strong effort because he saw them standing there. So
because he goes out of bounds at like the 25 or the 15, maybe.
Right. So the Bucs will take over 1st and 10 from their own 49-yard line. But yeah, Slater's arguing it, and obviously one of the greatest special teamers of all time.
And plus, he was the one that forced the fumble too. So he wants to have that whole play go his way.
Right. Belichick also looks very frustrated with the officials.
Yeah.
But the Bucs are going to have it. A rare penalty against New England there, unsportsmanlike conduct. And so the Bucs are going to have a 1st and 10, I believe, from their own 49-yard line. And Mickens, technically, right, does that fumble doesn't count against him, does it? Or are they saying he was down anyway? I'm not sure.
I mean, I don't think the fumble counts against him at all, so he avoids that. But
the record stays clean.
The record stays clean.
7:29, by the way, left in the third quarter. Bucs still trail by 1, and they are 51 yards away from the elusive end zone.
An end zone that has eluded them so far.
Yeah. This is where the execution is going to show up big, and they're showing Matthew Judon against Donovan Smith on that illegal hands to the face, and that one's not fair to Smith. A couple times they've left him unblocked, and Judon's taking advantage of those situations, sure, but I don't think it's been a Judon's beating Donovan Smith type of situation in this game at all. Like 2 of his plays there are not on Smith whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean,
the last one,
those 2, like Smith sliding down, he's sliding the other way, and then you have the trap pass sack, but
right,
it's not like Donovan Smith's getting beat by Judon left and right, not at all.
Right. Yeah, 2. He has 1 sack and 2 hurries, and the sack and one of the hurries did not, come out the hands of Donovan Smith at all. So. Got one hurry there, maybe that did. I don't even know. No.
Yeah. It looks like they're making them punt again, which is an interesting decision. Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me unless they were going to have great field position.
Yeah, maybe they think they can really get better field position out of it, or maybe you think you can get
and then midfield.
I mean, the field position and Bailey's got a big leg. Like, I don't really think that. We'll see.
Also, your returner just fumbled.
Yeah,
and he's coming back from injury.
Yeah, and he just got hit in the head. So,
and this punter's a beast, isn't he?
Yeah, Bailey's got a huge leg. So, this is a curious decision.
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully get this one. He's going to punt from the back of his own end zone, though.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're thinking,
pressure.
Bad snap. Maybe you could get a splash play here on special teams. I mean, this is what we talked about before the game, right? Maybe you get something like that on special teams.
Instead, you get a 58-yard punt. Mickens does get a 12-yard return, and he gets out of bounds about a yard short of where the ball was going to be anyway. So it ends up being all for naught, but I still don't like the process at all. But they end up getting the ball basically at the same place anyway.
Well, I mean, hey, ball don't lie, right?
That's right. 52 yards from the end zone now. So if you're the Bucs offense and you've struggled like they've struggled, more in terms of execution than they've turned in terms of figuring out New England so far, what happens here? How are you coming out on this drive?
I mean, do you stick with the run game? I mean, I know we talked a little bit about that second down on the previous drive where Cappy got beat by Guy, but you were running the ball well before that. You had the 8-yard run. Maybe you try to grind this one out a little bit.
Instead, it's going to be a little bit of a play action screen there to Leonard Fournette. He's going to pick up 11 yards to the New England 41. So the Bucs trying to get things rolling into New England territory for the first time in the second half, trying to get things rolling with a little bit of a screen call. And I like that call. First down screen. You're not expecting it if you're the defense. I think it's a good call. So,
I think it's a great call, especially with the play action element too. You might be thinking, play action. Oh no, got to get deep. You throw the screen in front. Great job by the guys up front too, right? Getting in front of this, giving a little bit of convoy for Fournette. Really nice job to start this drive.
Yeah, and then there's a run for Fournette, and he's not going to get much. And then, of course, the flag comes in at the end of that play. So we'll see if the Bucs get backed up some.
Yep, another 12 personnel trying to run this on the inside. Guy again with some good penetration. We'll see what this flag is. You see where it comes from. Usually means holding.
Yeah, legal hands to the face. Looks like
on New England.
Yeah, New England. Yeah, so Davin Godchaux.
He's been playing well for New England so far this year, but it's on Guy.
That might have been Guy. I don't know. My app said, it is Lawrence Guy. It changed Lawrence Guy.
Okay,
so
well,
first
now
and 10 for the Bucs at the 34.
Get some penalties going against New England now.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe
Guy, another great play there. He is a force in the run game, and I think that's just the wrong guy. That was clearly not Guy, right? I mean, wrong guy. I don't think that was on Lawrence Guy, was it?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't see anything there.
Number.
I mean, that's just a great play.
Yeah. Must have been, maybe it was Godchaux actually committed the penalty. But here's a handoff to Fournette. He's going to go over the left side and pick up about 7 yards. So 2nd and 3 at the Patriots' 27-yard line. The Bucs are seemingly committing to running the football, and they're running it as well as they've run it in any game this season by far. For the Bucs, this is, I know you don't watch the Bucs every week, Mark, but you rewatch them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
This is running the football very well for them.
They're running extremely well. Great pull there by Kappa to help lead the way here for Fournette. And, we thought maybe they would sort of commit to the ground game for this drive because the run game has been working. And that's what we're seeing so far. They have the screen. You get this run here play. They're running the ball well. It just comes down to, can they finish one of these drives?
Right, especially if they're going to rely on the run, and it costs them a down here or there as they give to Fournette once again, and nowhere to go early, but they just keep staying on their blocks, and he picks up 7 yards, and it looked like he took a little bit of a shot there near the end of that play, and it's 1st and 10 at the Patriots' 20-yard line. So the Bucs entering the red zone once again. Can they finally put one into the end zone tonight? I mentioned that they came into the game 10 of 14 in the red zone this year, and one of those might have been a throwaway situation at the end of a game, I believe, and so they have really been pretty effective in this area, but it has not happened tonight at all.
Yeah, you love the effort here in the edges, right? You got Mike Evans throwing blocks late. You got Kappa up again. You got Howard in front of this play, working to the whistle, giving Fournette opportunities to pick up yardage after contact.
It's one of those nights where it feels like you're almost kind of waiting for a bad thing to happen, though. It feels like with the way
you're just waiting for that other shoe to drop, John. You're convinced that the bad's going to happen here.
Here's play action for Brady. He's rolling out to the right, and he can't find anything. He's going to throw it down the field and just throw it away. He ran out of real estate there a little bit and got knocked down near the out of bounds, near the boundary. And so looks like it's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Bucs.
Yeah, just nowhere to go with this. forces that one late. Just good
We're
coverage.
going to get a good replay, a rare good replay.
Wow.
Max protect a little bit.
Yep.
Brady flushed out to the right. Yeah, good decision. Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nowhere for him to go with that
Nobody
ball
open,
here.
yeah.
Good coverage by the Patriots here down in the red zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Rojo leaked out to the left there, but couldn't see him once he got Brady got pushed out to the right.
Yeah,
right. And here's Brady on 2nd and 10, working from the gun now. 3 wide receivers on the field. Drops back to pass. Good protection. Throws caught by Mike Evans, who picks up the first down. Stretched it across the first down. Did he? Or they did? Are they going to give it to him?
I think they're going to give it to him.
Looked like a clear first down to me.
Yeah, it looked like a first down to me. I mean, little stack
down.
release. I don't think he stepped out of bounds. I think he stretched that.
Yeah, I thought so too. That's 3rd and 1 on my screen.
Wow.
That's shocking to me. I'm confused as to why the Bucs aren't having them look at that.
Yeah, I think you want to look at that. I mean,
I didn't think that was close.
I didn't think that was close either. But looks like they're just going to line up and run a play here on 3rd down.
Well, 3rd and 1. Clock winds 4:10 left in the 3rd quarter. Here's Ronald Jones. He does get it. He falls forward and picks up the first down. So a 3-yard gain for Jones. It's going to be 1st and goal at the 8-yard line of the Patriots. This is a funny thing, Mark. 1st and goals from the 8. I wonder if you'd almost have first at the 11-yard line. It's one of those analytics thing I'd love to see somebody look into. Last year, the Bucs had so many 1st and goals from the 8 to 10-yard line. And it's okay, this is a little trickier because you don't have beyond the first down marker to work with that much.
Yeah, I mean, the field is really sort of condensed. You almost wonder, if you'd rather have done something else here rather than just sort of trying this run play to get the first down.
Right. And they threw it out to Ronald Jones, and it looks like he ramps over the right side and he is into the end zone for the touchdown. So a good run by Ronald Jones and great blocking in the outside. I believe Ali Marpet had the key block there, and the Bucs find the end zone. It does happen, and they lead 12-7 now, and it's 2-point conversion time, right?
I mean, yeah, up 5. Yeah. I mean, got to. I think you try to make this a 7-point game. Great job there by Marpet. This is almost shades of one of Fournette's touchdowns runs in the Super Bowl, right? Where you get the pull, getting him out to the edge. Anytime you get Ali Marpet on J.C. Jackson in space, that's probably going to be a win for the team running the football, and that's exactly what happens.
And the Bucs are just kicking the extra point, and Succop hits it. So they'll go up 6. Putting a lot on their defense here, obviously, to try and maintain a 6-point lead. But, yeah, I would have thought maybe 2 at that point in the situation. When you chase points is always tough. I'd be curious to see what the analytics say. I'm sure Ben Baldwin and the crew on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there's already a discussion about this right now. But I would have gone for 2 there. I mean, you make it a 7-point game. If you get it either way, New England's going to have to score a touchdown to take the lead. So I think going for 2. But I'm going to see if Twitter has any insight on this one.
Let's see what's going on Twitter. I'm surprised that they didn't think about going for 2 there. Maybe they thought about it and didn't like it, but interesting. I wonder what the percentages say in terms of it,
Yeah.
Because I know some of these bots have the ability to kind of read
Yeah,
out
I'm trying to
based
see
on
if there's
history.
a
lot of time left for sure, and they're trusting their defense, but it is with backup corners, with 2 corners who were literally just signed playing on the outside. I mean, these guys literally just came off the street. They were signed without going through training camp or anything like that. So now if you're the Patriots, you haven't run the ball all game really, and you're here with a couple minutes left in the 3rd quarter. You're probably throwing a lot here.
I think,
so those guys got to step up.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see now those guys, can they step up with the injuries? Richard Sherman coming off the street now, probably going to end up playing 100% of the defensive snaps in this game, which is incredible to think about. But can Mac Jones make some throws now? Can Mac Jones, can they protect Mac Jones? Because we've seen now that pressure that we talked about all throughout the first half, it's starting to get home. They're starting to get to Mac Jones, a couple more sacks here. You might force 3 and out. You might get another sort of turnover situation. This is a critical drive, I think, from New England's perspective. Can they protect Mac Jones and answer what the Buccaneers just did?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's absolutely going to be key. The protection and how much Mac Jones anticipates and sees things ahead of time too, right? The second down sack was not a poor protection across the board. Mac didn't get rid of the ball in time.
Yeah.
You know, that was kind of a little bit of a coverage situation. I believe he had his check down in the flat there too, and didn't get the ball to him quickly enough. And so that's the key too in this one, right? Is how quickly can he process, get the ball out, live underneath. That's what he did on their drive, right? Just middle of the field underneath. And the Bucs have given it up all year in that area of the field. And so if pressure can't get home, Mac Jones is going to have opportunities to hit those throws. He's got to get the ball out.
Yeah, he does have to get the ball out. He has to be quicker with his mind. All young quarterbacks need to do that, and he's going to have to do that going forward.
Right, and I'm sure Todd Bowles is ready to bring some pressure here, and New England is anticipating it too. So is a shot play going to come? New England has not tried many shot plays.
You know, running back screen, I think, is in the mix here. You know, we haven't seen a lot of that from New England's perspective. Now, look, you just had J.J. Taylor put the ball on the ground, like Damian Harris. Do you want him in the screen game? You know, these are the decisions Josh McDaniels is going to have to make now.
Right. Brandon Bolden does bring that kick out from a couple of yards deep, but the Bucs coverage is pretty equal to it. He only gets to the New England 23-yard line. Bucs coverage last year was the worst in NFL history. I don't know if you know that, Mark. But
I did not know that.
Yeah. They did not allow many returns, one of the least amount of kickoff returns allowed in the NFL. But their kickoff coverage team, statistically, in terms of per return, the worst in the league last year. So they avoid those situations by just having Pinion put it in the end zone most of the time. But that one was returned. So good job by them to stop the Patriots at the 23. And now Mac Jones will take over 1st and 10 from the 23. The defense has played pretty well when they haven't been giving up penalties, but tough spot for a lot of untested corners now in this situation.
Yep. And we're going to see how just
5-man rush and Devin White up the middle, and Mac Jones is going to go underneath, and a bad missed tackle and a catch and run for Damian Harris. Now he's going to take it down to the 44-yard line, it looks like, of the Patriots. So a missed tackle there allows Harris to catch and run and pick up a healthy chunk of yardage there, and the Patriots are rolling.
Yeah, and this is the stuff that Mac Jones is going to have to do, right? Just subtle movements to avoid pressure like that, find his check down, stay within the play. Good drive starter from him, good drive starter from the Patriots. Missed opportunity again defensively, though, from Tampa Bay, right? You had the initial flush. Okay, he checks it down, make a tackle. You know, you just get the missed tackle here.
Yeah, it's Devin White again. Just so many missed tackles for Devin White this season. Got to finish in the backfield. He overruns things. Mac Jones, who's okay athletic, but definitely not athletic, and he's able to maneuver away from him and just makes it too easy when you can't break down and tackle guys in space like Devin White has struggled to do. And a little fake by Mac Jones there, a little foolery, and he completes one underneath in front of Pierre Desir for 13 yards. And so now they're rolling at the Bucs 43-yard line. Jones from empty. 3 receivers to his right, 2 to his left. Backups in, rushing the passer for the Bucs as Jacoby Myers makes the catch underneath. Levante David ripping at the ball, can't get it out. 6-yard gain for the Patriots, and now they go with 2nd and 4 from the Bucs 37-yard line, trying to move with tempo.
Yep, moving. We saw this earlier, right? Move with tempo, get Jones into a flow. That's what they're doing right now. Good catch, good throw.
Yeah, the Bucs trying to get pressure home, but it's tough when they go to the backups. There's just nothing there. Raheem Nunez-Roches, all these guys, Anthony Nelson, Bo Golston. There's not really the guys that can win one-on-one as often there. Mac Jones, play action once again. Bucs blitzed and couldn't get home, and another catch made in front of Pierre Desir. This one by N'Keal Harry picks up a healthy gain. It's another 1st and 10 for the Patriots. So now they are rolling down the field with completion of 10 yards there to Harry.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to start targeting Pierre Desir here, right? That's the second time they've gone after him on this drive alone. Both were completions, first to Aguilar, now this one to Harry. They're throwing the ball well right now, and with those backups in, Jones has time. Obviously, he got flushed on the drive starter, but they've got time now for their quarterback to make some of these reads and throws.
Yeah, and if you're the Bucs, you got to get home on these blitzes or you're going to get screwed. And you got to stop. You're playing 5 defensive linemen right now. The Patriots are not going to be running this. You got to get more athletic personnel in the game. It's an easy catch underneath for Jonnu Smith, and no one's there at all. So 10 yards just very easily, and they got another first down. 12 yards make it, and they've got another first down at the Bucs 16-yard line. So, again, all these are pretty easy throws, right? Just giving up to them by the way that the Bucs play defense.
That one to Jonnu Smith, they motion him into the backfield, fake a handoff to him, and then just flip it to him in the flat. I mean, these aren't tough reads and throws. It's out routes against off coverage, throws underneath, check downs, but they're working right now against this Buccaneers defense.
Yeah, I mean, just it's stuff underneath stuff all night, and that's been kind of what's beat him. And there's a screen set up to Bolden, and he's going to cross down near the goal line. He's going to get down to about the 2-yard line. So a great call, but it's going to be 1st and goal for the Patriots at the 1-yard line, and the Bucs defense quickly reverting back to the form that we saw them take throughout the first 3 games of the season, as the Patriots go pass heavy on this drive and the Bucs just have nothing.
Yeah, and this was the screen we thought was coming, right? Because Josh McDaniels was going to dial up a screen, something like that. Yeah. We finally see it here. Great time to call it. Brandon Bolden with a good job. Convoy of blockers are up front. Now you get the 1st and goal in the low red zone, not a 1st and goal, say, at the 10.
Right. Yep, good call. And it's 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. So, yeah, this is a situation where you come back to the 2-point conversion right tonight. Both teams have really struggled to score. This one feels like you'd love to be in a situation where touchdown, extra point ties it. And 2-point deficit doesn't really mean anything anyway. And so, you still need a field goal, 1 or 2. And so, yeah, I feel like that one could be a decision that the Bucs come back to at some point here if they can't get something going. But end of the 3rd quarter, 1st and goal at the 1-yard line for the Patriots when we come back to this one. But man, Mark, it feels like the Bucs in some ways maybe need a little shot of Celsius to get going in this one. They just the energy, just the execution. Celsius helps you with those things, man. Helps me focus for workouts. Tropical vibe. This one of my favorite flavors. Essential energy, accelerates metabolism, burns body fat. There's no sugar, an unbelievable taste in these things. They are sponsoring the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter Report Game Day show, as they always do. Definitely want to give them a shout out. If you haven't tried Celsius right now, go to Celsius.com, use the store locator, find out where they are near you, or use Amazon. Do the subscribe and save at Amazon. Get yourself these coming regularly to you. Mark does. I know a lot of colleagues in the field are ordering themselves some Celsius on a regular basis to the house. And so it's a good way to get yourself energized for sure. And the Bucs are going to need some of that. A lot of guys played very much. It's tough here to like he's kind of right there, but those are just pretty easy throws, and that makes it really difficult to execute in those situations.
Yeah, and like we saw as that drive wound down in the 3rd quarter, they targeted him twice. The catch by Aguilar, the catch to N'Keal Harry. Now look, you assume New England's going to score 1st and goal at the 1, right? So you sort of assume that you're going to need another drive from Tom Brady. They'll probably come out, run the ball. They ran it effectively. On that last drive to get the touchdown to Jones. I'd expect that when Tampa Bay gets this ball back, whenever they get it back, we're going to see another healthy dose of that ground game because, they really got it going. And Lawrence Guy has made some plays, but I do expect that when Tampa Bay gets this ball back, we're going to see a heavy dose of that run game.
Yeah, and what's crazy about this is, yes, Mac Jones is taking what's there, but it's just there's no resistance, right? Like hardly any throw has been contested or tight coverage. There's like no big time throws or things like that. Like it's just been, it's been cerebral, which deserves credit, but that Bucs just make life so easy for opposing quarterbacks. And so what I always come back to is that last year the Bucs allowed, I forget what the percentage was, but the completion percentage they allowed from opposing quarterbacks, the other teams around them, Mark, that were in the bottom 10 in the league in that category were all non-playoff teams,
right? All
losing record, bad football teams last year. And then there was the Bucs. And it's just like hard to live that way all the time defensively, where you're basically allowing quarterbacks to kind of complete what they want. And here's an easy, uncontested throw. Johnny Smith wide open in the back of the end zone for the touchdown from Mac Jones. So the Patriots score on 1st and goal off the play action fake. And they are going to be in position here with the extra point to take the 14-13 lead as the 4th quarter starts.
Yeah, and look, they sold this play with personnel. They brought in an extra lineman as one of the tight ends. You got the fullback in the backfield. It's a heavy personnel look. 1st and goal at the 1, rookie quarterback. You're thinking, they're just going to run this. Johnny Smith's wide open. He's just absolutely wide open. Probably the easiest touchdown Mac Jones might ever throw in his NFL career.
Right. I think that was Kevin Minter. I'm not totally sure. I'd have to see it again there, but I think it might be Minter's first defensive snap of the season, I think. So here's going to be the extra point try from Nick Folk, and that one is up and through. So the Patriots take a 1-point lead, 14-13. Tons of easy throws. And one of the things I come back to, Mark, is how often the Bucs like to play out of their base defense. So not as many people in coverage, and they blitz 2 out of it. Or when you have people in coverage, they're dropping a D tackle out, they're dropping an edge defender out. So you don't have the same ability to play in space that you would with lighter personnel. And no one's trying to run against you anyway, especially in this situation. It just makes no sense to me at all why you've got 3 defensive tackles on the field, and none of them, with respect to Vea, who does make an impact as a rusher, the other guys are not impactful as pass rushers. So you're not really helping yourselves either. I know you want to cover everybody up on the line of scrimmage and have body on body, but it just, to me, it slows down and it takes away from what you're able to do in coverage by playing way heavier on defense all the time.
Yeah. And, and part of it is influenced by New England's personnel packages. They've got the 2 tight ends out there. When you've got the fullback on the field, you're more inclined to stay in those sort of base defensive packages. But when you see New England's inability to run the football tonight, you see how they're playing this game, you might not want to buy into that. Like, make New England prove that they could run the ball against your sub packages out of that 12 personnel package, because I haven't seen any proof they could do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And make anybody do it.
Yeah.
And who cares if they do it? Make life harder.
And if they do it, then fine. But until they do it, like, make them prove they can. Because the other thing is, they're keeping the ball on the ground. They're not throwing the football. We all know passing is king, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And here's Tyler Johnson on the return. He's not even going to get back to the 25-yard line despite the short kick. 24-yard line is where the Bucs will start. Not been a banner day on special teams for the Bucs at all. All 3 phases really have had a pretty lousy performance so far. And so Tom Brady versus rookie starting quarterbacks up there on the screen, 20-5, won 14 the last 15. Bucs are going to have to get it together on offense in a hurry if they want to win another one here, because right now it feels like there's just a lot working against them. And so we'll see what they can get going here. They've relied on the run game. They've run on a lot of first downs. They felt like this was a game they can grind out and finish it in their favor. And that's up in the air right now for sure. And so here's the handoff. Leonard Fournette once again. He's going to pick up a couple. Looks like he got about 6 yards. So going to be 2nd and 4 coming up for the Bucs from their own 30-yard line.
Nice little play here. Nice, run to start the drive. Now you get into that 2nd and 4 situation. I like the sort of look here where you get the orbit look behind it, give the defense something to think about, show them that look. Great opportunity down a distance here, 2nd and 4 to go play action, play action screen. Like, you could, so many things Byron Leftwich can call.
Right. You don't want to be run dominant on 2nd and 4. You want to be in, of course, as a handoff to Leonard Fournette, hitting the backfield, keeps his feet and gets about 2 yards maybe, but you're right back in 3rd and 2 where you've lived kind of all night and where you definitely do not want to be. And again, I've been a big fan of Byron Leftwich all season long. I just don't get that call at all. It makes absolutely no sense to me.
No, and that's a great play. You see it again. Kyle Duggar, right? Down near the line of scrimmage, down near the box, knifing through the block there to make that initial hit in the backfield. Fournette fights for 2 more, but, interesting play call there to go outside zone, outside run there.
Yeah, for sure. Now 3rd and 3 for the Bucs. Big situation here. You do not want to get hard to go 3 and out in this situation right now, given what your defense is working with personnel-wise. 3-man rush. Brady going to go underneath Antonio Brown, who makes the catch and is knocked down, but he's going to pick up the 1st down. And so the Bucs move it out to their 39-yard line and get a new set of downs, down 14-13 with 13:33 left in the game.
Yeah, good job by Brady. I mean, they're going to, play coverage here. Just get the ball out, find a soft spot. Make sure you at least get this 1st down. Does seem like the weather's calmed a bit. Doesn't seem to be actively raining as much. You might see some crisper throws here from Brady. Some of the throws he missed high earlier in the game. Now maybe we're seeing him settle in a bit.
Yeah, for sure. And Bucs seem determined to run the ball on 1st down. Now, 4-yard gain for Leonard Fournette is going to bring up 2nd and 6 here. And so, lots of these 1st down runs. It's been okay. It's been a little bit better than normal for the Bucs.
Good job there at the point of attack. Good job by the guys in the interior to get the initial push there, getting uphill. Nice little run there. Do we see the play action play here now?
Yeah, at some point. Feels like it's coming, but 2nd and 6 for the Bucs offense. Brady working from the shotgun with Fournette next to him in the backfield, takes the snap. Patriots rushing 4. Brady with nowhere to go, fires over the middle, incomplete. J.C. Jackson was blanketing Mike Evans, and so 3rd and 6 coming up for the Bucs from their own 42-yard line.
And there's that matchup. We've seen it all night. We talked about it going in. J.C. Jackson, Mike Evans. Another good route initially. Brady was looking to his right here. Evans on that sort of band-aid post route. He was open early in the down, but Brady was looking elsewhere. Didn't have a chance to see him. Has to come to him late. The pass falls incomplete.
Yeah, it's just really hard here. This is going to be the 14th, I believe, 3rd down try of the game for the Bucs. It is hard to live in these situations as much as they have. Knocking any chunk plays on 1st down has been really, really killer for them.
Yeah. And so you'd like to get one here if you're Tampa Bay. Obviously, you don't want to give this ball back to New England in this spot.
Right. Here's Brady looking, going to scramble, going to take a hit, and he dives forward for the first down. Did Brady just pick that up with his legs?
Oh, man.
They're going to give him 7 yards in the first down.
Oh, man. The one thing, right? The one thing you're not expecting if you're Steve and Bill Belichick is this.
Right.
Tom Brady scrambling for a first down.
Out to the 49-yard line of the Bucs. They're going to give him 7 yards there.
Wow.
He could not find anyone open. And wonder if, with his legs, you're definitely not expecting that.
You're certainly not going to have somebody spy him or anything like that. But,
no.
I mean,
and they looked like they were converging there, but the tackle just kind of knocked them forward.
Wow, what a run by Brady. It reminds me of that run
going, but again,
his last year in New England against Kansas City on that 4th down that had the crowd going nuts.
Right. And it's a first down run again for Ronald Jones. And the 2nd and 7 is going to be what's coming up here. And they can't get any chunk plays on first down. And so it's just, you're putting yourself in much harder 2nd and 3rd down situations. And I know you feel like this is a game where you've run the football well, but it can't be so predictable that you're doing it every first down.
Yeah. And you think at some point, look, they'd mix in at least one play action play, right? If you've shown so many of these run looks on first down, you've got these condensed formations, heavier personnel, you keep running it. Eventually at some point, Brady's going to pull and throw off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Do they do it, here? Do they do it on their next 1st and 10 play? When do we see it?
Mm-hmm. And what do we have here? Is it timeout?
Yeah, it looks, Brady just took the timeout. Some confusion. He had both Brown and Fournette seem to be having trouble getting lined up.
Yeah. Second, don't want to take one there, man. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's really tough.
I mean, 1-point game, you'd like to have all those timeouts, but
but you got to do what you got to do. It's a huge down, both 2nd and 3rd down here, because again, go back to it. The Bucs have been one of the best teams in the NFL this season on first down. EPA success rate. It's been a huge reason why they've been able to be successful offensively this year and be the highest scoring team in the league, or up there. If you're taking away defensive points, I think they're 2nd. But that's one of the biggest reasons why. It's because they win first down at a very, very high rate. So 3rd down's just been okay. Like I said, they've had the 4 drops on 3rd down. That's hurt them. If they had not had those drops, they'd probably be ranked overall the best offense in the league if they hadn't had those. But that's been the opposite of the story today. They have not won first down really hardly at all day. What this is going to be, if they get into 3rd down in this situation, they're 7 of 14 on 3rd down. 50% is good, but when all your drives get to 3rd down multiple times, you're eventually going to not, like 50% is a good percentage, but half the time you're not getting it done. And when you're always in 3rd down because you're never winning 1st and 2nd, then that's where it catches up to you, right, Mark?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's why, you'd love to be able to avoid some of these 3rd down situations, because that's living dangerously. Like that's living dangerously, particularly on a night where, you've missed some opportunities, you've missed some throws, you've had some penalties go against you. You're just asking, for things to go against you when you're consistently getting into these 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 situations. Now, look, they've been able to make some yardage on first down on some of these runs. There's a part of me that thinks that, look, they're showing some stuff to set up that eventual play action play that I know I keep harping on, but I do feel like that's coming. And I do feel like there's going to be a moment, whether it's this drive or the next, that they're going to hit on one of these. The problem is, look, now you're starting to think about, how many drives do you have left? We're like 13 minutes left in this game. Like you may have 2 possessions, maybe 3. Depending on how New England does offensively. And so you've got to start making sure you can finish these drives with points, any kind of points, because obviously you need to get this lead back.
Right. Somebody says, where are the Bucs tight ends? Cam Brate got bodied on a route in the red zone. He dropped a pass. O.J. Howard jumped offside. So that's all we've really seen of those guys in this game so far. So
Brate had that drop on that in breaking route earlier. New England has done some things to take those guys away. I think Kyle Duggar's done some things in coverage. Other guys have done some things in coverage. But, it's really been the receivers that have carried the load in the passing game.
Right, and here's a dump off underneath Leonard Fournette. Looked like a little screen. They set up. Patriots missed the tackle, and he's going to carry it down near the 20-yard line, just outside the 20, I think. So Lenny is, somebody said he's earning that money tonight. Listen, he's played well. He's done what he's had to do. They've needed him to do a lot, and he's stepped up so far in this one. So hopefully he can finish. Patriots sniffed it out, but could not get there to make the tackle.
No, there was a great block out in front of that too. I didn't see exactly who it was and to catch a number. We'll see it on the replay. But
Wirfs had a nice block initially.
Yeah, but just a great job here by Fournette. Great time to call this. Yeah, it was Wirfs peeling back there at the end. Just a great block.
Yeah, for sure. Here's 1st and 10 now for the Bucs, and they're going to hand off once again on 1st and 10. And Rojo's going to pick up a yard and a half, maybe. So not a whole lot for Ronald Jones, and it's going to bring up again another loss on 1st down for the Bucs of 2nd and 9.
Yeah, and this is a good play here. Matthew Judon against OJ Howard to set that edge, turn this back to the inside. So a good job by Judon. But these 1st and 10 runs, they're starting to mount up, but not a ton of success with them the past couple of drives.
No, it's hard, and the Bucs and the Patriots aren't even giving them like a light box. Like that's
that was a run into a heavy box there with that personnel package. And
some early in the game, I kind of got it, but it just again, this is not what Byron Leftwich has done all season, but it is what he's doing now, and it's very frustrating. Brady drops back, looking downfield. That pass is going to be incomplete for Mike Evans. That one wasn't catchable. They are not on the same page at all. Now you're right back in 3rd down. You're right. 3rd and 9.
We were just talking about it, right? We were just talking about that 3rd and long situation. That's not where you want to live. Again, Jackson versus Evans, just not on the same page.
I just don't feel like a field goal does it. I just don't.
No, not right now.
Not the way this game is gone. No,
I feel like you got to come away with 7 here. I mean,
and that's the total miscommunication there too. I'm not sure what happened there, but that was not even like Brady's trying to go maybe back short. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Evans is taking this deep. Brady's going back shoulder there. I'm not sure why.
And Brady over the middle of the field to Cam Brate down to the 5-yard line on the inbreaker. Cam Brate makes the big play, makes the catch, gets them down to the 5-yard line. So a huge conversion on 3rd and 9. And Brady finds his tight end. And finally, the tight end step up. We were just talking about him. Somebody was just asking about him. They blitzed the safety. Brady knew the void in coverage was right there. Brate ran a great route, recognized where the blitz had coming from, and got him.
Why ISO too? So he knows he's got Kyle Duggar, the 2nd-year player, who's a good player down in the box, but now you tested him in coverage. Brady got the look he want. He knew before that play was snapped where he was going with the ball.
Right, and here's another run on 1st down, and that one's nothing. They lose 3 yards on it. I mean, you've got to be kidding me with these calls. Brady's bailing them out so far. He's getting them out of these 3rd down situations, but he's getting hurt by his OC. Yeah, he's getting hurt by his OC. No, actively hurt at this point.
There's jailbreak situation up front there. Hightower in there. Matthew Judon in there. Just couldn't get that blocked up. Patriots had numbers.
Yeah, 1st and goal from the 6. I mean, you can't afford to lose downs in that area of the field, and the Bucs just lost a couple of yards, 2 yards. So now you're in 2nd and goal from the 8, and this is tough spots. They're putting Brady in a lot of tough spots in the 2nd half with these play calls. Really disappointing.
Yep.
Quick out to Lenny, and he drops it, but that wasn't a good throw from Brady either. He would have probably lost yardage, so it actually worked out.
Another interesting play call. Patriots are flying around right now. It doesn't look like this would have gone anywhere, right? Because you had Van Noy there, you had Jalen Mills there, but now you're going to dial up something on 3rd and goal from, the 8. Not an easy situation.
No, definitely not. And again, losing 1st down has been the story of this entire drive. They've been able to overcome it at times, but man, it's tough. Like this is tough down and distances, tough situations, especially in the red zone, because you don't have that far beyond the marker, right, to work.
Right.
So a lot of your plays and routes are kind of off the table a little bit.
That end line's basically an extra defender for the defense.
Right. Brady eludes some pressure, but has to throw that one too high out of the back of the end zone. So 4th and goal from the 8, and the Bucs are going to have to settle for a field goal here with 8 minutes left in this quarter. And man, I think that's going to really come back to hurt them the way that play calling occurred on this drive in general, but especially in the red area. That's a killer, man. When you hadn't won 1st down run really the whole drive.
Yeah.
And you could see nobody's open.
Nobody's open. I mean, Patriots, again, they bring 4, they drop 7. They're taking away these throwing lanes, and there's just really nowhere that Brady has to go with the football. Right. And even with just the 4-man rush, they have the lawn looper, get some pressure. It forces Brady to have to move, and now that cuts the field down in half.
Yeah, for sure. Super disappointing because Byron Leftwich has been a real asset to Tom Brady this season, but not in the 2nd half. That's a tough spot. And how about Brady eluding a sack there, by the way? I think the Bucs messed up something in protection. I tried to see it on that replay, but it didn't only show the quarterback really. Yeah. Something got messed up in protection, and Cal Van Noy came in clean.
Yeah, I mean, that was a
juked him out.
Loop. Yeah, because Van Noy came around 2 guys who were coming in. Great job by Brady to avoid that.
Right.
We get the field goal now, so Tampa Bay has a 2-point lead, but
that
does sort of feel like a bit of a letdown.
Yeah, absolutely. And now under 8 minutes to play in the game, and defense is going to have to step up with a lot of backup corners. Lord Jimbo says, keep telling us how good Leftwich has been, John. I mean, I will when Leftwich is good, and he was unquestionably good through the first 3 weeks. And when he's bad, I will tell you he's bad like I am now. And that's the thing you're always going to get. I'm always going to be just straight up with you. I've got, some people don't like Byron Leftwich because he doesn't say anything to the media and he makes them mad and things like that. And I get frustrated with that at times, but I'm not going to let it impact the way I see it. He called great football for the first 3 weeks of the season. Calling bad football tonight, and especially in the second half, doesn't negate what he did for the first 3 weeks of the season. There's no correlation there. He's not been good in this game. He's definitely not been good in the second half, and that's been a huge issue for sure, especially as on that last drive, it put them in tough situations a lot of the time. Brady executed. The guys did find a way to make some plays. They do take the lead. Now it is on the defense against a rookie quarterback. Todd Bowles, you got to find a way, but it's a tough situation because it's not like this is your typical defense against a rookie quarterback. The Bucs are literally playing 2 corners that they signed that haven't played any football this year at all until tonight.
And we saw what that offense can do against those corners last drive. Now, the other thing is you're probably going to get your starters up front now for this drive. They sat them down. There were a lot of the backups in. You saw their inability to get pressure on Jones. They were able to go right down the field. Now with some of those starter guys back for this drive, I'd assume they'd be back. I'd expect them to be able to at least get some more consistent pressure on Jones. They had the 2 sacks on a previous drive, so maybe they'll be able to get to Jones now, get him flustered, get him moved off the spot, maybe force a 3 and out, or at least get a sack, put him in a bad situation.
Yeah, for sure. And defensively, first, offensively, weird game, right? They've moved the football. Like that again has not been an issue. And most of the time last year when they struggled to put points on the board, they still moved football. At the end of the game, it looked like this. Right now, the Bucs have 359 yards of offense with 8 minutes to play in the game. Like they're 8 of 16 on third down. That's 50% on third down. You take that every single day of the week. You can't finish in the areas that matter the most. They're 1 for 4 in the red zone, and they entered the game one of the best teams in the league in the red zone, and that is just going to lose you more games than it wins you at the end of the day. And maybe the defense can step up and make a play here, but it's going to be, it's going to be different, I think, with the personnel that they're lacking right now, the way New England's kind of found a rhythm in the passing game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, like you said, 50% on third downs is great, but you've faced what, 16 third downs? Like that's
way too many
number. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to be in that many third down situations every game. You want to be one of the lower teams in the league in terms of third down situations that you're in, because it's just reality. You're not going to win. Every regression, every mean and across NFL history is that most of the time you're not going to win all those third downs. You're not going to go 75, 80% on third down most of the time. And so now we see Mac Jones going play action once again. The Bucs blitzing again. It keeps getting picked up. Pierre Desir almost had a pick there, and instead it's caught. And it's going to be a first down picked up by Nelson Aguilar, I believe. Yeah, 12-yard gain. Yep. And that was all. Desir almost jumped that one.
Yep. He thought he had it. But this is now the third time they've targeted him in their last 2 drives.
Yeah.
So Desir, they're going to keep going after him.
The same route, and Desir knew it, and he just couldn't catch it. That one hurts. That's very reminiscent of Jamel Dean in the end of the Bears game last season. It was the same situation, right? He jumped one. Couldn't catch it. And
Desir's reading this the entire way.
Yep.
Just didn't get there in time.
Yeah, for sure. And then Mac Jones goes underneath to Jacoby Myers for a gain of 3. And so it's going to be 2nd and 7 from the 40-yard line for the Patriots. Barrett broke through again there and put a hit on Jones.
Yep. They brought some pressure there too. Yep. This is the group that can get more pressure consistently on him. It's just a matter of can they get home and finish one of these now.
Mm-hmm. Right. So here's 2nd and 7 for Jones from his own 40-yard line.
And again, it's that pressure off the right side. I've been talking about it all night. Pressure off that right tackle spot.
And Winfield is being evaluated for a concussion now, J.C. Allen says, as he throws back shoulder to Jacoby Myers. Richard Sherman gives up the catch there, can't find the football, and that's going to be a gain of 21 yards down to the Bucs' 39-yard line. So already the Patriots are rolling. The Bucs are down 4 starters in the secondary. 4 of their 5 starters, and the other one is coming back from Jordan White is coming back from a significant injury. So just absolutely decimated. There's no other way to put it. Just getting clobbered.
The injuries are just mounting. I mean, this wasn't a particularly great throw from Jones, but that back shoulder is so hard to defend. And like you said, John, tough for Richard Sherman to try to locate football. It doesn't do it in time. You get the completion.
Yeah, there's a trick play. Jacoby Myers throwing deep to Nelson Aguilar. The Bucs blew the coverage, and he's going to be knocked out of bounds at the Bucs 8-yard line. So they're all the way down in the red zone off the trick play. Hand off to Damian Harris. He flips it back to Jacoby Myers. Bucs had blown the coverage. Wheel route down the sideline. Myers, a former quarterback, obviously, and now the Patriots are in business, and you come back to the red zone execution by the Bucs offense being abysmal all night, and it's just the kind of game that it's gone. And now you've got obviously a situation defensively where you're in a really tough spot.
Yep, I mean, good job by McDaniels. A good time to call that play.
Yep, great play.
Just a great play call. Myers, like you said, John, former quarterback. They trust him to throw the ball. Big delivery there from Myers to Aguilar.
Yeah, Mac Jones has all day, no pressure whatsoever as the Bucs drop 8, and he can't find anybody, throws it out the back of the end zone. So 2nd and goal from the Bucs 9-yard line. And wow, that was the first incompletion in like counting the Jacoby Myers throw, like 19 pass attempts, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw a graphic where like Mac Jones had 18 straight completions, which is the highest ever by a rookie quarterback, or tied that record. But drop 8, particularly down in the red zone, where you get that extra defender with the end line. So hard to find a receiver.
Oh, and Devin White, how did he not pick that? Throw underneath, and Devin White looked like he was right there and then just fell over. I don't know what happened there. It looked like a controller malfunction.
Yeah.
What was that? That was really weird. Let's see the replay here. Okay.
That's 2 they could have picked on this drive.
Yeah. White read it all the way, and the pass ended up being behind where he thought it was going to be. So that was the issue there, I think. He thought it was going to be more out in front of him.
It's almost the fact that it was a bad throw that saved Mac Jones there.
I think he was stunned that he threw that. Here comes Joe trying Shoyinka, and they get the pass on underneath, but Devin White with one hand helps make the tackle, and a bunch of Bucs run up. So they do hold him on 3rd and goal. They went with the screen. Good job by Devin White. He sniffed it out. We've been critical of him, but he made that play, caught on with one hand, and just kind of hung on until the rest of the guys could get there. And so they do force the field goal attempt now here, where the Patriots have a chance to go up 17-14 if they can make this short field goal here.
Yep, and giving Tom Brady a chance to put together a game-winning drive on the road at Gillette in Foxborough against his old team.
Yeah, so 4.5 minutes left in this one, and the Patriots trying to take a 17-16 lead, and Folk, who's made 35 in a row, as you saw there on the screen, makes this one as well. So 36 in a row there, and they go up 17-16. 4:34 left in this one. Can Brady lead him back? It's been a complete adventure for the Bucs offense tonight. And
it has been an absolute adventure.
Yeah. And there might be enough time that Byron Leftwich still tries to run the football.
Yeah, he might come out and run it on 1st down again. I mean, at some point, though, I think he'll dial up a shot play or something, try to take chances downfield. I mean, I know you've got time, and it's just a 1-point game. So, yeah, if you want to just run the football, you can probably do that, get yourself in field goal range, win this game. But I do think that shot play is coming at some point.
Yeah, I mean, you've said it. At the end of that first half, they were able to get something going when they went a little bit faster, right? And it's stunning to me they didn't come back and try to do that maybe a little bit in the second half at all. It has not been a very aggressive second half at all for the Bucs.
No, it hasn't.
Played at times like they have the rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it feels like, right? Like they're the team that's like trying to like have a game manager. You've got the greatest quarterback of all time. You've got a great offensive line. You've got these weapons. Like, let the guy sling it. Like, be a little bit more aggressive. I mean, maybe now game situation, 4 minutes to go. 1-point game, like you're still going to try to make sure you at least get out of here with 3. Trust your defense to stop Mac Jones. But do you trust your defense to stop Mac Jones? I think, yeah, you probably do, but you could still be a little bit aggressive here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a situation where I feel like you got to try and score on this drive. I mean, some people are saying it now. This is a Chicago game all over. It is unbelievable how similar this game is.
Yeah,
to Chicago.
I get it. I remember watching that game, and hopefully Buccaneers fans, you don't have the ending when Brady's holding up thinking it's 4th down here, but it does feel that way. I mean, it does feel that way even for me.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, uncanny how many similarities there are. And you've got to hope penalties. The Bucs have seemed to have gotten them under control a little bit in the second half, but they can't rear their head here. This is obviously a situation. 4:34. There's 2 timeouts left for the Bucs. That's something to remember here too, right, Mark? Yep. Because now you've got the 2-minute warning, true, but you're running in a pretty tough situation. I think if you're the Bucs, if you're not getting something going here on this drive, because eventually you're going to run out of time if you try to get the ball back. With the way that the Patriots have forced you to go underneath constantly in this game. Yep. I mean, they have hit some throws down the field. It's not like, but they really just haven't tried after the long one to Antonio Brown. They have not.
Yeah, after that one they could call back, they've really sort of focused on the underneath stuff, focused on quick game. They had the play action screen play that we liked. I mean, they've done some interesting stuff for the past game, but they haven't really pushed it downfield since that play, which is why I still keep thinking, look, we're going to see one of these shot plays at some point, right? Whether it's early in this drive, maybe it's even to start this drive to try to get something going downfield.
Mm-hmm. Right. The Patriots tried to kick that one short of the end zone, but it goes into the end zone. So the Bucs will take over on their 25-yard line. Big drive for Byron Leftwich. Big drive for Tom Brady, obviously, but big drive for Byron Leftwich too. I mean, this is, a situation where you've got some ground to make up, right? Because you just haven't called a very good second half. You've put your team in a lot of 3rd down situations. Byron is somebody who knows that. He said a lot, if we're in 3rd down all the time, we're doing something wrong. And I think that that's definitely true. So yeah, tough spot for sure. And, they want to make sure that they're obviously winning a little bit more on 1st down on this drive if they can. Brady's going to start from empty. 2 receivers to his left, 3 to his right, takes the snap, 3-man rush. He's going to go deep on the first play down the field, and Leonard Fournette going to drop that one. And there's going to be a flag that comes in. So finally, the Bucs benefit from a defensive pass interference. Leonard Fournette drawing a defensive pass interference. Did not think I was going to see that one, but
I mean,
a deep shot to Fournette.
Look, that's the matchup that Brady wanted, right? You start with him in the backfield, you motion to empty, you see Kyle Van Noy go, so it's man coverage. You probably like that matchup. Van Noy's not known for his ability to cover in space, covered man coverage. So you take your shot, you draw the flag. Now you see the shot play, you see the result of it. Now you've got yourself in a really good situation to at least get a go-ahead field goal, if not to finish this with a touchdown.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one too, right there, because Leonard Fournette, I thought it was clearly the right call, right? I mean, somebody said questionable call, but I'll take it. He jumped way early and grabbed Fournette.
Yeah, he got there. He got there early. I mean, I think that's a pretty clear DPI.
And now they're back to running the ball on 1st down, 3 yards for Leonard Fournette. And that's the danger, right? Is it too quick? Do you try and milk clock? I'm saying just score. The way this game is gone, you've got to figure out a way to get the ball in the end zone, man. You've got to be aggressive. If that means you score quickly and you score a touchdown, you score quickly, but don't waste downs trying to run clock. You're not even in field goal range right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much of the mind that you stay aggressive. You try to score touchdowns. If it happens quickly, fine. When you start getting into that mold of, try to be conservative, to try to make sure that the last play is your field goal try or something like that, that doesn't always end well. And again, still wet night. You might get a mistake. Try to get this touchdown.
Right. Here's Brady back to pass, 3-man rush. Going to go underneath to Mike Evans, who makes the catch. And he's going to be short of the 1st down by a couple of yards. So it looks like it's going to be 3rd and 2. And another flag goes down here, and we'll see what this call is.
Yeah, not sure what this flag is, but
I think this one's going to be offensive pass interference.
Oh, they're going to get him for pushing off? Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable. This is an all-timer for the Bucs. I'm laughing out of sadness, by the way, for anyone wondering. This is
wow.
What do you even say, man?
I don't know.
Yeah, pretty clear, right? I mean, clear push off.
I see it now on this replay. Yeah, you get the 2-hand shove. I mean, that is going to get called.
Man, tough one for Evans.
Yeah.
Huge drop, and that huge OPI there puts you in 2nd and 17. And now you wonder, do you come after Brady? Nope, going to rush 3, and Brady going to go downfield, and Evans makes a sliding grab. He's going to be down near the 40-yard line, I believe. So that's going to be 11 yards there, down to the New England 40. So good play on 2nd down.
Get yourself into a manageable 3rd. Yeah. Slow developing route. Has to come across on the crosser. Great throw by Brady there, too. I mean, I know he had to slide to get it, but one of those throws you kind of have to layer in there. Really good job by Brady to hit that.
Yeah, this is tough though. I mean, now you're in 3rd and 6, and you'd think you're in a situation here where this is what you're at the Patriots 40. He's not in a 57, 55 yarder. You probably have to get a first down here to give Succop a chance. So you're about to see.
I do think this is I think you approach this like it's 2 down territory here.
Yeah. And either way, you're talking about passing, but what you do in the situation matters.
Right.
I mean, 3rd and 6, you're obviously not going to run it.
Well, I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, Byron Leftwich has got some runs. I mean, we might see another one. I mean, I don't think anybody would expect him to do it here, but maybe. I mean, I think, though, you approach this as a 3-down situation. Wouldn't surprise me if they go similar to that previous play, either mesh or shallow cross, try to get something early for Brady underneath with somebody getting rubbed off, and then, potential wheel or something that he's got, and that if he likes the matchup, he could take it, or a back shoulder or something where if he likes it, he could take it. Otherwise, you got those routes underneath. Guys maybe working through traffic, create a rub, get yourself a catch and run situation.
Right. 3rd and 6 from the Patriots 40-yard line. 3 minutes and 8 seconds and counting left in the game. Brady from the gun. Patriots showing pressure, and they do send a few, but Brady's got time. Looks over the middle, and he finds Antonio Brown for the first down. So clutch throw from Brady, 1st and 10 down to the Patriots 32-yard line. And Antonio Brown making that living underneath tonight.
Yeah. And, another bunch look to the left, Y ISO to the right, but a really good route by Brown. Great anticipation throw by Brady to see that coverage, to know the timing, the rhythm, the placement. Really good job by Brady on that.
Yeah, and from here, it's still a 49-yarder. This is not a gimme. We know the wet conditions tonight. So, again, if you're the Bucs, stay aggressive. Don't waste first down.
Credit to Byron Leftwich here, right? Because Jonathan Jones goes down. Justin Bethel, a special teamer, comes in. You go right after him, target him with the play.
Yeah, there's another run for Fournette. He gets nothing. Maybe a yard or two, and it's going to bring up 2nd and long. So you're putting yourself in more tough situations. Clock should keep winding here, and you should get to the 2-minute warning, but you're not in field goal range. I mean, you're 47-yarder from here. I mean, you hope Succop can hit it, but you don't want to settle for here for sure.
No. So, you want to get another first down to make sure that you've at least got a much more manageable field goal try here. But, this might be a situation where they just wanted to get to the 2-minute warning now. You
can't take a penalty. You can't take a sack. You've done both those things now. You've taken a lot of penalties tonight. And so,
New England takes a timeout.
Yeah, New England took the timeout, and so they're the ones trying to now preserve some clock a little bit, I think.
Yeah, and that's a smart timeout too. That's a smart timeout too from Belichick. Right.
Yeah, great clock manager, as he always is. So 2nd and 8 for the Bucs.
Now
I cannot play for the field goal here. I can't emphasize this enough.
You still want to stay aggressive. You still want to stay aggressive.
Right. Can they win on 2nd and long? Avoid penalties, avoid sacks.
Yeah, you can't take a sack here.
Rushing 3, Brady going for it all down the field. Antonio Brown, and he looks like he lost the football there for a second, but that pass is going to be incomplete, out of bounds. So 3rd and 8 coming up for the Bucs. Brady went for it all, through to the end zone, and the incompletion stops the clock with 2:07.
Yeah, Jonathan Jones now back in the game, and they try to target him with a deep route, see if they can, Brown was open. I mean,
right.
Got it.
He looked like he didn't know where the ball was.
Yeah,
but it was
quite pick it up.
Yeah. Yeah, that over his other shoulder, I think that was it hit inbounds, so that had a shot. Just weird stuff.
3rd and 8.
Weird stuff.
What do you do here, John?
Weird stuff. 3rd and 8 from the 30. So you're in a tough spot because you're really outside of. I mean, you're not outside of. Obviously, you're kicker in the NFL. You should hit a 47-yarder for the win, but you don't want to play that way. Patriots taking a timeout there where the clock stopped. Interesting.
Yeah, I think Belichick just wants to make sure that everybody's on the same page with his 3rd down. Jones looks like he's still hampered a bit by whatever leg injury he had that put him off the field for a play. So if Jones is still out there, don't be surprised if Byron Leftwich or Todd Brady try to target him again, because he seems to be laboring right now.
Right. Yeah, no question about it. And they're already playing without Jawan Williams, obviously no Stephon Gilmore. So the Patriots, no strangers themselves to defensive back injuries. 2:07 here. So what can the Bucs do on 3rd and 8? Can they at least pick up some positive yardage, even if they're not going to know? Brady's going for it all again to Antonio Brown. It was right in his hands. A dime by Tom Brady with the game on the line, and AB dropped it.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
I mean, you get what you wanted. You get what you wanted.
What an unbelievable throw.
Yep. You know, they went right after Jones. They felt comfortable going after him again. You got a step. Brady makes a great throw, but doesn't complete the play. Now you need the field goal
catch.
try.
Yeah, that's a catch Antonio Brown has made his entire career, man.
And he was giving him cushion too. Brown just ran right by him.
Right. And now can Ryan Suckup make the 48-yarder? That was probably the game right there in Antonio Brown's hands.
Yeah.
Near Suckup, kick is up and is good. He sneaks it in the upright, 48-yarder, and the Bucs have a 19-17 lead. 1:57 left, and the Patriots, what, do they have one timeout?
They have their one timeout because they took two that drive. But they just need the field goal. I mean, now look, you know, this is the storybook moment. If you're Mac Jones, a chance to do your own little game-winning drive against Tom Brady in his return to New England.
Yeah, I mean, Brown catches that 99 times out of 100, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we've seen his whole career make that catch.
I mean, I give credit to Brady and Leftwich for again going right back to Jonathan Jones. Right, he had gotten a step earlier. Brown did on that route. They went right back to it, and it just he didn't make the catch. I mean, and if that's the way this game, if Mac Jones and the Patriots go down and score here, that's sort of the perfect way for this to end in a sense, right?
In terms of
missed opportunities. Yeah, missed opportunities, right, John? We've been talking about it all night. Opportunities to put plays away, to finish drives. You have an opportunity there to perhaps put this game away. You don't quite finish it. Now New England has a chance to win.
Yeah, I mean, that throw, that coverage was not bad coverage.
Yeah,
it doesn't get better than that throw, man. That
was a great throw. That was a great throw by Brady, and
I can't believe Brown didn't catch it.
Yeah, I mean
that's one of the most short-handed dudes in history.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean that's tough from Tampa Bay's perspective, right? You have the call you wanted. You get the opportunity to finish that game. You just like the story of the night: drops, missed opportunities, shooting yourself in the foot. You know. Now, hopefully, look, the defense can step up. Hopefully the defense can, force one more splash play, whether it's interception, fumble, strip sack. The opportunity's there to do that. Now you're just going to go out there and do it.
Yeah. Wow. That's not. I didn't expect it to be AB. That was the guy that let it down at the end. That surprises me. I anticipated a big game from him. That would have done it. That would have sealed the. I mean, he made tons of clutch catches. But, they get the drive going, 7 catches for 63 yards for Brown in this one. But they get the drive going, and they do get down there and score, obviously, but not what you wanted. And now Todd Bowles' defense with 3 backup corners has to try and stop. I know it's a rookie quarterback, but this is tough. You got 4 backups in the secondary.
I mean, I wonder, we've seen how many throws now here to Sora's direction. Like, do you target him again? Are they going to come out and go right after him again? We've seen so many throws in his direction. Does Todd Bowles do something different? Does he send him on a blitz? Does he do something different to try to get Mac Jones off of his spot, off his rhythm, force a big mistake? Now, seeing the weather, have fun throwing in that, Mac Jones.
Yeah, for sure. What are the Bucs in the red zone tonight? I mean, this is miserable.
Yeah.
Miserable reds. One for 4. That one was just outside the red zone. 1 for 4, and on another possession, dropping a touchdown. That's tough. That's tough way to win. You're not going to win many like that. We'll see if they can find a way to win this one, obviously. And the broadcast is talking about. Are they talking about defensive too many men on the field, or?
I don't know.
Patriots were really confused about where to line up, or maybe they're talking about when he called that timeout.
I think that's what they're talking about when they called the timeout.
Yeah. So 1:57, lots of time for Mac Jones to work with here from his own 25-yard line. Obviously, be an incredible story for him if he can get this thing done. Bucs lead 19-17, 1:57 to go. Mac Jones back to throw. Here comes the Bucs pass rush. Makes the throw over the middle of the field, incomplete. And a flag comes in late.
Oh, there it is.
You knew it was coming.
I mean, yeah. I'll have to see this one. You do get the pressure. Pocket starts to collapse around him. But, yeah, I mean, he's just getting pulled down.
Yeah. You can't have a play with that one. I mean, it's hard.
Yeah.
Not the throws down the field anyway. It looks like defensive pass interference, so that's going to move the ball nicely. And now the Patriots aren't even going to be that far from field goal range, to be honest.
Yeah, and Nick Folk, he's made, I think, 36 straight for New England, so that's a franchise record. So you'd expect him to be able to convert if they do get him into range.
You've got to be kidding me. I just saw the replay. The pass is not catchable, first of all. Come on. We cannot be serious with that call. We cannot be serious.
Yeah, that's
just what are we even doing? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's short pass over the middle of the field, and they're going to cross midfield with that throw to Hunter Henry. Bucs giving up stuff underneath. Patriots, if they're smart, just take those underneath throws. I mean, they're going to be there for you. 9 yards, free ones to Hunter Henry.
I mean, it's the old, you don't get broke taking a profit, right? Like if they're going to give you that, you just take it.
Right.
Now you get clock running.
You got a flag here, and we'll see what this call is. Bucs were having a ton of trouble getting lined up.
Yeah, a lot of confusion on their side of the field. A lot of
confusion, yeah. Devin White and Jordan Whitehead were trying to talk pre-snap, and Mac Jones is trying to get the snap going.
Oh, they're saying false start. Looks like.
False start. Okay, so going to move the Patriots back a little bit here. Clock is at 1:33 left in the game. So still plenty of time for New England. They've got a timeout.
Yeah. Now, at some point, if you're Bruce Arians, depending on what happens here, you're going to start thinking you've got 2 timeouts.
Yeah.
Do you start using them to make sure you've got time,
right,
in case you need to go back down the field and score here?
Right. Yep, you're absolutely right about that. Going to have to be aggressive with figuring out how to use those, especially if Patriots get a chunk play here.
Yeah.
So 1st and 10 from New England. Winfield is out for the remainder of the game, JC says. So 1st and 15 for New England from their own 49-yard line now.
Yeah, probably just need another 15, 20 yards or so.
Oh, and the Patriots jumped, and the guy knew it. He hung his head, and the refs did not call it. Now it goes underneath to Brandon Bolden. The Bucs blew the coverage in the flat. Bolden picks up the first down. Unbelievable. The Patriots jumped. The guy knew it, hung his head immediately. I think it was the left tackle. Isaiah Wynn. Clearly jumps. Everybody on the field, including him, knew it, and they didn't call it. That would have been 1st and 20. Now it's totally the other way.
Yeah.
Game-changing missed call. Unbelievable. Wow. Everybody on the field, including the guy, knew it. Unreal.
How could you miss that?
That wasn't even a hard one to see.
No.
Incredible. Here comes the blitz for the Bucs. Mac Jones going to throw outside, and that one's going to be incomplete. Ross Cockrell with the coverage there, and 3rd and 8 coming up. Ball's on the Bucs 44-yard line now. The Bucs still blew the coverage in the flat. I don't want to totally take them off the hook, but Mac Jones is about to have the easiest game-winning field goal drive of all time. Gets the pass interference. They miss a call on his behalf, and he throws in the flat into a wide-open guy who runs for 16 yards.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like he's out there carving them up and throwing dimes. Like, he's gotten a lot of gifts on this one.
Yeah. 2nd and 10 for Mac Jones. Working from the gun from the Bucs 44-yard line. Floats one out, and it's going to be caught. Did Myers catch that one? They say he caught it.
Yeah. Looks like
going to be short of the first down, but he's going to pick up a nice gain to the Bucs 37-yard line. Good job by Myers dragging his feet there, and he's going to be out of bounds. He'll pick up 7, and so 3rd and 3 coming up, and 3rd and very manageable with plenty of time.
Very interesting decision from Josh McDaniels. What do you do here in 3rd and 3? I think like we talked about with Tampa Bay, you kind of stay aggressive still,
Yeah. What I can't
that false start thing. Yeah.
That's tough to cut. It's just the Bears game all over again. This happens so many times in that game. Just absolutely crazy. And knocked down at the line of scrimmage by Levante David on 3rd and 3. Bucs brought the blitz. I don't know if it was going to get home, and David made a great play to knock it down. So now 4th and 3. And from here, it's a 54-yarder.
Yeah.
In tough conditions. So what does Belichick decide to do? 59 seconds left.
Man, this is a tough one.
Coming out. It's a 56-yarder.
56-yard rain.
56-yarder rather than going for it on 4th and 3. 1 timeout. So this is the game.
This is it. I mean, at least from
he does have a leg. Here's the kick. It's up and doink. Didn't hit it. Missed it.
Unbelievable.
Missed from 56 yards. And the Bucs are up 19-17, 55 seconds left. Patriots can only stop the clock once. And the Bucs might escape here, Mark. Felt like this one was against them the whole way.
Yeah.
Oh,
man. I mean, from the England's perspective, I mean, I guess you kick it. I guess I understand the decision to kick, but
yeah, I don't think 56 is far, man.
56 is far.
Tough.
I mean, it's 4th and 3. Like, man.
Big breakup by Levante David on that 3rd and 3.
That 3rd and 3 stop right there was huge. It was absolutely huge.
Yeah, man, that would have felt really tainted. I feel like that was that miss of that fall. You know,
would not have slept well tonight.
Oh, the defensive pass interference.
Yeah,
I mean,
and the false start too.
Oh, the false start, then this false. I mean, that would have been a tough one. And here they are in victory formation, the best formation in football. Brady takes the knee, so Brady will get credit for the game-winning drive.
Yep, he will.
Brady's talking a little trash to his guys, to his New England guys.
Yeah,
or maybe taught him good game. I guess he's hugging Dante Hightower now. So Patriots do call their final timeout to see if the Bucs will fumble the exchange on the kneel down. That would not be the way to end it, Mark.
That would not be a way to end it, man.
Brady's return to Gillette. I felt like all the way it was going to be one of these ugly, awful-looking, frustrating kind of games. And the Bucs have not played anywhere close to their potential, but they're going to be 3-1. And the next 3 games, they are going to be heavy favorites in. And let's just be honest, Mark, can put some of this garbage behind them.
I mean,
this whole coming back. And
this is one of those games, John, where you're like, hey, it's a win. We'll take it. We're not even going to think about it. We're just going to turn our backs on it. And I mean, look, the Brady situation, the storylines, the weather, and all that stuff. Maybe this was always going to be an ugly kind of game, an ugly kind of win with everything that was going on. But they found a way to win. And sometimes, look, NFL long season, 17-game season now. There are some weeks where you just got to find a way to win, and they found a way to win tonight.
Right, absolutely, and no question about it. It was ugly, but again, this is the difference between this and the Bears game last year. They didn't finish in that game. They finished in this game, found a way despite everything working against them. And we'll see now here. I'm sure people are going to wonder if Belichick and Brady make their way to each other. Devin McCourty, Dietrich Wise, a lot of guys going up to Brady and obviously talking to him. Brandon Bolden and Brady exchanging a hug. Everybody's going to wonder if Belichick and Brady say anything to each other or see each other. David Andrews and Brady. And there's Brady and Bill. Give a quick hug. Josh McDaniels, right? Is it McDaniels?
Yeah, it looks
Brady.
like
A little bit of a longer hug for Brady
than
McDaniels. Seemed like good exchanges there all the way around. Belichick knew he had to do it.
He knew he had to do it, right? Had to do it. I had to
go there. Gotta give him a hug. Gotta make it a quick one and be done with it.
If not, man, the stories that would have been written. But I mean, look, Tampa Bay got to win. I mean, sometimes you just survive and advance in the NFL, and that's kind of what they had to do today. And they got to win. Obviously, some play calling things like we talked about, but in the end, look, Tom Brady put him in position to win that game, and so you take it.
Tough one, crazy one. Lots to unpack from this one. And guess what? Mark's not going to do that with us, but the Pewter Report crew is going to do that with us on the post-game podcast. And we'll be coming up very shortly. Make sure you're subscribed to Pewter Report on YouTube so you get the post-game podcast. We're going live tonight. It's a victory. We're celebrating. We're going live. It's a post-game party on the post-game podcast coming up here in about 45 minutes or so. We'll get through player pressers and things like that, get some of our stories up on pewterreport.com. We'll have some injury reports for you. All that will be on the post-game podcast. So just be honest. You're staying up. Your adrenaline's going. You're staying up. Don't even try to go to sleep. 45 minutes from now, post-game podcast going live. Spread the word. Tell people. Subscribe to Pewter Report on YouTube, and you're going to get the link when it goes live. You'll get notified. Hit that bell to get the notifications when we go live. It'll be up. And Adam, appreciate you. Mark, appreciate you going through the whole game with us, man.
Man, this was a blast, dude. This was a blast. I had fun week one. When we got done week one, I sent you the DM. I'm like, we're going the whole way in week 4. So, maybe I'll come back for another one, but I had to stay the entire night for this one, man. It was a blast.
Yeah, this is weird game, but one to remember weird for game. Sure. Grind it out.
A weird game, sure. But look, I said it might be over by halftime. It came down to the final couple of plays. We got a thrilling game, a weird one, but a thrilling one at least. So there was that.
For sure. Absolutely. We appreciate you, man. Appreciate you jumping in. I know Bucs fans always love to hear your intel and your insight for sure on the game. So it was a lot of fun for sure. There's Brady and Belichick. The Bucs win 19-17. The post-game podcast is next with Pewter Report. Stick around and you'll see the new link pop up on YouTube. Thanks so much for listening to another great in-game live stream on the Pewter